Welcome one and all to episode 23 of Turn-Based Memories for Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. My name is Mel, I'll be your host today, and shortly we'll be joined by my co-host Zoltan. As is the custom with this show, one of us has played the game at or near release, and the other is playing it now, for the first time, and we're comparing our experiences. What's it like to be new to Fire Emblem Path of Radiance in 2021? Let's find out. First, a little bit of background on this game. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance was developed by Intelligent Systems, a Japanese developer that works with Nintendo and is responsible for the creation of the Fire Emblem series, the Advanced Wars series, as well as several others. Fire Emblem began life on the Famicom, that's the Japanese equivalent of the NES, in 1990, and wouldn't see a Western release until the 7th entry in the series, Fire Emblem The Blazing Blade in 2003 on the Game Boy Advance. 1 year later, on the same platform, the Sacred Stones would release, and just 1 year after that, we arrive here at Path of Radiance on the GameCube. Path of Radiance marked the return to home consoles for the series, as well as the first 3D entry in the series. And so without further ado, let's take it over to the live discussion, so to speak, between myself and Zoltan. Hello, and this is episode 23 of Turn-Based Memories. We're doing it again, and so soon. We didn't wait a year or something.
Yeah.
My name is Mel. I am the person who has been playing this game for many years, and my co-host here is Zoltan. Hello.
Hello, Mel, and I am playing this game for the first time.
Correct. And as I said in the intro, this is Fire Emblem Path of Radiance for the GameCube.
That's right. Okay, so even before Chapter 1, just from the opening, I got some notes. So I wrote here. By the way, I'm playing this for people who want to know. I'm playing this on the Dolphin emulator on YouTube. You're playing it on PC, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm playing it on the NVIDIA Shield kind of console type thing. It's an Android device, so that means I'm using the Android version of this, and I don't know if that is one of the reasons, but I've been having some sound problems here and there throughout the game. Particularly whenever I push the zoom out on the map button to see everything, the sound speed just takes a dip. It sounds crazy. So
it probably sounds like it's a frame rate thing, but you know what? We're doing the best we can because this game is expensive.
Right. That's why. I have I don't have a GameCube, but I do have a Wii, an American one. So I could have just bought this game and been fine. Except it costs like $100 or something, right?
It costs like $300.
Like $300. Jesus Christ. Opening cinema. The characters strike the same poses as their concept art, and I thought that was cool.
Good catch.
Right? They show them like doing like attack poses, and right as they strike a certain pose, then the screen flashes to the concept art version of that same pose. And I thought, oh, that's a cool idea.
That is cool.
Yeah, and I thought it was a pretty cool opening. It's very visual novel-esque. Not much in the way of animation, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I thought it was, cool enough. I pressed start, and the start sound effect was amazing.
It is, isn't it?
Right.
All the menu sounds in this game, I thought it was just me.
No, yeah,
really.
The sound effects are great. The music so far, I'm going to go again with just serviceable. It doesn't really strike me at all, like, even when it's working perfectly. Sure. So yeah, then I wrote here, the sword fight cinema has terrible voice acting.
Yes, it does.
You thought so too? Okay. The forest art is beautiful. The character graphics remind me of Dragon Quest 8 or 11. I think they are cel shaded 3D. That's what it looks like, because it has that. Does it not have a small black outline no matter which way they face? I think it does.
The 3D models?
In the animation, the FMV sequences, I mean.
Right. I guess.
I think they did.
Not really sure.
Okay. That's what it looked like to me. Ike gets knocked to the ground and immediately has a flashback. I thought that was kind of Like, this game is really fast-paced, and I thought that was a little bit too fast, though. And, yeah, I just took some little story notes just in case it gets complicated, although so far it's been really, really simple. Mist's face and song reminds Ike of his mother, which isn't surprising because it turns out she's his sister, right? Yeah, and then so I asked myself, how come Ike's mom has purple hair and Ike has blue hair, and she has a different color hair? Is that going to be a thing in the story later? I don't know. Could just be the designs. And then I went through the tutorial battle and I asked myself, against your father Grail, and it's I noticed that I blocked Grail's attack once, and I assumed I would just take the hit and they'd show you getting hit as part of the tutorial. And so I had the thought, is it possible to lose to Grail? You're supposed to win that battle, right?
I guess. I don't know if it's even possible to lose. They give you, they make it, obviously it's pretty simple, right? Like they're trying to just teach you how the turn orders work and whatever.
Yeah.
But, so you actually blocked the attack?
Right, Grail attacked and he blocked it, or maybe missed. I can't remember if it said no damage or miss, but I wrote that he blocked it, so I'm not sure now.
So what may have happened, and I could probably check, is they may have prevented lethal damage. And normally you can't block in this game. You can dodge, so attacks can miss.
Oh, but there is no block.
And then there are special abilities that can cause attacks to deal no damage. And then there's just having such a high defense that the math doesn't add up to a positive number, so then it'll say no damage.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But that wouldn't have happened in this fight, so I have a feeling either some tutorial mechanic kicked in or you must have dodged. But I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it was a dodge. Yeah, I just wonder if you get like really lucky, can you mess up the tutorial and
maybe.
And lose it? I don't know. Anyway, chapter 1, the battle begins. Listen to this, dude. This pissed me off right off the bat. Okay? I'm going to read it word for word. I got 1 HP from a level up.
Oh, boy. Here we
go. And nothing else. So that's the point.
Go.
And so these level ups are random, are they not?
They're fully random with certain stat growth influences.
Okay, stat growth influences, but otherwise plus randomness. So yeah,
it's all random.
Literally, just my HP went up 1 point and nothing. Well, always up HP only goes up 1 point, so that's fine. But I was oh, okay. Well, so far I think I've only had
0 points.
Well, you can get, because I've seen a stat not go up, but can you get a plus and then 0? It's gonna say the stat went up and 0. Is that a thing?
Your character can level up and gain nothing.
What? That is evil.
It's rare, but it can happen.
It can happen. Yeah, I've had like the best one I've ever had was like 6 stats increase, which was great.
Yeah, that's cool. It's always fun to watch that happen.
So the amount, whether the stat increases is random, but is the amount always the same?
It's always by 1.
Okay.
You'll find out later if that changes or not, which, spoiler, it does.
Okay.
But the numbers that go up are based on a formula that are based on that unit's individual stat growths.
Right, and that depends on like their class and stuff, I guess.
It depends on that specific unit, and you're really not supposed to know what that math is. You can look it up, but like the normal play is that this guy's just real strong.
Right, yeah. So you can just think of it that way. Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm. Okay. I killed some bandits. No problem. Chapter 2, rescue. Anything to say about chapter 1, Mel?
No.
Yeah.
You keep moving forward.
Okay. There's a talk option. That kind of blew my mind. I moved close to somebody. I don't remember who. And if you move close, I think it was Titania or something. And when I stopped there was a talk option and I talked to her. That was cool. I mean, it didn't do anything, but
well, you had a little dialogue, right?
Yeah, I just had a dialogue, and I thought that was neat.
Right. It is cool.
I wrote here, you have to lure out enemies. So if you just stand there, they won't come to you like in FF Tactics.
Right, to some extent. Some
Yeah.
enemy AI will behave that way. It just depends on, I guess it depends on the scripting of that fight, that specific fight. Some enemies move, some don't.
Some enemies, not enemies, some bushes are glowing. It's heal hedge, and it has avoid plus 10, defense plus 1. And you get healed 2 HP every turn. Is that correct?
I believe
I got
so.
healed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought it was from the heal hedge. So I thought that was a cool that they have that little environmental condition. I thought that was cool. I don't know how useful 10 avoid is. I mean, compared to like my least avoid character and my highest avoid character, there's way more than 10 points difference. So I'm not sure
Right.
how much 10 points helps, but that's cool.
A little bit. Every little bit can help sometimes.
Battle versus Ikanan or Ikanau. I wrote my U. It looks like an N. I think it's Ikanau. Yeah. Ike hit. Ikanau missed. Ike crit. Victory. Basically a perfect boss battle there.
Ooh, so you gave the boss experience to Ike, right?
I did because you gave me some advice before playing this that when you have you gave it on the air of another episode, I think. When you have an overpowered unit with your weaker units, you don't want to let the strong person do all this do all the work. But
Right.
to be honest, that's making me awfully paranoid all throughout my playthrough, yo.
Well, don't stress too much, but try to make sure that like the worst thing you could do is have Tatiana or Titania, whatever her name is, go around and murder everything. Which
Right.
You could do.
You could totally do it though
You
if
could
you wanted to.
solo this entire I don't know how many chapters with just that one person.
Right.
That would be bad.
Okay, well I haven't done that, so I guess I'm
As long as
okay.
you're not doing that, you should be okay.
But I keep having like problems with, trying to leave the final boss hit to somebody else other than her and
It's
it
tough.
not working.
So
But-
yeah, go ahead.
I'll just continue and because there'll be more mentions of that throughout and you can give me some more advice then. Let's see. Next chapter 3, Pirates Aground. The fast pace of the story is nice. Quick into the next battle. I like that. Yeah, it goes to the next battle pretty
it
quickly.
is.
Especially in the
Very easy.
beginning. Yeah. Axe wielders can counterattack archers? I wrote. Apparently some axe wielders can throw their axe. That blew my mind. I was like, there's no
Yeah.
way. There's no way they're going to hit me from over here. What?
It's a rude surprise, I guess. Huh.
Yeah, and if you go click on them, it says like their axe range is 2 because they throw
Yeah.
it and stuff. I was like, okay. Yeah, this game was nice enough to tell you that there's a help button. It's not select either. It's like the Y button, which is awesome because it's right there next to your thumb. So that's even
Puts
better.
The whole UI, like a button mapping on the screen for you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the best way to do it. Then you don't need as many tutorials. Okay, so here we go. Already, we're in the 3rd chapter. I'm having problems, yo.
Oh.
My archer died.
Oh no, Shinon?
Shinon died
Oh no.
in this first freaking battle. Titania one-shot the freaking... So that's right, yeah. I put Titania near the boss, and the boss attacked her, and she counterattacked it and killed it in one shot with her counterattack.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go back and restart the battle, so Shinon is dead.
Oh no. Okay. So you're gonna make that choice to
I
just
made the
roll
choice.
with any units. All right.
I made that choice, and I noticed that they mentioned Shinon in the next scene, so I thought that was cool.
Yeah. They will. Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't tell you to what extent the game involves major player deaths, like moving forward, but I can tell you for a fact he does show up in a lot of scenes later on.
If
so
you haven't, yeah.
if he's there, yeah, he's kind of a big deal. So
Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna miss out on his part.
you know what? I'd say if you're cool with it, I'd say keep moving forward. I mean, at this point, you probably don't want to go back, right?
So
But,
I'm because of something that happened. I was worried about it the whole time, but I didn't want to go back, so I kept going. And some more crazy stuff happens later that makes me more and more worried. But now that I'm in chapter 9, an amazing thing happened, and we'll get to it in chapter 9.
Okay.
But yeah, Shinon is dead.
Oh, man.
I guess you never went on without Shinon, have you?
I never let a unit die. Ever.
Right. Okay. So I'm kind of worried, like, am I going to be able to beat the game? Because I just went on without that guy. But it was that same battle that he joined the party. So it's not like I put a bunch of work into him and then he died, right?
Right.
So that was my idea there. I was like, I'll be fine. Okay, chapter 4, Roadside Battle. We need to scout the battle at Crimea. And I thought that just whenever anything revolves around stealth, not in the gameplay, just they say you need to go over there and don't get caught and do this thing. I'm like, okay, I can't wait to do it. I don't know. When you got to be sneaky, I get all excited about doing the mission. So I liked the setting of we're going out there to scout out whatever's happening at Crimea. It didn't get what I wanted though. I was hoping we'd like walk up to the edge of a cliff, look down, see a bunch of ranks of troops, and we'd have to like count them and stuff like that. But that didn't happen. Axe dudes constantly miss against Ike, I wrote. So that was cool.
Right. So you know why that kind of is, right?
Oh, is it because of the rock, scissors, paper relationship?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty
I don't know. Most of the time, for right there, sure. Right at this point, I see the power of the relationship of axes to swords quite well. But throughout most of the game, I'm not really seeing, like, unless I could try a bunch of things with like this. I'm not really seeing the difference that much, to be honest. Now, I don't know. Like, would I totally be dying if I did the opposite? Like, I mean, I've had Lance guys kill Lance guys, and I've had Ike kill Lance guys multiple times already.
I would say against very difficult units, like a strong boss character or something, if they have a lance, it's probably really dangerous to have a sword user, unless that sword user is just really, really strong and maybe over-leveled or in some way really powerful. But if you have like a rank-and-file guy who's like okay and he's got a sword, it'd probably be really dangerous to go up against that unit. Compared to a similarly leveled axe wielder.
I see.
In that case.
Okay. I wrote here, Ike's stance is funny. Do you not think his battle stance is funny?
With the sword over his head?
Not with the sword over his head as much as his left hand just hanging there. Like,
oh, sure.
That's the weird part to me. It's not like, I don't know, put it up a little bit or something.
Well, if you're going to... So are you doing the battle animations?
I was, yeah. I just recently switched it to off, and I kind of like it that way. But
yeah, I do the same. After a while, I turn them off. But if you turn them back on at any point, you're going to see something you'll never unsee. If you look at a unit that has a mounted horse, so Titania or any other unit that you get later on that has a horse, or an enemy unit, look at the horse's legs.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm curious.
And then let's see if you notice what I'm talking about.
Okay, sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so there was that in this battle. There was that girl, a Pegasus Knight from Begnion or Benion, Begnion. Yeah.
I always go back and forth on whatever it should be.
Right, and her name is Marcia, and I talked to her. I don't remember what we said. It wasn't anything important, or I would have written it down. But I talked to her. I thought she was going to join my party if I talked to her. That didn't happen. Like, am I going to see her again later?
So
she just left.
Pink hair.
I think it was pink. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. So did you not see her on the previous chapter when you were on the boat?
This is the chapter, I thought.
Oh, that is the chapter.
Yeah, this is the boat chapter.
Okay. Yeah. So you did see her. All right.
I haven't seen her since, though.
Okay. So you said you tried to talk to her?
I did talk to her successfully with the talk command with Ike, I believe. Yeah, with Ike.
Right. All right. Okay.
But that's it. I don't know. Nothing came of it. You can cancel your movement after moving. Great. I wrote that.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. This game is really nice. Holy crap! 5 versus 16. I wrote that. That blew my mind. I liked that. I think I prefer this way. They have a whole bunch of like really, I want to say really easy units, but still those units can kill you if you're not
the
careful.
number of units you're talking about?
Right. I like this
Yeah.
this way of doing it where it's like 5 guys versus 20 guys and
That's
stuff.
something I noticed very early on in tactics was just the number of units in every map is so low.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned it. Yeah.
It works for that game, but this is, it's different in this one.
Okay, I wrote here, this game changes music way too much. Do you know what I'm talking about?
During the conversations?
No, during the battles. It's like...
Oh, yeah, that too.
It's like... I can't remember the songs now, but it's like...
It's like and then it just
okay, so that's
out.
the battle music, right?
Yeah.
Well, so it has the player phase music, and then the on the world map music, and then the and then after that's over, it's back to the world map music. Do that over again, and then once that's over, then the freaking enemy phase music.
Oh, right, it's different. Yes, it's different.
And if they don't move at all, like you're staying too far away from them, they're not going to do anything. There's like like immediately to the player face. Like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, I'm sure you've noticed in later battles when you get units that are not on either side, they get their own little tune when it's their turn.
Yes.
And sometimes it's just a barrage of music.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a barrage of music. Just keeps happening over and over again. So it could do with maybe no... maybe like as far as I'm concerned, they really just need to have a solid song for the whole battle, like tactics, and just leave that playing. I mean, that seems like the best way to go for me.
I agree.
Where am I here? Possible to take 0 damage. I thought that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
You can move twice sometimes.
If you're a mounted unit.
Yeah, that's right. I guess it's the mounted units that can only do that.
Yeah, they can move to a location, do something, and then they get the remainder of their movement score to move anywhere else.
That's awesome.
So that is something you'll see that AI fucking loves
to do.
Making use of that.
It did,
to wiggle you down. Yeah.
Right. Walk right up to you, hit you, step a couple steps back.
Walk away. Get someone else in there, step away. Get someone else in there, step away. Yeah.
That's a genius mechanic now to think about it, because that means you can have lots of different enemies gang up on one person. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I think level ups are random. Yeah, you told me they are.
Right. Yeah.
The small numbers are sweet. Yeah, I've told you before, I like small numbers because then you can really see the strength difference. The strength increases.
That's true. Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah, I totally prefer it every time. Like, Chrono Trigger numbers are way better than Final Fantasy numbers.
True.
Damn it. Here we go. I wrote this. Damn it. Titania one-shot Maijin, the boss.
The boss.
I was planning to have her hit him once and then leave and let the rest... It didn't happen. Chapter 5, Flight. Why were the royals of each nation told about Princess Elincia? I wondered to myself as I read the story. Like she's like the secret princess, but just the royals of every nation know about her. Like, is there some benefit of letting them all know about her? I don't really get it. If she's supposed to be a secret. Titania was a Crimean knight. I heard Shinon mention it a long time ago, which is funny because I haven't known him for a long time ago. Because he died. I keep losing Boyd. Oh yeah, that's right. So, dude, this is chapter 5. This is the battle I keep dying on. Oh, I died a million times here. No. I'm sorry. No, okay, I just died a couple times here. I died a million times the next one. Sorry. But in this one, I kept dying, losing Boyd, and so I kept restarting. Where am I? Oh, okay, here we go. I keep losing Boyd. Does the direction you're facing matter? Question mark, Mel?
No.
I didn't think so, because you can't really control it, right? I mean, you can sort of control it with your
in a roundabout way. I think there's actually an option in the menu to always have your characters facing forward.
But which way is forward?
toward the camera, like
Oh, down then.
so that you're looking at their faces.
Right. Oh, that's
Because
interesting.
that's how it looked in the old Game Boy Advance games.
Oh, that's cute. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. Here we go, dude. Big news. Rise died.
Oh my! You lost your healer?
I lost my healer, dude.
My God.
And then I wrote, lesson learned, move the mage back when the archers arrive.
And you let him die? You just let him, you're not going to get him?
Well, here's the next line I wrote. Now that I have no healer, I really need to go shopping. Yeah, I let him die.
Yeah. Oh, boy. All right. Okay.
My regal sword, which I received from my father, the regal sword, will soon break. I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, yes, it will. It will.
Okay. Mist's pendant from her mother began glowing recently. Petrine, that's the female general. Petrine is hot. Also, she has never failed a mission. Yikes. That's what she said. I've never failed a mission. So that made me a little bit worried. And then, yeah, after that, before this next chapter even starts, you get like a recap of everything that's happened so far. I thought that was cool. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. Soren gives you a little, like, stat breakdown, right?
No. There was like a visual novel FMV scene of just everything that has happened so far. Like you left out on your journey and
sure.
You fought the pirates and blah, blah, blah. Like it just like literally just went over everything I just did up until that point. I was like, oh, that's good. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I wrote that the recap is sweet. And where am I now? Oh yeah, and I thought that was the best music so far was during that recap. So yeah, I'm just not into the music in this game for the most part. How about you?
I think since I hadn't really thought of it very much, it's probably for the same reasons that you have. It's just serviceable. It's there. I remember having more of an opinion on the menu sound effects.
Right.
You just were saying.
Yeah, that press the start button, it goes. I thought that was awesome.
Just like the menuing when you confirm something is like a really good, like almost like an arcade sound.
Ike guys are the Bjork race, and in the Galia is the Laguz race, and now I know what that means. But back then I was like, we're not just normal humans, we're Bjorks? Okay.
I guess so.
Okay,
but human is a word that people say also, so it's confusing.
Right. Yeah. But just I noticed in the menu, it's like, Bjork? Wait, what? What does that mean?
Oh, yeah, it does say that in the actual like character menu. Good point. Huh.
And then later somebody mentioned that Galia people are called Laguz, and I'm like, okay, this is weird. Chapter 6, A Brief Diversion. Okay, holy crap, dude. So I noticed it's possible to get multiple player phases in a row with no interruptions. Just they don't even get their phase.
So did you do Chapter 5 yet, where you're defending the base at night?
That was what I just mentioned. That was the battle in which I lost Rise.
Oh, I thought that was the Roadside battle. Okay,
no, sorry. Okay. Oh, I didn't say Chapter 5 Flight, did I? Sorry. Chapter 5 Flight happened.
All right, so then you lost him there. I gotcha.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't say it. Yeah.
That makes sense, because that's where Petrine shows up. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's where Petrine showed up. Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty worried from that point on. Like, what am I going to do about a healer now? Anyway.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need more of those vulnerary things, whatever they're called, the healing items. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Chapter 6, A Brief Diversion. It's possible to get multiple player phases in a row, no interruptions. Doesn't even go to like the enemy phase for 1 second even. I thought that was good that they thought of that.
Under what circumstance? Oh,
if you don't step out of the bushes.
Got it.
Because you're supposed to. Yeah. So I'm trying to remember. Didn't they say that the way to get through this was we should go quietly, stealthily to the western bridge?
So this game does have a clumsy stealth concept or mechanic in it, but I don't know that it's a spoiler to say that it kind of goes the way that it probably went for you, where you can use that opportunity to maybe sit tight and see if the enemies will move in a certain way that's more advantageous for you, or to maybe move a unit somewhere or something. But the minute you enter combat with any unit, they all know you're there, so it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. I did try. I tried multiple tactics during this thing because I died over and over again. And I tried like, maybe I'm just gonna let only Titania go out on the east side while all the other guys are hiding in the bushes on the west side. Let her draw a bunch of attention, and then maybe they'll go over close to her, and I'll get in from the west side or something. But as soon as just she steps out, then they all just go into the bushes and kill your other guys too. Like they know all of a sudden. So. That didn't work. You can press the help button even when they're showing your pack is full. Drop an item menu, and I was thankful for that. I want to exchange items outside of battle because up until now I've had to walk up to somebody and say the trade option.
Right?
Isn't that interesting? I thought that was interesting. Fighters have superior strength and poor defense. Max level is 20, 100 experience to level up. Separate dodge parameter for evading critical hits. I thought that was interesting. That there's two different evade stats, and one is just for evading crits. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Emil, I think that's the boss. One shot Boyd. So that was.
Oh no!
I didn't leave it. I re-slowed.
Good. You're losing too many guys.
I'm losing too many guys, right? And a bunch of other soldiers ganged up on Soren. So reset that one again. I killed the boss. Apparently, just killing the boss wasn't enough. You have to make everybody escape. Or I guess I just had to make Ike escape.
Ike, right.
I had him escape last because, he's the commander. He goes down with the sinking ship, so I let him to last till the end. Okay. I wrote here, I don't see the point in going for the western bridge. It's just 3 less enemies. I don't really get it at all. 4th try. Hiding in the thicket isn't as guaranteed as I had hoped. Soren died. 5th try. No way to return to the title screen or load game. So that's the thing. Can you not load the game? You can only restart the chapter. Have I got that right?
Honestly, I don't recall because I've been operating completely on save states this entire time. I'll save when it prompts, but I usually just go, okay, this is save slot 1 because I'm done with my battle now.
So after your next chance to save, and then see if you can just load it. Because I swear, you go into there and into what I want to say would be the loading the data menu. You click on the data, and the only option is restart chapter. So you have to start it from the beginning of time. And there's an option in the battle to suspend, which means to save it mid-battle, right?
You can save it mid-battle, and then that save dilutes itself when you go back to it.
But I didn't know how to go back to it, because all I can do is restart chapter, I think. I don't get it.
Yeah, that is strange.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not doing it correctly.
When you suspend, the game goes back to the main menu.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah, so suspension is I gotta go to school. I gotta stop playing this video game. And then you turn the game off after you suspend. It's not for I gotta drop a save and roll back to it.
Right, they don't want you to abuse it. That's the point, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Where am I here? No way to return to title screen or load game. Had what's-her-face, it was Titania, I couldn't remember her name for a second. Had Titania take the East Bridge all alone. Everyone else went west. Healed after every hit. I have a word that I can't read here. Not seeing a massive difference when winning or losing the rock, paper, scissors combat. Once again, Axe Lady, that's Titania, one-shot the boss. Again,
boy.
Yeah, right? I can't figure it out. Nobody died, but I'm annoyed at having this one overpowered unit that I'm not supposed to be using too much, according to Mel. My only consolation is that after the battle, Princess Elincia greets me as My Lord Ike.
Oh, she'll say that a lot.
Yeah, My Lord Ike, and I'm always happy that she calls me that. So, okay, Chapter 7, Shades of Evil. Used a lot of healing items this time. I realized I just need to freaking obey what they told me in the opening tutorial. Be sure to heal yourself even when you've only taken a little bit of damage. Is that what you do, Mel?
It does depend, but generally, I think yes.
Okay, that's what I've been doing, and I ended up using a hell of a lot of healing items, but nobody died, so I guess it was worth it.
There you go.
I opened the 2 chests. One had a miracle ability.
Mm-hmm.
Or the 3 chests, actually. Yeah, one had the miracle ability, one had the Armor Slayer sword, and one had a ward wand, which was probably for Rice.
Oh.
So I can't use that. Yeah. And a cute swordsman, Mia, joined my party, and thank freaking God, because I'm running low on units over here after
I was
2 people
hoping,
died.
I was like, please tell me. I mean, this one, they kind of give it to you. Like, you kind of have to try and not recruit this person.
So did I miss the recruitment of the Pegasus Knight then?
No.
Not yet. Okay, so maybe I'll get her later. That'll be cool. So it's possible to miss talking to her, huh? To get it.
I guess you could just not talk to her, right?
I guess so. Yeah. I guess I had to use the talk option to get her. Yeah. I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was glad I got her though.
Right. She's good.
Yeah, I like her. She's insanely evasive.
Oh yeah. She's very squishy. She probably doesn't do a lot of damage unless the unit is like particularly weak. Like here's probably where the triangle comes in handy because she needs every damage boost she can get her hands on early on.
Okay. So. Finally had a successful boss fight against Balmer.
Oh.
Where like everybody got a hit, and yeah, it worked out. I didn't even use her because I was worried she'd one shot it.
Probably would have.
Yeah. A Black Knight tells General Petrine to withdraw. Petrine, who's fighting Grail, the father, she says that Grail, she says that you fight like a demon. I thought that was a cool line. Ilincia greeted me as my Lord Ike again, but then she greeted Ranulf as my Lord Ranulf, and I was like, what? Shut up.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm your lord, not Ranulf. Grail wants Ilincia to meet the Gallian king Canegus immediately. Just a story note. The Black Knight was taught by Grail. Grail was killed by the Black Knight. Holy crap.
Pretty cool cutscene, right?
I'm sorry?
Pretty cool cutscene, right?
There was a flashback cutscene, yes.
Well, there was a
pretty cool cutscene. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It was a pretty cool cutscene. Yeah, his massive axe like dropped into the ground as his gravestone was awesome.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Yeah.
Like the shot with the moon in between them.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah. There was the FMV scene and all that when Ike arrived at the clearing and they're both standing on one side of the clearing and the moon behind them. That was awesome. Yeah. Chapter 8, Despair and Hope. The story just became awesome. I'm super motivated to protect Mist and Ilincia now because my father died.
Yeah.
Damn it. Gatry just left. So I had Gatry this whole time. He left.
Correct.
Yeah. So my question here, because Gatry showed up the same time as Shinon. Would Shinon have left here too?
Yeah. So basically, those two guys had like no confidence in you because you've been appointed the leader of this group and you're like the newest member, right? Right. And they're like, "What the fuck? Like, it should be Shinon or it should be Tatiana or Titania." I keep calling her Tatiana. You know, not this new kid who happened to be the old commander's son. So they both just bail.
They bailed.
I forgot that when I was replaying. I was like, oh, shit. Forgot.
Okay, so then Shinon's not as important as I thought then. Oh, okay. I don't know what's going to happen later. Okay. Ike says he'll take command of the troop. The happy-ass commander music is inappropriate because I felt like they should still be sad a little bit longer. They should keep the sad atmosphere going a little bit longer. It's kind of too soon to just be like, yeah, I can do it, is what I thought.
Fair.
So Soren says, I don't know. I thought the song was funny. Soren says, I don't know what help I'll be to you. Ike replies with, you are so weird. I thought that was funny.
You know, sometimes the dialogue in this game is a little weird, but I will say, for the most part, it's incredibly good. the writing in this game, I think.
Really? Okay. So that means the story is like going to be worth it too, like as it goes on.
I think. Well, I'll leave that up to your opinion because I think everyone kind of has their own opinion on it. But I just think, as a general comment, the dialogue, like the script writing in this game, is really strong. Like if you just try to like form a voice for every character, their voices are very consistent.
I mean, yeah, I suppose I feel that way. Yeah. Definitely with Soren the most, I'd say, where like, like literally, he does seem to hate everything. Like he's
he's
like
just
never
like
happy.
really
He's always frowning in his
angry.
portrait.
Yeah, pragmatic, like callously pragmatic.
Right. So yeah. So I kind of enjoying the characters on that level. And I thought that this reply from Ike was like kind of perfect. You are so weird. Because he says like, you're so weird. Haven't I just been relying on you this entire time? And I'm like, yeah, haven't you? That is weird, dude. Sorry. That is a weird thing to say.
It is weird.
He's been doing so much work all this time. We needed you, dude. And then I wrote here, on second thought, this music works fine because it looks like Ike's going to learn about shopping.
Hey!
It finally happened. I was like, dude, I can see that I got 7,000 gold. When am I going to be able to go shopping? It finally happened. Of course, here's another thing I wrote. Of course, there's a merchant caravan that wants to travel with us for protection during these convenient, trying times.
Yeah.
That was awesome. So, it's great. I freaking, I know that it's all for the sake of the gameplay, but like when stuff like this happens, that's going to make the gameplay awesome. I just accept it as good story as well. Like in the beginning of Star Ocean 4, you're just like a fairly new space cadet, but because of emergency circumstances, the captain just gives you the ship, which would never happen. That's ridiculous, right? But when it happened, I was like, this is the best game of all time. I just got the ship. It's like when the gameplay becomes awesome, the story automatically just counts as awesome for me. I don't know. Of course, there's a merchant caravan. Okay. Daniel, this is hilarious. These guys are hilarious to me. Daniel and George are palette swaps of each other.
Great.
It's great. Yeah. They're like particularly like outstanding, beautiful men. So they kind of jumped out at me. And the fact that there's two of them that look exactly the same except different colors was hilarious to me.
I think it's the posture that they both have. It's identical. That's really identical. What sells it to me. This hand-out posture that they both have.
Right.
But their shirts are slightly different, not just in color.
I noticed a slight difference in the shirts as well. Yeah. Yes, I did. But I still labeled them as palette swaps anyway.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. And I just thought it would have been perfect, though, because one of them, the guy who does the customizing of weapons, to go and have him customize weapons, you have to go to an option in the menu called Forge. Dude, they should have made the guy who works at the Forge George. That would have been perfect. But it's Daniel. George is the other guy.
I wonder if that's part of the joke.
Right. They should have made it the same, and then it would have made sense as a joke, but they made Daniel the Forge guy and George the other guy.
Yeah.
And so I sold the ward wand, because Rise is dead, for $1,000. Not bad. The equations in this game are much easier to figure out than in Tactics. Because it looks to me, this is just what I think I know, it shows, so I know that the attack stat is the combination of your character's strength, just simply added to this power of the weapon, which for some weird reason, the weapon strength is denoted as MT, was it? Or
might.
Is it might? Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so the might of your weapon. That's awesome, actually. And so I noticed then when I fought a guy, for example, the attack power, when it shows the window, it says attack 12, and then the person's defense 2. And it literally did exactly 10 damage.
10.
The attack minus the defense. Like, this is freaking awesome.
It's perfect. Like you'll never, that's what I was trying to say earlier before you started playing, is you'll always know what's going to happen plus or minus the crit chance, which is shown as a number, which is just a percentage. So
Is it a percentage?
9,
okay.
Yeah.
So 9 is 9%? Okay.
Right. And then plus or minus whatever avoidance is in play, but that's your hit percent. The hit number is a percentage. So you should always have a crystal clear idea
awesome,
of
dude.
what is going to happen before you ever commit to any action.
So is the a chance to hit, is your hit minus their avoid, and then that as a percentage?
I'm not sure what the actual math is to get the hit percentages once you go up to the combat window phase, but it's probably something to that extent. It also has, no, it doesn't. I was going to say it has something to do with your character speed. You can attack twice in combat if your speed is more than, I want to say, 4 points above theirs.
Then what does the skill stat do? I thought that was the attack twice.
Skill has to do with triggering special abilities, which you probably don't have very many yet.
You mean maybe like miracle?
Yeah, things like that. Yeah. Certain things require a triggered chance to proc.
Okay, they're not 100%, huh?
Yeah, no. Crit is a separate thing. Skill may affect crit. I'm not sure if it's kind of a nebulous thing, but to my understanding, it just affects those things that don't always, like their percent chance to happen.
Okay.
And then your speed is affected by your weapon's weight.
Okay.
So if your strength, let's say if it's a sword and you're a sword user, right?
Right.
If you have 5 strength and your weapon weighs 4, you have enough strength to use that weapon without any penalty. And you may attack twice because it's not going to penalize your speed stat. If your character is a fast speed stat, then you're probably going to attack twice in that circumstance. But if you're like Maya, the girl that you just got, her strength is probably kind of low, but her speed is really high. So she needs like low weight weapons to be very effective. Otherwise, she's only going to attack once. And this is the major difference, other than attack power. This is the major difference between iron weapons and steel weapons. They weigh a lot more.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you for telling me that.
So those are things to keep. Yeah, those are some things to keep in mind. You may attack harder with a steel weapon, but if you attacked twice with an iron weapon, you might do more damage.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So that's why Mia starts with a slim sword in her inventory.
Right.
Cool. Okay. Here we go. The equations are much easier to figure out. Okay, here we go. What the fuck? I just made a lance. I made a lance with 12 attack, 105 hit, 3 weight, and 9 crit. Is that not a freaking insane
That's very
weapon?
Good. Very, very good.
It costed 5,000 gold.
Okay.
I wanted to make the Omni weapon and see what I could do with it. And then in the next battle,
what color did you make it?
I made it red.
There you go.
To make it
did
like
you call it something?
Evil. I okay. Holy FN Lance.
Nice.
Holy FN Lance. I gave it to Oscar.
Okay.
The guy on the horse.
Yep.
He's my only Lance user right now because Gatry left.
There's Gatry left. You could give it to Tatiana, but you wouldn't want to do that. Or Titania. I keep calling her Tatiana.
Tatiana.
I know someone with that name. That's why
Tatiana is a real name. Yeah, I know. That's right.
It is. Titania is not quite a real name.
Yeah, her name is either... Well, if it's... Well, it could be Titania, I suppose. I know. Titania...
That's how I always...
Titania is the name of a kingdom in Odin Sphere, the game. The Vanillaware game. I'm going to call her Titania, though.
Or Titania. It's probably how it's supposed to be pronounced.
And Mia. Yeah, there's lots of names. I'm not sure what to call them, though. I'm pretty sure the enemies are called Dane, though.
Yeah, Dane. I don't know if it's Benyon or Begnian, Crimea.
Yeah, Crimea.
Most of the proper nouns in this game are okay. They're not too hard to figure out.
Okay. Definitely Alincia. That's a great name. I like it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I made that freaking awesome spear.
And crazy lance.
The crazy lance. And admittedly, the attack power or the amount of crits didn't happen. I didn't know it was a flat percentage. If like 9, I didn't need to spend a lot of money just to get 9% crit now that I think about it.
Right.
So
yeah, a lance is probably not going to be the tool you use to crit, but hey, you might do with 9%.
But the thing that I did find that was amazing about this, because like the 12 attack was like just not bad. It wasn't one-shotting anyone. I thought it was going to be amazing. But there was one amazing part about it. And so if I could redo it now, I didn't, but if I could redo it now, I think what I do is I just reduce the weight, because I think that is affecting the dodge stat, because he was dodging so many hits in the next battle.
So
is
reducing the weight, you said?
Or is it because I leveled him up with that bonus experience points? Maybe it's just that.
Right, yeah. That may also be. Who is this? Yeah, Oscar? Yeah, he's really one of the stronger units that you're going to ever have. So he's just really good.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't let him die.
Mm.
Okay. So here we go. This is weird. The higher level, the more experience required? ? Like it still says in the game 100 experience points, but like for example, if I level up Mia, who I kind of over leveled from level 13 to level 14, it didn't take 100 experience points. It took more, even though it only. What I want to say is it shows that it only needs 100 experience points, but then when I do it, the remainder of what I have left is less than.
Right.
I should have
You're talking the bonus experience, right?
The bonus experience that you can assign to people, yeah.
Yeah, it's a weighted point scale. So it's kind of the Paper Mario rules, if you remember, in Mario RPG, where it worked the same way. It was always 100 points, quote unquote, to get to the next level. But as you went back and fought lower level enemies, they didn't give you the same number of points.
Right.
Okay. They would give you maybe 1 point now instead they used to give you 10 or something.
Well, that's weird that bonus direct experience doesn't give you as much experience. It's kind of weird.
It is, yeah, it's a little weird.
Okay. Why are the skills called citizens? Do I just not understand the meaning of the word citizen?
That is interesting. I was looking at that too. I think it's just like parts of this game are a little not clear, and they're a little like ancillary, like they're just kind of there, and that's one of them. There's this distinction between skills that are soldier skills and citizen skills. The distinction just isn't important.
Okay. Interesting. Had to survive 8 turns, not as hard as the 6th battle. Oscar dodged 1,000,000 attacks with his lightweight spear. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if it was because of the lightweight, but he dodged 1,000,000 attacks. Mia dodged a lot because of her slim sword, I assumed. But you're saying it's probably just because of her dodge stat.
I think it's her innate dodge, yeah.
Okay. I held the choke points, no problem. Soren... Okay, so that's the end of the battles. I held the choke points, no problem. That's what I did. There's like 3 1-block wide openings.
Right.
I just threw Titania in one, Oscar in one, and Boyd and... I put Boyd and what's her name, Mia, on the other. Didn't even do anything with Ike this battle.
So when you put someone in those choke points, how did you position them? Because you can put them directly in the little area.
Right. No, I put them one space back.
Right, that's the way.
Because that's a little safer, right? Because only one guy can come and attack you that way.
Only one guy can attack you, and if you have ranged units, which at this point you only got the one, you got Soren, right?
Yeah.
He has his option of 2 or as many as 3 spaces to snipe enemies from.
Oh, I don't have a 3 range attack yet.
Well, I mean, he has positions where he can stand because his range is 2. So he can attack over your unit, right? Like beyond him. Yeah. And if you have your guy bumped out 1 the way you did, you can position him on the corners as well as behind. So if in the future, when you get more ranged units, you can have 3 units behind your guy because you now have 3 spaces.
Oh, I see what
Whereas
you're
if you
saying.
moved him forward, you'd only have 1 or maybe 2.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. If I had archers, maybe I could have had more, but
Right.
just with magic users, only 2 range. So I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah. So that would have been the better way to go. I didn't have lots of magic users, unfortunately.
Yeah, at
Just
that point
Soren.
you don't.
Yeah. Okay. I held the choke points, no problem. Okay, and then I wrote here.
That battle's over.
That battle's over.
So there is a little extra thing here.
Okay, tell me.
There was a character you could have recruited.
Who? No way. Okay, it was that girl, wasn't it?
It was the girl.
She was an enemy. But then when she came to attack me, she's
was.
like, I'm sorry, and then attacked me.
Right. So the way to go
that makes me annoyed. I want her.
I know. The way to kind of figure that out is if there's a unit that has a name and a portrait and they're not like the boss, you might be able to recruit them, probably. And usually it's a matter of figuring out who needs to talk to that person.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for future ones then.
And
thank you.
Usually it's Ike, but sometimes it's not.
So is it possible that you can not get a player because you let somebody die?
Yeah. There are characters that you can recruit that require other recruitables to be in your party and active on the field. Like you could just not field the right person.
And then you missed the person, yeah.
And then you missed it.
Well, I'm glad I got Mia.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that sucks. that's a great idea though for gameplay though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I always complain when stuff is missable, but I mean, it's not really something being missable is not objectively a bad thing. Just it's a thing that I wish I could go back and get, so I want it. But yeah, that's good for replay value.
I think you're building yourself up to a very interesting play. I'll get into it later, but keep going.
Okay. And so before the next chapter, we get like the racism scene with Soren. That kind of surprised me. I didn't expect that. And so I wrote here, Soren needs some disciplinary action, but no, just instantly forgiven, I guess. Nothing happened to him about that. So that was interesting. I thought it was funny that they were using the word subhuman because the first time they mentioned that the Laguz people are subhumans, I thought to myself, did it really mean subhuman or do they mean something more like demi-humans? Like,
oh, interesting.
Right? Like, because just subhuman just means like something below human. It turned out that's what it was, yeah. But but Ike like innocently just used it as I mean another type of human, I guess. And so I was like, is he just using it like that? Okay, that's interesting. That's how they're gonna go. And then freaking Lethe, the girl who you meet, who's a beast person, she's like, you called me a subhuman. I'll never forgive you. I was like, oh, okay, it is a bad thing to say.
Yeah. And the other guy was like, you shouldn't say that. And he's like, oh, I apologize.
Yeah, I can immediately
know what else
realize.
To call you.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was funny. He's like, okay. Yeah, so I could immediately apologize. And then that guy who you met was like, oh, you have manners. Okay, I think I like you now. That was quick. Another quick story turnaround. They're just moving right through it.
Right.
And then chapter 9 happens. So I'm in chapter 9 now. I'm about to finish the fight, but I guess I got to get Ike into the castle. I got somebody else into the castle, and that didn't do it.
And did you not find that pink-haired Pegasus woman?
She didn't show up.
Didn't show up? I'm not sure what causes it to happen. She should have showed up on this map. Let me see. Really?
So the thing that I did for this map, because I noticed there was like the pirates over there in the back, and then there's the guys who are the knights who are blocking my objective, the castle. And I thought, well, I want to grind in every battle.
Yeah, my mistake. It's the next fight.
Okay, I'll look for her. I sent a whole big group of guys to go take out the pirates because one of them is level 18 and has a freaking poisonous axe. So I was like, holy crap, that's going to be hard. I didn't take a hit in the end. It went perfectly, so that was great. But as I approached them, one of the pirate dudes goes over and just destroys the house. And one of the reasons I wanted to go over there was to see if I could go in the house and like get an item. And he just completely destroyed both of the houses before I reached them.
Yeah, racing the pirates to get the goodies out of the houses is like honestly one of the hardest little challenges this game ever devises for you, because you usually have to really stretch yourself quite thin to get some of these houses before the damn pirates knock them down.
So there is stuff in those houses. I didn't know for sure.
Yeah,
Like what kind of things? Like healing items?
all
kinds of things,
like
I
the
guess,
stuff
huh?
you've been finding. So weapons, sometimes they're
man.
just like money, sometimes it's never like a character, but it's usually like a cool sword or a cool skill or stuff that you might find in treasure chests.
Okay, I want that stuff. Yeah. So I missed
Yeah,
those
I know.
things.
It's tough to get them. I don't think I got them on that map either. I'm not sure what's in there, but yeah. All right, so that's where you left off. I think Marcia, the Pegasus Knight, will show up at some point. I'm not sure. Depends on how long. She should just show up, especially if you talk to her
Yeah.
with Ike in the previous chapter. So that should be another unit that should be a pretty easy one to grab, because I think she tries to join your party.
Oh, well, so the thing that happened that like blew my mind, and I didn't have to care that I lost Rice or Shinon anymore, is that freaking, what's her name? Mist and Rolf joined the party as a healer and an archer.
An archer.
How
Yeah.
freaking perfect. Now, it turns out, after talking to you, I'm finding out that it was a program that you're going to lose Shinon anyway and then gain
Correct.
Rolf, so that's that. But, like, I guess I got lucky that she happened to be a healer. Is that what that is? Because, Rice was a
you
healer.
lost Rice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I use her. Actually, I used to use Reese or Rice more in my original playthroughs. I'm using Mist now just to shake it up. I don't know that it's the right or wrong thing to do, but
I mean,
Rolf,
I have to do it. I don't have a healer otherwise.
in general, though. But Rolf, really good archer. So
he
don't
was
let him
solid.
die.
Yeah, even at level 1, he was really solid. So
He is really solid, but you do have to baby him up a bit, because he really is kind of baby mode for a little bit.
yeah, I mean, I got him up 2 levels in the previous battle, but healers are hard to level up.
Healers are real. I mean, that is where the bonus experience should go at least some of the time.
I guess so, yeah.
Because that's really going to be their main source of experience income, is that bonus experience. As a general rule, the way I did the bonus experience is I'll level up my healers or anyone who I want to use who just didn't get an opportunity, and then I'll round out anyone 70 or 80 points away from leveling up. So I'm a little bit stronger for the next fight. And I usually leave a little extra. I never use all of my experience. I probably should, but I never do.
Well, I didn't use like the bit that I could use that wouldn't level up anybody, right? Like the last 20 points.
Oh, sure.
I mean, I guess you could help somebody
whatever.
get up the next level a little bit faster during the battle, but I didn't do that.
So, okay. Let me go through what I got here. Now that we are in the middle of chapter 9, and that is where we're at progress-wise right now. I finished chapter 10, so I'm just a skinch ahead of you. I'm actually a couple battles ahead of that, actually, but not much. So yeah, as far as differences go to Final Fantasy Tactics, since we just finished playing through that game, I just finished playing it for the first time. Yeah, being able to cancel out of your actions, oh my god.
Way better.
Like you said, so good, so good.
Yeah.
The round-based combat instead of the stat-based combat where everyone has their own little ATB like charge timer thing.
Right.
That's a big tactical difference, which we talked about at the end of Final Fantasy Tactics a little bit.
Totally.
No reviving your characters. As
that's pretty crazy.
Keenly been made aware of. They don't get any opportunity to be revived. They're just dead and gone, and it's sad. I wrote here, all the math is shown ahead of time. You will know how each encounter will go if you check the combat window using the detail mode. So did you actually switch it over to the detail
Yeah.
whatever screen?
Yes, as per your advice, I did. And so that's, I guess, I don't know what the extra details are that I'm seeing. Is it all the stats, the strength and stuff, or
It
what?
shows you, like, I don't know why you would ever do it this way, but I'm looking at the LP, and all it shows you is hit points, the weapon might, the hit chance, and the crit. It doesn't even show you might in the detail because it just shows you direct attack, and then you just do the math against their defense. So it's just not, I don't know why you wouldn't turn it on. Like, you're just losing tactical information by turning
here
it off.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
It's harder. Maybe it makes sense, but it's harder for me to gauge what the hell's going on based on that data.
I mean, you don't get the enemy's defense. That's like the biggest thing, I think,
That's huge.
right off the bat. Yeah.
Because you could do the math and be like, okay, I have a 90% chance to kill him because I'll do one more damage than he has remaining hit points.
Right.
So you will know for almost a guarantee. Sometimes you have a 100% chance to hit because your character has high accuracy. So then in that case, it's an absolute guarantee that you will win or not. So it's really key information to have, especially in like a tough boss fight or something. So that was my other note there. Combat animations, I usually turn them off. Usually if I'm replaying a section because I died or I needed to reset, and then I turn it back on or whatever. I wrote here, the inventory management can be a kind of annoying, but once you get the caravan, that stress goes down, because if you get too many items in your inventory,
right,
a single character's inventory to the caravan.
Oh, during the battle too?
Yeah, so you won't lose any more items.
Oh, that's
so
good.
Early on in the game, I lost a couple items I didn't want to lose, but these were things I could buy later. Because I didn't have the caravan yet, and I forgot. I was like, oh shit, I have this guy full up of items, and I should have traded them around a little more, and I lost a couple things I didn't want to lose.
I would have been fine if they didn't have the caravan. If if they want to have a limited number and they want to put that pressure on you, that's fine. But I just want them to automatically or allow me to switch the items to and from the characters before the next battle instead of during the battle.
You could do it before, I thought.
There's no menu to enter before a battle, right? You're in the battle.
Not until you get the caravan, probably.
Right, not until you get the caravan, right. Before that, it's just you keep trading things back and forth during the battle. Because the guy, right? Because you use the guy who's weaker to you in the rock scissors paper combat, so your axe wielder kills the lance guy, and he gets a lance. It's like my axe wielder can't use a freaking lance, so I got to walk over to Oscar and give it to him.
Right? Yeah, that is kind of a pain in the butt.
So yeah, but we got the caravan now, all good.
Yeah, it should be good. What I find is that I get into a rhythm with this game because it's very cyclical, and in the beginning of every chapter, because every chapter essentially culminates in one battle, so you know what you're doing every chapter.
Yeah.
I'll look at everyone's inventory. I'll take inventory of the characters I think I want to use. And then I'll look and see, all right, do they have enough vulneraries? Do they have at least 2? If not, I'll go shopping or I'll trade around characters I don't plan to use and give the ones I want enough healing, essentially. Is their weapon durability at least 20 for at least one weapon? Do they have a backup weapon or
Sorry, what is
whatever?
At least 20?
The weapon durability.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because that will catch you pretty hard if you don't pay attention. You'll have no way to attack.
Will you punch if you have no weapon?
No.
Oh, man.
You're totally done. So, and yeah, now that brings me to another thing. If you're really struggling with Titania getting in the way, killing stuff. Just take her weapons off.
Well, I was just in the previous battles. I was when I thought that I could handle it, just not sending her out into the fray. But in the earlier battles, I felt like I need to do that, or not in the earliest battles, but in like there's like a couple battles where it's like that one battle with the 2 bridges, for example. That battle particularly, it's like I need Titania's help. It's like a lot of guys.
Right.
My guys aren't strong enough to take them out easily. So
if you have her without any weapon equipped, she can't do any damage in combat. And even though she won't take any damage because she's so high level, the enemy will still prioritize her because they'll do their sort of AI algorithm based on how dangerous is the next move for me.
Right. So
and
they're
if
not
there's
in danger.
zero danger, they will prioritize that move, even though it makes no sense.
That's
so
hilarious.
You can use her kind of like bait to get everyone to attack her, and it really does work. If you throw her in a pit of dudes with no weapon equipped, she'll take 0 damage, and everyone will ignore your squishy guys as they kill them one by one by one.
That's amazing. So that's crazy. Well, they if you're behind a guy who's facing Titania because they just tried to attack her, and you hit him on their next turn, will they not turn around to hit your guy?
Nope, not necessarily. No.
Maybe not. That's crazy.
They might do if your character has low health and they're somehow over prioritizing. I will get a kill or likely get a kill if I do this. But normally they really prioritize like risk aversion over like making gains. You know.
That's funny. That's cheesy. So I don't think I'm going to do that.
It is a little cheesy, but I feel like that's kind of intended. She really is a really good shield. You're getting closer and closer to the part where that stops working because she will start to take real damage. Like, fairly soon.
So have you been having your other guys kill all the enemies in every battle?
Yeah. She hasn't gotten a single kill.
Dude, because like... I'm assuming I'm still supposed to use her to some amount. I mean, I tried not to kill all those bosses in one shot with her, but it happened. But aside from that, I just assumed she is supposed to take out some of the small fry, though, to like...
It's probably not going to hurt you, but if you're trying to go for like the best fucking
playthrough ever,
then you want to minimize to an absolute most possible the amount of experience that she ever takes.
Dude, I'm so tempted to restart the game.
I mean, if
that sounds awesome.
Time, she really is a really, really strong meat shield, and you can even mule her with weapons, just not equipped, so that she can hang on to stuff that you don't need right now. So yeah, that's kind of the role of that character, and she's a mounted unit, so she can move a lot,
really far. Yeah,
and I don't know if you're aware of this mechanic. Do you know how to rescue a unit?
Well, I noticed the option to rescue, but I don't know what it's for.
So when it's usually only something a mounted unit can do, because the mounted units have really high constitution, which means they weigh a lot because they're on a horse. And if your weight is more than something above another unit's weight, you can carry that unit. Just like carry them, like on your back or something. And what that does essentially is it makes that unit disappear because the other unit is carrying them, and now they cannot be attacked. And the unit carrying the other unit or rescuing the other unit will take a some kind of avoidance penalty or something, some stat penalty somewhere to dodge or avoidance or whatever. And
to protect that rescued person.
To protect it because they're carrying someone.
Yeah,
and
that's
for
cool.
Titania, it kind of doesn't matter because she's so beefy early on. If you do get someone in trouble, you can just have her go over to them, rescue them, and then they're off the map, essentially. They're on that character, and on Titania's next turn, you can have her drop off the unit. And the trade-off is that uses up Titania and the dropped-off unit's turn. So you can't drop someone off and then have them take a turn.
I see. That's an awesome mechanic. I didn't know that's what that was for. That's cool.
Yeah, so I've used that a couple times early on because I accidentally overextended and I got someone in hot water, so I had Titania just like, whoop, take someone up, and then
get out of
they
there.
just can't attack them anymore. Yeah, so that's a pretty. She's like a really good utility character. I guess the average playthrough, like the intention is, she's going to help you out a bit, but I really think the other part of it is she is designed to be a bit of a trap to make it harder for players who are maybe not so sure how to do it by having her kind of absorb a lot of that early experience. It's not by any means unwinnable at this point.
Is it unwinnable if you accidentally did way too much with her, though?
I still think it's winnable, but you would have a much harder time.
Okay. I mean, you get a lot of characters as you go on. I guess.
You get a fair number of other characters, to the point where there's a lot of characters I never use, which maybe I'll use now for variety's sake.
Right,
and
just to
I'm
check
thinking
it out.
in your circumstance, you may need to use those characters because those will be like your only good options.
Because
so
they all died. The other ones all died.
You'll let a couple of them go away.
My image of this game, because I had heard of the legend of the Fire Emblem permadeath, right? So my image the whole time, because everybody says the same thing that you say, is that when somebody dies, you just reset. Like, you don't just keep going. And my thought was always like, well, I mean, they made the permadeath mechanic
for a reason. Yeah.
Right. So, like, are they not intending you to just have some casualties, is what I always thought. Like, and then of course, I came to the question of, is it impossible to beat the game if you just let them die? Because I always hear that it's pretty hard, these games. But I guess really it's more than the difficulty of every battle themselves, is just how careful you have to be in general, I guess. It's,
right.
Yeah, just the permadeath is the thing that's scary, I guess. So,
yeah, I think going with that, it's probably going to be hard because it's the first time you played it. I still remember some of the tricks up this game's sleeve that I could probably avoid in certain battles that you might have a harder time with. So on that level, it's a little harder. So if you're losing experience and units on top of it, it might be even harder still. I've never played the game letting units die just because I want to know what they have to say. And I'm always like, oh, what did I miss? What did I miss? So I've always been tempted to go through a fight or a playthrough not doing that and just kind of seeing how it goes, because I'm sure there's dialogue I am missing because units are dead that I've never seen, right?
Yeah.
So
it should be it should be fun that I'm going to have this adventure where some people will actually end up being dead at the end. It'll just add to the sense of the adventure.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing. I think you're going to have an interesting playthrough. Just a couple of things I wrote here. The scripting is really good. I like just the general dialogue, apart from the story itself, like the plot. I just think like the conversations people have are really well written.
On the story front, I just like how all of the danger and the motivation is very apparent and easy to understand right from the beginning.
Sure.
So, let me go back here a little bit. So on chapter 5, that's when you're supposed to escape with the princess or something to protect her. In chapter 6, you're supposed to be the diversion while your father goes and does this other thing. And so I don't know, just they keep saying, okay, now we got to do this and this and this. That's the purpose of this mission. Okay, now we got to go and scout out the enemy. Okay, we got to take Iliana to Galia. Okay, that's the mission. Let's do it. And I can have motivation about every individual thing that we do. You can tell that this is a game studio more familiar with handheld development because it's paced like a quick pick up and play handheld game. I suppose it is, yeah.
Right. So that's why we're getting this kind of brisk story pace and this sort of pick up and play thing, because they had intelligent systems and this series had long been a handheld series and developer where you're intended to just maybe you're on a bus, maybe you don't have more than 10, 15 minutes. So it's very choppy. It's very one beat after another, which is cool. I like that.
I think I like that too.
Let's see, what else do I have here? Yeah, story is a lot simpler. It's just easier to digest. For me, comparison-wise, I'm having a much easier time playing this game than I was with Final Fantasy Tactics. I guess that's to be
To
understood
be
because I've
expected, yeah.
we expected. Yeah. Um,
I am too,
let's see.
probably. I mean, I'm having some problems. I
Yeah.
died in level 6 a million times, but aside from that, like it didn't really just like having my prior knowledge of the game is the thing that's like the scariest thing to me. Like you telling me that you don't want to let the strong unit absorb all the experience, and I keep worrying that she keeps accidentally killing bosses in one hit. But I mean, yeah,
Right.
I guess I'm doing fine enough as it is now. I mean,
It should
everybody's
be
up
all
to
right.
like level 12 or so now. Besides my brand new,
Right.
Mist and Rolf who just joined.
Right.
Everybody else got up
Like
to like level 12 though, so that's
I
fine.
probably committed as many, if not more, like sins in Final Fantasy Tactics because I didn't know what I was doing in the beginning. Like I probably set myself on a much harder course early on,
Mm. All right, yeah,
and doing the same kind of what am I doing type of stuff, like not leveling this guy or not doing or buying this thing or whatever.
yeah.
Um, so it's probably largely intentional, like you were saying. Um, let's
Hmm.
see. So yeah, there's no generic units in this game. You're not going to get a faceless soldier. You're not going to be able to go to like a soldier recruitment area. Everyone who you can get is in some way part of the story. If not the overall story, the person has a story.
Okay, that's cool.
So there's no generic like faceless units or whatever that you're ever gonna get a chance to play with.
Both gameplay styles have their advantages, I suppose. In the case of
Yeah.
tactics, you can make whatever guy you want because you can go can recruit
hmm
them. And in this game, they have the characters already set, which is cool too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the characters are set in their classes. You can't change them out of those classes. You get what you got. And the puzzle is trying to find other units along the way. Sometimes the game gives them to you. Sometimes you gotta kind of see how you can get them or if you can get them or whatever. Um,
So if the game is going to give you more people than you need, is
mhm.
there any? Is it worth it to like use certain people on certain missions, or is it best to just level up your favorite team throughout and
I
leave
think
the?
generally
Hmm,
leveling up your favorite, whoever you think is useful or cool
hmm.
or fits a play style that you're going for, that's probably going to be the way to go about it. You will get a lot more units, I'm pretty sure,
Hmm.
than you'll ever be able to field in one fight. And the game lets you put a kind of large number of people in some of the later fights. So,
Okay. Wow.
it gets big. Not like 25, but, I think 10 at
10 will
least.
happen. Wow.
I think. I'm
I
pretty
think
sure. Maybe
I
more.
think chapter 9 was including the two guest characters might have been 10 people actually.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's another point. You don't have to put that number of people in. And sometimes it's easier if you don't,
In my
because there's
case,
fewer people to protect.
like when I go to reposition units, I can
Mm,
see that there's like a space open, which probably means that I was supposed to have one more character to fill it, but I
right.
didn't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's probably why
There-
that
there-
happened.
there's no reason to reposition units so far, is there? Like, I don't really
Uh, I
like you.
do. I usually do.
How? Like,
I
what do you
usually
do?
put the weaker units in the back or toward the middle,
Oh,
and then I
okay.
have the units with more movement range, maybe also toward the back, so that the guys with slower range, like if you have a heavy knight or something, move him up front so you can get out there sooner. Stuff like that. I
Okay.
think later on in other maps, you'll find that repositioning becomes a little more important because you won't always start a fight like off in a corner. You might
I
start
see.
surrounded.
Right.
So.
Okay.
I think those are all the notes. I'm sure there may be one or two other little things here. Um, yeah, the you can get the. Oh, did you notice the biorhythm page?
I did. I thought that was cool. So it gives like a plus or a minus kind of randomizer to every attack, I guess.
It's very negligible. Like it's kind of just there to add an extra flavor of randomness.
So like one time
around it.
So like one time I did the calculation of how much damage Mia was going to do, and she did 1 point less than I expected. Was that
Probably
the biorhythm?
Probably. Sure. Biorhythm was probably down for some stupid reason.
Right.
It's totally random. You can never affect it. The only thing that you can do is affect support bonuses. So this is a mechanic I don't think the game ever tells you about. Basically, if you field units on the same... you field them together. You put them on the battle together.
Yeah.
Enough times. They build up a hidden support stat number.
Ooh, okay.
And then what you'll notice is when you get back to your camp, you'll see these support conversations that you can select from.
Oh,
so it'll go to like other or whatever. That's also where you go to listen to like townspeople. Have you gone into that menu and just like listen to whatever people have to say? Like it'll show a list of...
A list of what?
People. It will show a list of people who want to talk to you, basically.
Oh, I guess I know the list you mean, but so far it's just
some of them have little stars next to them.
Right. Yeah, I've been in the support conversation menu. I was like wondering what support was, and I checked out, and they just had a little talk, and that was it. But
a little talk, and that was it. So you can't level up your support with that unit until you have that little talk.
Okay.
And the more you get extra ones with those units, and basically those scenes go from, oh, hey, how are you? Oh, okay, all right, have a nice day. And then it gets on to like real personal, like talking about their family.
Right.
If they're people who maybe they're attracted to each other, it gets a little romantic and stuff like that. And you can only bring one set of units all the way up with like support conversation to A, I guess is the highest level. And then you can't do that with another two units, those two units with other units.
Oh, okay. Everybody's going to have one support. So can you like set it up by like having certain people fight together? Any two people have the max level support, or are they just kind of decided already?
Well, it's kind of decided by who you have available to you to some extent. Like you're probably going to get Ike and Soren and Titania relatively high up in support and other units like that. But the main benefit, other than hearing the backstory, is they give each other little crit bonuses when they stand near each other on the field once they have a high enough level of support.
Oh, that's cool.
And it'll actually show, I think, a little like sparkly animation whenever that pops off. That they're giving a buff or something.
Looking forward to seeing how useful that is, because in Valkyria Chronicles, that ability of being next to your special friends was super useful for me.
It was huge, yeah.
Yeah.
And when you're back in town or back in the caravan, just make sure to talk to like the villagers. There's an option, I forget what it's called. I think it's just called conversation or information or something.
Information, yeah. There's information and support, and those are both just talking, though.
Yeah, those are both talking, but if you find ones in the information section that has little stars next to it, they usually give you an item for watching those.
Okay.
And they're usually like really important to the story. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I would just read everything, honestly. But
yeah, I mean, I'm checking it all out. I'm having fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So last time we ended off, you were mentioning that I should be meeting the Pegasus Knight Marcia. She didn't come for me. And I'm looking here in this screenshot lparchive.org that there's Marcia arriving on the scene. What did I have to do to make her arrive on the scene? I talked to her in the previous mission, yo.
Did you talk to her with Ike?
Pretty sure I talked to her with Ike. Pretty sure. Maybe I didn't. Is that all you have to do, though?
Is it possible that you did and then you stayed over or something to that effect?
Right, it is possible. Or it's possible that maybe I didn't talk to her. I'm pretty sure it was with Ike, though. I mean, can anybody else even talk to her?
Certain recruitments, characters need to be talked to with a certain character. Usually, you can talk whoever has the talk command is the person you need to talk to them with, but sometimes that's not the case.
Okay.
So
I mean, the
for
only person,
Marcia,
yeah, it was Ike, right?
Yeah, you have to speak with her on chapter. Well, you have to speak with her initially before, but she should have shown up on chapter 9.
Okay.
I'm not sure why she didn't.
I'm bummed that she didn't, because I'm seeing her portrait again, and she's really cute. Now I wish I had her in my team. But
yeah, so she should just show up there, and then she joins as another unit, like a green unit.
I would have used her if she had joined. What does she use? A lance? Is she a lancer?
Correct. She's a Pegasus Knight.
Right. You know, it's kind of a shame. I might have just replaced Oscar if I had got her. So, you don't need both of them, right? If you have one of them and they're doing well enough, because that's how I've been going along. You know, you can choose, like, there was one mission that I got to, I think it was like 14 or 15, where you can choose like 14 guys, yo. But I was like, these 10 or 11 is enough for me, right? And I did it, so.
Yeah, you could definitely. I used to, back in the day, always fill up my roster, but now, here in a couple maps here and there, I'm definitely focusing the roster a bit, and it's probably working out because that means more experience for a more concentrated group, right? You're not spreading it across units you don't care about.
Exactly. So, yeah, so I've actually recruited a few units throughout this playthrough so far that I just haven't even bothered to put in any battles. So, anyway.
Yep.
So, yeah, Chapter 9, Galia battle. So this is what I wrote, I guess, right after the battle was over. Doing things in a certain order, like when you're at the base, in a certain order makes the story all weird. Ike should not be calling Soren a big softy right now. And I wrote that because isn't that like right after he said something about how Lagoos are subhumans or something? Or he did something not nice. But then immediately right after that, if you talk to him, Ike would say, he's such a big softy. It's like, what?
That tends to happen a lot with the support conversations. If you have like a level 1 support later on in the game, you're talking to people and it's just like, it doesn't quite match up with the circumstances.
Immediately after Ike saying, I'm going to rest, I went to talk to Soren again. So I didn't rest. Yes, I got a new archer and a new healer. This is freaking amazing. I think I said that last week.
Yeah, you mentioned you get Rolf and Mist.
That's right.
To replace Shinon, who he leaves as a normal course of the story, but in your case, he died.
He died first. The same battle that he was going to join me, he died. Yeah. And then Rice also died, so I was fine that he died after this because now I have a new healer. Although I kind of feel like, if I had one more healer, it'd be kind of sweet, though.
Sure. They're pretty tough to
level
keep alive.
Right?
And level up. They're the major target of bonus experience for me.
Yeah, I've been mostly doing that, too. Okay, so then after that battle was over, I didn't get... That's the battle where I did not get Marcia to arrive, but I killed all the pirates, and I captured the castle that you're supposed to capture. And I wrote down here, Ike greets King Kainagus, hey there. And I thought that was hilarious. There's been so many times that the dialogue has surprised me.
So there's... as I'm sure you've seen by now in the story, he's like trying to come into this understanding of how to act around
royalty,
other people, and royalty, and all this etiquette stuff that kind of was never taught to him.
He says that
something we can go ahead.
Yeah, he mentioned in a later scene to somebody that my father always told me that I have bad etiquette in front of royals. I apologize, or something like that. He said that to someone once. Yeah,
he catches on to it all really quick, though. He he catches on to this whole thing. It was something I was going to say more toward the end, but we could say it here. He starts to fill into this commander role really quickly.
I suppose so. Yeah. I mean, as far as a commander, I thought he filled in. He got into it pretty quickly.
supposed to
don't.
be a kid whose father just died, and he was like just training with his dad with a wooden sword.
That's a good point. But I mean, he's still like he's a kid, but he's like 16, 17. Is that how old he is?
I guess so, sure, but like
I mean, that is very
quite
young, of
young,
course. But
and
yeah,
everyone else around him is like they look like they're in their early 20s, I guess.
yeah.
So
they
they're
do not
not
look like
much
that.
older, but at the same time, he's taken on a pretty
Massive
sensitive,
role, massive
a
burden.
pretty sensitive like mentor role and like guiding force role throughout his position as like a commander and telling people what to do or what they ought to do and stuff like that. And
Well, this game is actually, I would say, is kind of leaning a bit on the trope of him being the chosen one, because
Right.
he's the blood of Sir Grail, or well, not Sir, but
Sure.
of Grail, who was amazing.
Mhm.
So they are kind of
well, he
leaning on
was a
that.
sir, as you learn.
It wasn't Sir, right? Yeah. Was it a Sir?
Right. He was.
He
Did
was
you
a
catch
sir.
that part?
I,
His
may-
father used to be a knight.
I can't remember it. Maybe I did actually hear that. That's right. I think
Yeah.
Titania gave me a conversation about that. Maybe.
Yeah, he used to be Sir Gawain.
That's
And he
right.
used
I heard
to-
that name.
Yeah, he used to work for Dane or Benin or one of the empires
One of the other
where
ones.
he was like a big
Or
guy
Crimea.
and gave it all up and whatever, and then he cut the tendons in his sword arm so he couldn't wield the sword anymore, even though that means he could still use a giant axe. So it's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah. He was like the best swordsman ever, and then he vowed never to kill that many people ever again, and so he slashed the tendons in his sword arms.
Dude,
He
I
couldn't
missed
hold a
that,
sword.
dude. Dude, I do not remember anyone telling me something as dramatic as that.
It's in there somewhere. It's in
Okay.
there.
You might have spoiled it for me. I don't know.
I may have spoiled just that one tendon in the
That
arm
tendon thing I never heard. Yeah, I'm pretty
But
sure.
the rest of it, yeah, he worked for I forget which empire. I want to say Dane, but
Those are the bad guys, though. That's
those
interesting.
they became the bad guys. People have talked about
Right.
them like King Ashnard wasn't a bad guy, and then he turned into a fucking crazy psycho.
Oh, okay. I wonder if I'm just like missing a bunch of stuff because I have like some little bits of
They don't
information.
really draw on it for like extra long time, but
But I
it's
mean,
in
you
there.
you have more people alive than me, is what I'm getting.
You
at.
know, that's curious. I wonder if that is playing a role.
Yeah, because I never got to see any of the stuff with Shinon and Rice,
So
and
Shinon
somebody else
isn't,
died too, right?
Shinon isn't back yet in the story up to the point where you're at. So you haven't missed any stuff with him yet.
But he would have been with me for a few battles, right? And there might have been some
He left
conversations.
when Gatry, the Blue Knight, left.
Right. So I don't know. Was there any conversations with him up until then? Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Pay Griffa. What did I say? I didn't write this name very well. Pay Griffia or Griffoa no more heed than you would the air. I thought that was an interesting line. Who said that?
Oh,
King
Gifka.
Gainiga said that about Grifka. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's Gifka or something
Gifka.
like that.
I'm sorry. There is no R.
That's
I don't know why I said
his
that.
like weird bodyguard dude who just kind of hovers by.
Right. I just thought that was a crazy line. Pay Gifka no more heed than you would air. And Aiko's like, okay. He like just took that.
Yeah, understood. I would have Titanian Soren stay with me as well. I'm reading through the script here. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I learned that Ike and Mist were born in Galia, and Grell left Galia when his wife was slain. Holy crap, that's right.
Bubble. Yes.
And the voice Ike heard was Kainigus. Was Kainigus? I have that here. I don't remember that he heard a voice.
The voice you heard where?
In the forest, was it? Was it in the forest?
Maybe. Yeah, because he was there. The king was there during that fight with the Black Knight and his father.
Yeah, that's right. And they said like he heard a voice or something, so that's all that
Yeah,
was.
something like that.
But I don't know if that was really anything worth dwelling on.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, the king of Crimea wanted Crimeans and Gallians to live in harmony, but Dane hates Laguz. That's just a story note that I wrote. After this, though, I actually start taking a lot less story notes because it's making all of my story watching scenes take like an hour.
I think this story is pretty digestible. That's actually something I wrote in my notes, is that everyone is kind of not a complex character, but the writing is really nice to read and well done. So it's overall just kind of a smooth experience. You don't have to think too hard with this game.
Okay, yeah. So far, I've seen that too. Right? Yeah. There was like, so far the most complex thing I've seen so far is much later when there's like that scene with all the Galian kings of all the different beast types having a meeting. I'm like, whoa, it's a whole bunch of people all at once, but. Yeah, after that, no problem, really. Dude, I'm seeing that during this LP, this guy has a little mage girl named Iliana. I don't think I found her.
Iliana is the mage that you killed during that fight a couple battles ago where you had to defend and stay in place. She was just there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I just
and if you don't talk to her with Ike or Soren, I forget which, then you'll just end up fighting her and killing her.
I think that's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess every character that's not a boss that has a portrait is the ones you gotta get.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. Oh man, they posted like the pictures of the.
Yeah, those are like
the
end credit pictures. I think they show up at the end of the game when for all the people that you did recruit. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, well, it's beautiful. The full body art is nice, and
yeah, it's really nice because you never see this anywhere else in the game.
Oh man, yeah. So I really wish I got Marcia now, Marcia.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the end I have of Chapter 9. So now we're on a brand new chapter, Chapter 10, Prisoner Release. Ranulf gives the princess $200 million. Dun, dun, dun. Which is actually just 20,000 gold in Bjork currency, though. And like that was the greatest thing ever. Princess Elincia says, I cannot accept a gift of this magnitude. And I'm like, no! Take the gift! Accept the money! And Ike freaking agrees with her. Yeah, we can't accept this. And I'm like, no! Accept the money, Ike! You're a mercenary. You gotta get paid. But eventually, they did accept it. Thank freaking God.
They had to do it the extra polite way, though.
Right. Okay. And then I had a crazy freaking conversation with Rolf. I wrote, damn, Rolf is a little kid that craves battle. Like, I can't remember exactly what was said, but he was talking about how he's like just looking forward to slaying his enemies and stuff.
You think he's like a kid? I thought he was like an adult, but he was just kind of small.
Oh, I assumed he was a kid. I don't know for sure.
I don't know. It's hard to tell with anime sometimes.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I haven't thought. He looks really small. I don't think he's a kid.
He does look young. I don't know.
I mean, there's also two other characters we're going to meet who are small, both refer to each other as kids. So
sure.
I'm thinking Rolf is a kid too.
Probably.
I keep hoping that we're going to get the Zelda 64 moment and Rolf is going to grow up and be amazing. Let's see here.
You mean Ike?
No, I mean freaking Rolf because he's a little kid. I want Rolf to grow up and be awesome. And, I can just get a little bit older.
Who cares?
Yeah. I gave all the... this is like one of my first times doing stuff in the base scene. So I gave all the bonus experience to Mist because she's so hard to level up.
Yeah, she just doesn't... Healing is just not a good way of gaining experience.
The health went... I'm sorry, what?
That's all she can do.
Right? Yeah. So, but she doesn't... I guess really that means that the only thing I'm really hoping she's going to get is HP and defense. Basically.
It's still worth it to give it to her because if she does get attacked, her luck and avoidance will go up and...
Right. I guess avoidance goes up too, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying, yeah. So I'm giving her the experience points, and really I guess all I'm hoping for out of her level ups are HP and defense.
I think she can heal more too.
Yes, if her magic goes up, then she'll heal her magic, like the basic heal wand does your magic stat plus 10. So,
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you definitely want to level her up.
Yeah. So, I mean, she's like I'm just going off the top of my head, maybe level 7 now.
Sure, that sounds about right.
Yeah, doing pretty good, I think, in my eyes, doing well. So I gave it all to Mist. The help window says weight just affects your shove ability. Is that all weight does?
I want to say that weight in what am I trying to say? It dictates if you can rescue another unit. Their weight has to be higher than the rescued unit's weight, I think.
Okay, so there's that too.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never actually, I did use shove one time just to see what it does. And I'm like, yep, does what I thought. Pushes it back.
I haven't used it all this time at all, but I recall using it in the past in like really like specific scenarios. I'm like, I need this guy to be one space forward, and I need to like use another unit's turn to do it. Like,
right.
When is that going to happen?
It seems unlikely, right? Yeah.
Or if someone is in danger and they're one space away from being safe, if you bump them out of the way.
Yeah.
But you're using a turn, so it's like, maybe you better try and kill the thing that's going to kill that.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah, I'm not sure when I'm ever going to use the shove ability, like, in an important way. I noticed, I think one of the guys, maybe Mordecai, who has the ability to shove somebody 2 spaces or something.
Yeah, it's called Smite, which is like an incredible name for a thing that just pushes
somebody back a little bit. Yeah.
Smite.
I have smitten you.
Yeah, seriously, I moved you a little bit. Picked up and moved you over there.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay. You can forge a lance with 1 attack. I thought that was interesting. And
interesting.
Right? So, and another interesting thing about it is that even if you make the attack lower, they made it oddly realistic here. Normally, because it's less useful, it would be cheaper. But even if you make something with just 1 attack, just because it's a number removed from the original number, it costs money to make it.
Yeah, it's like a customization cost. The more different from standard you're making it, the more it costs.
Right, even if it's less useful. I thought that was interesting because most games wouldn't bother to make it cost much at all, right? But it costs almost the same as if you increase the attack.
Yeah.
So, interesting. Okay. I made a 5 attack slim sword for 3,048 gold. Is that expensive for a sword?
No. So what I've been doing is you can only forge once per time that you're at your base.
Right.
And that's because I think the game realizes that forging is kind of OP, and you definitely have enough money, and the game eventually does give you enough money to just kind of forge way more than you normally can. So they have to put like an artificial breaker on it. If you forge a high damage, high crit, low weight, high hit, like all the numbers in the right direction,
right?
Once every time you can, and give it to maybe the character that you like that's trying to level up or needs a little help. Like that's usually what I do, and just don't worry about how much it costs.
I don't think you could do that every time, though.
I've been doing it almost every time, except for one or 2 battles where I forgot.
Holy crap. Okay.
I don't know that I'm getting any extra sources of money. Maybe 1 or 2 things here that I picked up, but maybe I'm not sure. Maybe you didn't pick up and sold, but
I got some stuff. I got everything probably, actually, now that I think about it.
I think you probably did, so I don't know that I did anything special.
Okay. I made it purple to match Mia's hair. Aw. We have to walk back to Crimea and take a ship to Begnion, because there is an impassable mountain range dividing Galia and Begnion. That's just a story thing I noted that I wrote. Titania says, don't hire Volk to pick locks. Soren says, do hire him. I hired him.
Good choice.
I guess so. I haven't seen anything really interesting happen with him, but he was useful in picking the locks. Costed money, though, right? Like it's $50 a lock, right?
50 gold, yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. The Volk hiring music is pretty epic, I wrote here. Yeah, you say you're going to hire him and the music turns all epic all of a sudden. It's like, really? Just to hire some thief dude? I get all this? Awesome. There are 5 treasure chests in the prisoner release battle, right? There are 5 treasure chests. I want them all. There's an option to break down the door, which I thought was interesting. So then I thought, why do I even need somebody to pick the lock? Do you have any input on that? Like, is it better to have lock picks or what?
It's an option. It's a quicker option, and it doesn't take up your weapon's durability to do, but they give you the option to... I mean, it depends. So if you have a door key, and really they're only ever necessary to open up doors, also it's faster because you're not going to break a door in one turn, usually.
Okay. I did once.
Maybe these doors you did? Okay, then later on you definitely don't. They have a lot more hit points.
Okay. Oh, that's right. I remember this. So this is the one where you're supposed to sneak in and quietly, that's what they said anyways, you're supposed to be quiet.
That's what they say.
And release the prisoners. And I kept trying to, go around in ways, like I reset this thing over and over again to, not get caught. And like I figured out how to not get caught by the closest most guard, but then like the next guard is there. And I tried over and over again. I was spotted on my first turn. Is it possible not to get caught? I wrote here. Like, in the end, I just like, okay, whatever. I'm just going all out, kill everyone style. Like, I don't care if I get caught anymore. Is it possible to not get caught? That would be an interesting challenge.
No, I don't think it's possible because you have to go up to that exit area, and there's 2 units just standing there.
So there's at least that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I don't know that it... maybe... I'm just trying to think of if you really wait and get one unit and escape with with Ike, because it has to be Ike.
That's right.
But you would always end up running into them. I think it's just to help you get a little foothold into the front of the fight, into like the middle of the room, and maybe unlock that first cell. But nah, you're always going to get caught like ASAP. It's just not possible.
Okay. Yeah, it seems that way to me too. And they killed Mist. Second try. I reloaded.
What? Oh, okay, good.
They killed Mist. I reloaded, though. Second try. Okay. Tried 6 times to be stealthy. Just gonna go swords blazing now. Why can't Mist... Oh, sorry. This is a separate thing. Sorry. Why can't Mist use a mend staff? I actually know the reason now, though. It's like I think I stole it with that guy, with Volk, and then I gave it to her, but she couldn't use it, and I wasn't sure why, but I actually know why now. Dude... I want to save Kieran so I can take his skill Gamble and give it to Mia. Do you want to say anything in reply to that, Mel?
What? You took...
So I met this guy Kieran, and I think he's one of the guys you save.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I put the freaking, I pushed the Y button on him to see what his status and all that. And so I wrote here, dude, I want to save Kieran so I can take his skill, Gamble, and give it to Mia.
Oh, well, unfortunately, not possible.
Is it not possible? Yeah.
No, you can't remove skills.
Yeah.
You can delete skills.
Lame. I can't give Braum a lance, and I sent him in instead of me. I sent him in instead of me. Instead of Ike, I guess, me. Yeah, I sent Braum in. He didn't have a lance, and I couldn't give him one during the battle because we didn't have an extra one in anybody else's inventory. So I was like, crap. Oh, no, that's right. I didn't send him in. I rescued him, and he didn't have a lance. And I was annoyed. I couldn't give him a lance because I didn't have an extra one. That's right. Something like that. Because, yeah, you can order them to do stuff. And so I ordered them to move up towards, like, the exit where the boss is. And then, because he had that big-ass armor, I thought he'd be fine. And in the end, he was. Thank God. But I remember it being pretty close, I think. Boyd dealt sick damage to the boss, Danomil. Soren finished him off. Yeah, had a good boss fight for once, right?
Wow. You're getting the hang of it.
Yep.
Hey,
Holy
by the way,
yes.
did you notice the first guy that you rescued? Did you
Yes,
look
I did notice
at his stats?
I didn't look at his stats, no. Tell me about him.
They're really
They're
ridiculous.
massive.
Back in the day, there was all of these like rumors of like how you can recruit this guy because he's like a top like maxed out level mage
dude, yeah.
whatever. And just all of his stats are insane. He has some skill, I can't remember what it is on him that's like ridiculous and whatever, but you can't get him.
Yeah. Now in the days of game FAQs and everything being found by everyone very quickly, we know now he can't be get recruited, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, what was his name? Sephiron, right? Like Sephiroth, but Sephiron.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah.
And you find out who he is later on.
Yeah, I think I heard what he is already. I can't remember what it was now, though.
He's a senator.
A senator for which country was it?
For Begnion.
For Begnion? Okay, yeah.
He talks with the apostle a little bit, which we'll get to later on. So he's like a hugely important, high-ranking guy who's apparently like a fucking crazy, powerful mage.
Awesome. Okay. Holy crap. Mist's weapon level increased, and now she can use the Mend Staff. That was awesome. Yeah. This battle... Sorry, go ahead.
I said, get it?
I got it, dude. Next note. This battle is insane. Boyd can take out nearly any Lance user in one shot, and he'll never die as long as Mist accompanies him. That's what I found out playing this stage.
Boyd is going to be one of your earliest, like, fucking multi-tool, do whatever. Put Boyd wherever you need him, and he'll take
kind of
care
guy.
of it.
Yeah. Saved all prisoners, got all chests. Massively successful mission. Kieran is hilarious. Here's a quote from him. Quote, such emotion. The tears. Sniff. I thought that was awesome.
I chose to give him like a overly manly, like enunciated voice, like type of thing, where he's just like, "Oh, I am," like that kind of.
Let me try. Such emotion. The tears. Sniff.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was my chapter 10. Now, that battle in the end, after all the reloads of trying to be stealthy and stuff, and freaking dudes coming in from the back and killing Mist and all that, after that, eventually, massively successful mission it turned out to be. But man, I think it was like 2 hours in that battle for me. So these battles are taking long for me. You were like, I feel like this game goes faster than Tactics. And like the first 6 missions go faster than Tactics, but then they start ramping up the length.
I guess so, yeah.
I mean, when you know exactly what to do, because one of the problems I'm having, which is the same thing I mentioned before, is that you made me all paranoid when you told me, make sure you level up the low-level people and don't just use Titania for everything. And
yeah, that's very good advice. You definitely don't want to do that.
Okay, fine. But now I'm paranoid and I hardly use Titania for anything.
I would not use her for anything. I use her as a shield. I don't equip a weapon to her. I let her like take attacks and she gains 0 experience whenever possible.
Okay. Yeah, even now in like what I'm in freaking level. I used her in chapter 16. She's still like she takes damage, but she's just not gonna die. She's not gonna die. It's amazing. Yep. And so well, I'll ask later the question I have. No, I'll forget later, so I'll ask it now. So you told me to do that. You gave me that piece of advice, but it kind of seems like if I was good at finding the way to recruit everybody, because you kind of constantly get new overpowered recruits. Like when you get Leith and Mordecai. They're freaking crazy powerful.
They're really strong.
Right?
Yeah.
I could have used Titania all the way up until this current chapter even with no problem. Like there were some other ones. Like what about this guy Kieran who I just got? Is he not pretty strong? He's a knight, horse
He's
knight too, I believe.
definitely he's a sword wielding horse knight, so that makes him a little different, which is nice. But he's definitely not like baby mode like Rolf. You don't have to level him up in that same way. But if you're giving experience points to Titania instead of other units, the difference is those other units like Rolf or Mist or whatever, their stat growths are way, way, way better. So if you have a lot of these units that are really strong early on, and that's what you have to fight with at the end of the game, you're going to be fighting in a harder situation. I'm sure it's still winnable, but the best units are almost always units that come in at level 1. They take time to level up, and then when they level up, they get way more points per level. And I think Titania is also behind a little bit for how high level she is. Her stats are kind of low, even though they're way higher than, like when you get another unit that high, they're going to have quite a higher. They should, because it's all kind of random, but they should have higher stats in general. Like they shouldn't take any damage from guys at this point in the game.
Oh man, that's an interesting way that they've set up this game, because I had always heard how hard this game is, and it's hard because of the permadeath. And but really, so it's hard, because you worry about the permadeath, but really. I figured out this game is actually not that hard at all. It's just you got to be very cautious, like because because it's not like Tactics where you deal damage and they do damage to you, as much as you send in a guy and utterly obliterate a guy, and your guy takes no damage eventually. Is how it seems to me. Like I just did that with a unit. I'll tell you all about it when I get there.
Yeah, it can definitely happen that way. I think the difficulty curve on this game kind of wiggles around a little bit. So it's, kind of coming back to me as I play it, but I'm definitely in a mode now where it's a bit easier, and I'm definitely picking lower power units that I want to level up a bit. But for a first-time playthrough, I was told off the bat when I played this game not to use Titania, so I never did. I kind of heard those warning signs early on. I was like, oh, okay, I'll just use her to do this and that. And that's kind of the advice I was immediately given. But I suspect a lot of first-time players would have used her quite a bit.
Probably for everything,
Yeah, maybe for everything. And I'm sure the game is designed around to make it not impossible if you do that. Like, you're not really going to make it that hard, but you are going to, miss out on quite a few levels for the rest of your crew, because she just would absorb, like, she gains, like, no experience points when you kill shit, and that's a ton that goes to other units.
Right. Okay. So, looks like we're done with Chapter 10, going to Chapter 11. Blood Runs Red.
Sure does.
Soren talks about the folly of humans as though he isn't one himself. I wrote that as a note. I thought that was cool. All the dialogue here is pretty cool. Ranulf says there are people born with nothing and people born with everything. We should envy the ones who can't tell the difference. I thought that was this weird, poetic, deep-ass shit.
It really is good. This opening scene is where the writing also struck me again. I was like, this is really localized incredibly well.
I think so too, and I wonder how much disparity there is between the Japanese dialogue and the English one. Like, did they take a bunch of liberties with it or not? I wonder. I'm gonna assume that they did. Like, I'm assuming the message is the same, but they just said it in a different way. Because Japanese tends to say everything quite literally. Like they literally say, if you catch a cold, it's bad. That's a phrase you say in Japanese. Right? And if somebody said that in a game, don't catch a cold, it would be bad if you caught a cold. It just sounds weird and unnatural, right? So they're going to change it to just don't catch a cold or something, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking they probably did dress up the language, and I'm in agreement with you. I really didn't expect when I first saw Ike. I was like, okay, this is Ike. Okay, his design is kind of tame in my opinion. Doesn't really jump out at me too much. Doesn't really look that cool to me. In fact, he kind of seemed like when I first saw his design, and in the opening chapters he doesn't say that much. I kind of felt like they made him kind of to be like a player surrogate, even though he's not a mute character.
Sure.
I kind of felt like they just made him look like a general young man, so that general young men could instantly feel like they're portrayed onto him or something. But yeah, I don't know. As the story goes on, he starts saying hilarious stuff and badass stuff, and I'm just more impressed as the game goes on.
Mm-hmm.
So this is awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can a person suffer permanent injury in this game? Oh, that is a question I have because I noticed that Soren always tells me no permanent injuries.
I think that's just for flavor. There's no permanent injuries.
Right. I didn't think so. Okay. This game likes the concept of natural talent. Oh yeah, I wrote that down. Just because, people were saying like, Ike, you have this natural talent. It's different from a person who just practices a lot.
Right. I guess that's supposed to be their way of like kind of excusing why you're so strong when you've really only just started this, and there are people who have been doing this their whole lives that you're just mowing down.
Right. I know. So I kind of find it believable. That's right. I was going to say this before, and somehow our conversation went other places, but when you're saying how it seems kind of unbelievable that this kid who just started this took the command role this well, this quickly. I kind of found it believable though, because he started off, not really knowing what to do, but he had Titania right there watching him the whole time. So I kind of felt like he was being watched. And then early in the game, you're going to get freaking Gatry and Shinon, and I didn't get Shinon, but Gatry is like just invincible for the time that he's with you. Just everybody attacks him, it's like no damage. And so when you've got Titania like helping you out, and you've got Soren helping you out, and you've got an invincible dude on your team, I kind of felt it was believable that he got into practice, like that his beginning missions went so well. And he got into the role of commander so quickly. Actually, I kind of believed it because of that stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I just think the time frame is like, I guess
too short.
Didn't get enough background on. Well, was he always this kind of disciplined and respectful, or did he take this on because he's very serious about his new? The game starts with very little
backstory, right. Not much, not anything really, right? Mm-hmm. Just he's been practicing the sword, that's about it, right?
He was practicing with his dad, and his dad, it implied like he was starting to practice. And then his dad was like yelling at him like, you gotta get up early because you're fucking training now. And he said, I don't want to get up early.
Yeah, he was still acting like a wee babe, but then he takes it all on perfectly in stride.
Really well. And then, I guess time frame is kind of hard to gauge, but it hasn't been years. It's been months maybe, but he's starting to really make these very commanderly decisions about the people in his company and what to do and giving them advice on things. That I was like, he's really filling into this role quite adeptly, huh?
I guess so. Yes, I'm just gonna say yes. I guess so.
His conversations with the apostle are really toward the end of it of this section that we're in was like, whoa, he's just playing these highbrow word games with the head of state for this. I'm just a couple months ago he was smacking wooden swords with his dad. Right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying totally. But yeah, so as I said, this game likes the concept of natural talent. So yeah, maybe you're right that's what they're using that for. Okay, I have written here, the merchant was hilarious. Quote, low prices.
Yes.
I can't remember the whole thing, but it was something like,
It's pretty good.
like I want to tell you all about my low prices, and then like Ike talks to him about something else real quick, and then Ike's like, okay, bye, and he's like, wait, don't you want to hear about my low prices? I thought that was funny.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, here we go. This is where the tragedy begins. This is the first of a couple tragedies in this series of chapters. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote here, wow, where did Kieran's gamble skill go?
Hmm?
I tried, so...
Where did it go?
Okay, so here's what happened. I went into the manage menu. I went into the skill menu. I went to Kieran. I selected to remove his gamble skill. I went over to Mia, expecting to give it to her.
Nope.
That bitch was gone.
Yep. You can only remove to add new skills. I read somewhere that you can unequip skills, but I was like, I don't think you can. You can remove them because some skills are stupid, and you may as well remove them if you have another one that you want to give them to.
Right.
Or give to that person, rather. But yeah, if someone has a skill, it's almost never a detriment. So if you don't have anything to replace it with, you might as well leave it there.
But I wanted...
Doesn't Mia come with a skill?
She has a skill already. I wanted to give her more skills. Yeah.
Did she have enough points to put that other skill on, though?
I don't remember how many points gamble is. It's funny now that I actually do have a scroll with the gamble skill, and she can actually learn it. So,
Okay.
so I could give it to her now, actually. But
do you recall what gamble does?
yes, it's the one that lowers your normal hit percentage by half, but doubles your critical hit percentage.
Whoa.
And I kind of feel like she's a really low damage character. I put so much work into Mia because she's cute and I want to have the cute girl. You know, I always base everything on looks because I'm shallow like that. And so I want to have the super cute swordsman that can kick everybody's ass. But it turns out she's just not a DPS build, if you will. So
I think she's meant more for like successive strike. Like if you give her a lightweight weapon, she can attack twice almost all the time.
Right.
Her avoidance is really high, so she can get out of the way. And yeah, if you can get her to crit,
that's what I thought. Yeah, if I could get her crits up, it would be awesome. So one freaking sweet thing that I did that worked pretty well, maybe I'll mention it later here, is that another guy, I can't remember his name now, comes with a sword called Killer. The
killer blade or something. Yeah.
And it's like freaking just the blade itself alone is like 36% chance to crit. I was like, holy crap. Gave that to her. She crits the hell out of people left and right.
Yeah. So the killer swords, that's a set prefix. There are certain swords that have or weapons that say they're a killer lance, killer sword, killer whatever.
Yeah, you're right.
And
they're all like that, aren't they?
They all behave that way, but the trade-off, of course, is they have way lower durability.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They don't last too long. Yeah.
Nah, they don't.
Okay. Yeah, so if you remove the skill, though, you can't, like, re-equip it, even to Kieran. It just disappears forever and it's gone. That was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote here, dude, everybody's skills are disappearing because I did it to, like, 2 other people.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't remember who they all are now, but, like, 3 people have lost their skill. I didn't reset either because it took a long time. I have a master seal to upgrade my class. Looking forward to using that. I forged a 6,000 gold bow for Rolf and called it Steel Balls.
Nice.
He one-shots mofos with that thing, man. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. Rolf is incredibly good.
Yeah. Let's see, what do I have here? 13. Oh, that's right. 13 versus 28. Holy crap. This is going to be a huge battle.
I'm curious how this one went for you. It's a pretty crazy one.
I think this is the one that I spent like 6 hours on, actually. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow.
It was either this one or... Is it either that? No, it wasn't 16. I think it was this one. I think this is the battle I spent like 6 hours on. So let me keep reading.
Yeah.
I didn't plan on using Braum or Nephany, so they are unarmed. Crap.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't think I ever chose the choose units thing, and they were just in there, and I started the battle, and they were there with nothing.
You deployed units with nothing on them. Great.
Yeah. Okay, Z-Hark joined me. Nice. That's the guy who
Hey,
had the
got
killer
him.
sword. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Bitch-ass thief burned down a house, so Titania axed his face off.
Did you get the item back that you stole? Do you remember? Because sometimes they will have that, and then when you kill them, you get it.
But when they burn their houses, they don't get the items. It's not the same as when they loot a treasure chest. Right?
Oh, okay.
They just burn down the house so you can't go in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So no, I didn't get anything. I stole the cleric's wand. I thought that was genius. And I freaking love that the steal rate is 100% in this game.
True. They have to have it not equipped, though.
Right.
And you can't equip a wand, so you can always steal wands.
Right. Exactly. The system of this game where you move, see all possible combat options, and then have the option to cancel is freaking sweet. We said that last time. Time, too. The Wyvern Riders are kicking my ass.
Uh-oh.
No! Rolf died after 40 minutes of fighting. I reloaded.
Yeah, I would.
I reloaded. Second try. The GameCube tubas sound hilariously bad. I remember the song. Like when the guy who's what's his name? Nadir? The guy who's the captain of the ship we're gonna take after this battle. He's talking to the bad guy boss, saying, "Hey, I want to, leave port soon." And during that conversation, it starts off with like these like tuba things going burp, burp, burp.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
I was like, dude, this sounds kind of bad. So those are the tubas. Let's see.
Evil tubas.
Here we go. I left Rolf exposed, and he died. Reloaded again. Third try. I got a Draco shield and Elwind from townsfolk. Nice. The recruitable dude died. Z-Hark, right? Yeah. Soren killed Jill with Elwind. Nice. I mean, I guess it was nice. Could I have gotten Jill, the Dragon Rider girl?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I had the feeling, but it wasn't Ike. So I don't know who it was. Do you know who it was? To talk to her?
So in that instance, it's a little tricky. You can't recruit her this map.
Okay.
So I'll tell you how I usually do it when you're done.
Okay, right. Hi. Had to let Leith kill a Dragon Rider because Ike dealt 0 damage. And I said I had to let her because I'm kind of treating her the same way as I treat Titania because she seems OP, so I'm not using her much. Is it worth it to? Is it not worth it to level her up, or is it a bad idea? No. Leith, the girl who turns to a cat.
I honestly don't use them very much either, only because their transformation mechanic is annoying.
Oh, you don't like that?
I don't like that. Even though they have the Laguz stone that lets you auto transform, you're still on the clock, and it winds down every time you take an action or take damage.
Wait. Doesn't the Laguz stone let you just stay in the transformation for the whole time?
I thought it prompts it for like right away.
No, even if I don't have that those Lagoon Stone equipped on her, and she just turns automatically anyway.
She does. So Leaf starts that way. I don't know why, what dictates it, but
but Mordecai doesn't.
Mordecai doesn't. His timer always starts low, and then later on he transforms. But you can use a Laguz Stone to transform him whenever you want. You only got a couple of them.
So that's what that's for. Okay.
Then his points do start to go down whenever a turn ticks over or he takes an action or both. So it's like, but the trade-off is they're really strong.
Yes.
But it's like, I'd rather give those points to people who are more consistent. And the thing is, when they transform, they're super weak. They're no longer good for like a meat shield. And also, since they don't have weapons, you can't stop them from attacking. And Lagoos have really strong weaknesses, like
fire
Goose
and
Lagoos
stuff.
are weak to fire, and the Lagoos weapons that say like Lagoos
killer and stuff
or whatever.
Yeah,
they take a shit ton of damage off of that.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I know. I've had pretty good luck with Leith. I've just been using her only.
Yeah, they're still solid units, and since Leith transforms right away, she can get a lot of work in before anything else happens.
Okay. Volk died while carrying the Draco shield.
Uh-oh, did you reset?
No.
Okay.
Dude, Rolf crit the boss and killed him. That blew my mind. He just one-shot crit the boss. That was awesome.
From full health?
I think it was full health. Maybe not.
Oh.
Maybe it wasn't full health, but it might have been.
That's a risky fight because he's also a bow user.
An archer.
That boss.
Right. Yeah. So I was pretty scared too. But I went for it. Amazing hit. Where is it? Okay, what? Where am I at? Okay, I got the Draco shield from... this is the whole problem with us doing this, is that I keep losing my spot. Like, I think I missed this one. Amazing hit chance. Oh, yeah. Amazing. Hit chance takes into account everybody's avoid stat. The enemy's avoid stat. That's awesome, is it not?
Well, what do you mean? Isn't that what it should do?
It is what it should do, but no, it is what it should do, now that you mention it. But I had assumed that what they're showing when you say to attack someone and they show the combat window, what I assumed that hit was just your character's innate hit chance with the weapon.
Oh, I see.
And I didn't think it would go out of its way to subtract the... So it was actually doing the Final Fantasy Tactics thing, which actually giving you the full percentage. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. If it says 100, it's 100%.
Right.
End of story.
Yeah. So I thought that was awesome. When I figured that, I was like, no, that's amazing.
No.
Okay. So Rolf crit the boss and killed him. That was amazing. Soren died to Alonite.
Oh, boy.
The Black Knight. He walks out the... Dude. He walks out the freaking house, and he got the first turn at the moment he walks out the house. And he can walk really far, and me and Ike and freaking, it's like you're about to hear an amazing story right now, Il. So first thing he does, he walks out, and like as soon as I see it, I'm like, holy crap, we got to run away. And I tried to run away, but it didn't matter. He walked right up to Soren and killed his ass in one shot. Yep. Then now Oscar's on a horse, so he should be able to get away, right? But Oscar died to Alonite too.
Oh no.
Thanks to Soren's sacrifice, however, Ike was finally able to get out of Alonite's range and be rescued by Titania, because he wasn't going to be able to run away fast enough either. So like right after Soren died, I was like, oh my god, and I had freaking Titania from a pretty far away point start just making tracks back to close to where Ike is to get him on her horse and ride out of there. Eventually, doing that, we arrived at the freaking boat. And that was that battle.
So, Soren is dead, technically? I mean, he's down.
Yeah, that was really weird to me.
So he doesn't actually die. If you let him die, he retreats. Huh?
That is correct, yeah.
Right. Yeah, certain units will not actually die because they're too important to the story, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. I guess he's too important. So I'll keep reading on here. At least Ranulf lived thanks to Sephiroth, which was actually Sephiron. Sephirin. I can't remember his name. Holy crap. 2 massive mofos, Alonite and Ashnard, just said we're in this cutscene scene now, okay?
Yeah.
Alanite and Ashnar just said Volk is their worm. I need to accidentally get his ass killed ASAP. Haven't killed him yet, though.
Did they say Volk is the worm?
They said they have the worm in, and maybe I made that connection myself because he's the only person who's freaking suspicious enough. Yeah, they might not have said his name. I'm sorry?
But he did die in your playthrough, right?
No, Volk did not die. Freaking Oscar and Soren died.
Okay, so Oscar and Soren. So, interesting. So you can't deploy Soren anymore, right?
That's correct.
Wow, interesting. That's crazy.
What is Sephiroth, the Prime Minister? I wrote down Sephiroth on purpose as a joke.
Oh, Prime Minister. I said Senator before. Yeah, he's the Prime Minister.
Yeah, is Sephiroth the Prime Minister of Begnion? Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Ashnard wants the medallion. Miss Medallion? Quote, I don't know, question mark.
Hmm.
Here we go. Chapter 12.
Well, let me get through.
Okay.
I know we spent some time here, but yeah, the whole thing that you're kind of meant to do here is get yourself. You're supposed to advance the line left and then up toward the boss as other units behind you kind of push back. So you're not supposed to have a safe flank behind you, which you have had the entire rest of the game. And really, the way that you can do it is just keep moving to the left, take out the units. If you have a really fast unit, you have to talk to get Zihark. You have to talk to him with a Laguz
or Mordecai.
Or Mordecai. And they're both quite fast. They can move a lot.
Yeah.
So it's usually easy to get them over there. And then you have to get them the fuck out of there because the Black Knight is going to show up in that little house.
Yep.
And like you were saying, his movement range is crazy. His sword has a projectile, if you didn't notice.
I noticed. I noticed.
Yeah, he's 100% unkillable at this point in the game, of course. And then to top it all off, you have that battalion of Wyvern Knights behind you.
Yes.
But if you never get in their range, they won't come toward you. So you can just totally ignore them. And hopefully by the time you're killing the boss and getting up there, the Black Knight usually doesn't roam around very much if there's no one in his range to attack. So you really just have to get the fuck out of that starting area as soon as you possibly can.
So that's what you're supposed to do. No, I kept Ike, Soren, and maybe not Mist. Ike and Soren. Oh, and Oscar, right. I kept Ike, Soren, and Oscar back. And also Leith helped to take out those freaking, because I knew those wyverns were coming, to take out the wyverns. So I killed all the wyverns, actually. And then I wanted Oscar, with his amazing movement, to go way up to the top because there's an open house that you can go talk to someone and get an item there. So I went and did that. And then there's a couple guys up there too, so I killed them too. And, around the time that you're finishing all that stuff, the guys who are moving towards the left, slowly but surely, are about to meet the boss. So then I started, what did I do? And so I thought, okay, I'll just keep moving these guys up, up first and then to the left, and they'll meet the other guys and we'll pincer attack all these guys, even though that really doesn't matter in this game. We'll be pincering attacking all the guys standing near the boat dock. But then the freaking Black Knight comes out the house and that's what happened there.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what happened with me. Yeah. Amazing story there, huh?
Well, I was kind of wondering if this would go a little sideways. Seems like it did.
It went sideways, yo. Yeah, and it's kind of an epic thing to, when you have characters you like Soren, it would be my favorite out of those three. The three that died, Soren would be my favorite. It's kind of epic when, a character that you like has to sacrifice himself just so that freaking Ike can get out of range for one turn. Because if it had been one more turn later, the Black Knight would have caught up to Ike. But just to keep him out of range for one turn, because he stopped to kill Soren and Oscar.
Oh, God.
Because of that one turn was enough for freaking Titania to get him on the horse and get out of there and get out of range of him completely finally. And
Poor Oscar.
Right? And so because that story was so epic, I was like sitting there thinking like, dude, do I just accept this? Like, this is kind of amazing. But
I think that's what they want you to do.
I'm sorry?
I think that's what they want you to do. Rather than roll back every time someone dies.
Just accept the adventure of it.
I guess so, which is something I never do, but it's interesting to see a playthrough of someone who is doing that actual, like, the intended way.
I guess so, yeah. If you've never seen it before. Yeah, so that was like too epic of a fight, and it took forever as well. Decided not to roll it back. So, yeah. Okay, ready to move on to chapter 12?
Yes, sir.
A Strange Land. Nasir says, quote, "The strength of your conviction comes from your youth. It will be tested." Sick line is what I wrote there. That is a sick line. And who does somebody dies? I have written here that somebody dies. Oh, Ike replies. Okay, sorry, I have bad handwriting. Ike replies, quote, "Talking to you is hard work." I thought that was funny.
Yes.
Okay, WTF. Soren is here to give me a battle summary.
Did it not specify that he retreated? Or did it like say?
It said that, but didn't he still like lean down on the ground and disappear even after he said retreat? And so 100%. I thought that even though he said retreat, he had still actually died. And I love how freaking Ike was like, trying to motivate Soren further, when he's like on his about to die. I love how Ike is like motivating Soren. Dude, wouldn't it be better if you were there to tell me what to do? Like, Soren wasn't gonna retreat at first or something until Ike said, wouldn't it be better if you were there to tell me what to do? And he's like, okay, fine. But then he died, it looked like. So I thought he was dead. So here he is to give me a battle summary. And that really kind of rubbed me the wrong way, to be honest, because after...
I guess that's what they meant by permanent injury.
Right. So I accidentally pushed the...
concept is that he is permanently injured now.
So I think I accidentally pushed the button too quickly, so I couldn't see, like, whatever, about injuries or anything. So I think I just, accidentally skipped through it. So yeah, I couldn't tell you anything about that. Quote, or not quote, next line. "Dude, Rolf is growing up way too fast." I don't remember what he said this time, but he was like talking more about how he's going to protect everyone and stuff. It's impressive.
Yeah.
"Why is Soren still in cutscenes?" So I'm just having a problem with this Soren being still here after he died.
There.
I wanted him to die nobly, not, haunt me as a ghost, even if he's going to help me. I don't like it. They couldn't get anybody else to be the battle report guy and anybody else to just say what he's going to say if it's an important thing to the story.
I guess not. Pretty much everyone that talks to you regularly in cutscenes, if they do fight with you in the battle, they won't die. Those cutscenes are fixed mostly. They'll just retreat instead of dying.
Can Boyd die?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Oh. I think Oscar fully died, I believe. Yeah, he's not.
I'm pretty sure.
Right, he's not there,
I'm gonna guess that all three of those, because they're brothers. I don't know if you realize.
I figured that out later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
Ralph, Boyd, and Oscar are brothers. I'm pretty sure all three of them can die.
Yeah. Okay. Mia crit. Okay, we're in the battle now. Mia crit a bird first try and insta killed it. Okay, yeah, that's right. This is the battle where you're on the ship and the freaking bird people are attacking you. I beat this freaking battle in like 15 minutes.
Nice.
Like compared to the previous one, like Jesus Christ, it was like a massive relax.
I think this was a much easier.
Way easier, yeah. But Mist died, so I had to try again. But still, I beat it pretty quickly after that. After resetting and running the ship aground, Ike almost called. This is hilarious. Ike almost calls a Galdoan soldier, quote, a complete jackass. Remember that? He's like,
I don't remember
he's
that.
like, you're a complete ... and then like something interrupts. He doesn't call him a... I know the word he was looking for is jackass. I just know it. Holy shit. The danger level abruptly gets turned up to 11. What am I referring to? I'm not looking at the thing. I should have written... I guess I need to take more detailed notes. During this cutscene, like these guys... Oh, that's right. They snap their fingers and instantly turn into dragons. Wasn't that it?
Yeah.
That's what it was. Like, holy crap. I freaked out when it happened.
These are dragon lagoos.
Right. Yeah. So... so that was that. I guess I'm gay now. I thought Kurth Naga was cute.
I mean, who...
I thought it was a girl.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was a girl until he said he's the prince. I was like, really? Kurth Naga does all this great stuff for us and gets along super well with Ike. Why can't Kurth Naga be a princess? That's what I wrote. I want this to be a waifu game, I guess.
I guess so.
Ike, quote, Danes are evil and Crimeans are not. It's as simple as that. I thought that was really dramatic because that he would take that simple of a stance. I actually didn't think anybody would, like Nasir comes in after that and he says, actually, it's not that simple. And then he immediately says, oh yeah, I guess you're right. So, but I thought that was interesting that we were playing at first it seemed like we were playing the character with the position. No, Danes are just evil. Like I thought that was weird at first, but then yeah, he has the talk with Nasir. Okay, so that chapter went really smoothly. Chapter 13, Guiding Wind. Are Boyd, Rolf, and Oscar brothers? Turns out they are.
Well, they were.
Right. Oh, is this it? Okay, so I guess this is it right here. So after coming this far, after seeing that freaking Soren is still in all the cutscenes, and after telling my 7-year-old daughter, dude, Soren and Oscar died, and she's like, no, reset! Don't let them be dead. I reset that battle. I did it again. It took forever, again, but I got everybody out of there safely, including Zihark, and I still have Oscar and Soren now.
Oh my God. Well,
Yeah.
I think the work will pay off because Soren, I didn't want to say it, but Soren's easily one of the best units in the game. Oscar is probably interchangeable, but if you level him up, he's really, really, really strong. Yeah, it's a good thing you got those guys back.
Yeah.
You get Volk back? Because I think you said Volk had died. No, yeah.
Volk is
you got
safe
him
too.
back.
They're all safe. No fatalities.
Wow.
Yeah.
So in that last fight on the ship, if you didn't kill her in the previous fight, Jill would have shown up and would have been able to be recruited there.
During the Ravens battle?
Yeah, she shows up because her commander, Hark, or whatever his name is,
Yeah.
didn't want to get involved in the fight, and then she shows up here like, my fucking commander didn't want to, whatever, I'm going to show him, I'll do whatever. Because she really just hates all Lagoos. And she's like, you're an enemy, but you're not a beast person. I'm going to team up with you for now. And then Ike is just like, okay. And then she's just permanently on their team.
Oh, man. Oh, I missed out. I could have had a Wyvern rider.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got everybody back. Daniel and Ike's war game conversation is amazing.
It is very good.
Right? I mean, it's not like the words themselves are amazing. I just thought it, in terms of a gameplay.
Good advice. Yeah.
Right. In terms of gameplay, like, what would you do, Ike? And Ike's like, well, I would do this, this, and this. And lo and behold, the next battle is that. I'm like, yes.
Oh, gosh.
Dude.
What would you do if in a chapter 13, say...
Yeah. Let's just say for example, it happened in chapter 13. What would you do? Exactly. Amy wants to do Ike. Amy, maybe. That was the shopkeeper that we have in the convoy that's with us. She had a support conversation, and I thought that was interesting. Damn it. Astrid rides directly into the fray. That's right. Astrid was a guest character in that battle, and another beautiful person who I wanted to protect. She kept doing really dangerous crap that I couldn't control, but she lived. Thank God for that. The bird reinforcements haven't attacked me for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't attack me.
Oh, so you're in the actual fight now, and so this fight is 3 ships that are all like kind of docked on next to each other.
Right.
And you start at the bottom ship. In the middle, you have to defend an area. I think this is the first mission type where you have to defend a location. If an enemy unit touches that square, it's game over. So if you I parked Titania on that spot, and nothing ever happened to her. But as long as they can't touch that square, they can't win. And then there's a bunch of guest characters, including Gatry.
Yes, he showed up.
He's there.
I guess was Shinon going to be there too, or no?
No, he's not there yet.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So that surprised me. I was hoping he'd join me again, but he didn't. So I'm stuck with Braum.
So you could recruit those guys.
You mean I could have? Was it right there?
You had to talk to Gatry with Astrid, and you had to talk to Astrid with Ike.
So you talked to... I could have sworn I talked to Astrid, though. So you talk to Astrid, and then you get control of Astrid? Is that what happens?
Yeah, exactly. And then you have to talk to Gatry with Astrid.
So they both join you?
Yes.
I wanted Astrid. No.
Yeah, you keep missing out on all these cute girls I know you like. I couldn't believe it.
This is... I got to play this game again later.
And what's kind of crazy is Astrid, she's super duper duper low. She starts out at level 1. She does like 0 damage, but she has a skill on that doubles her experience points.
Oh, dude, that is sweet.
So she levels up like crazy, and she's the only archer horse rider, so you can get her into position, fire an arrow, and then run away. It's like super duper useful.
Oh my God, dude, I want that so bad now. Okay.
I don't use Gatry because I like Braum better.
You do? Because you like his... what about him specifically?
Well, I've had him for longer at this point, and I think as a character he's kind of more interesting. But I guess they're interchangeable. I think Gatry might actually be the better unit. I'm not sure.
In terms of battle strength?
In terms of like actual numbers, I think he probably is better.
My thing with Gatry is that he's the kind of narcissistic dude, and so I always like that guy. That's why I liked that guy Kieran also, although I haven't been using him.
Right.
But I had fun watching his scene. Okay, so yeah, the reinforcements, bird reinforcements were not attacking me. So why weren't they attacking me though? Aren't the bird people also against? Who are they against in that scene? I don't know.
In this scene, the crows are with Nesala, the crow king, who shows up at the beginning of this thing, and he orders them to just go there and steal shit off the boats and ignore the battle.
Oh, okay. I killed a couple of them, but okay.
Yeah, they're going to swoop in, and I guess they'll do combat with anyone who's in their way, but they will just try to swoop in and take the shit out of the treasure chests.
Okay, I see. This battle has had 1 million portrait characters. Now that all the enemies have retreated, Sigrun shows up with Pegasus Knights. I must have her. Can you get her? Like, she's still in the story.
Don't think Sigrun is recruitable, or if she is, it's way later.
Okay, yeah, I guess I haven't had the chance. Okay, good. At least I haven't missed a chance then, maybe. LOL. Titania asks Ike, quote, "You don't mind helping find the apostle, do you?" And he replies, "Nah." The way he talks is hilarious sometimes. I don't get it.
Funny. Yeah.
Nah. You don't mind helping the apostle, do you? Nah.
Nah.
This kid, Sanaki, looks like an apostle, I wrote before finding her. Before finding out she's the apostle, I figured it out myself. Quote, Prepare yourselves, peasants. Who said that? I don't remember who said that. Was it her?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious. Prepare yourselves, peasants. The women in this game all have awesome names, aside from just being beautiful, like Astrid and Sigrun. That's cool. I think whenever I heard people talk about like Fire Emblem 3 houses and stuff, I remember them also having cool names that I heard in that one too.
Oh, sure.
Whoever's in charge of all these names is doing a good job. This battle and cutscenes needed ocean ambience. That's what I thought. Now, you don't need the ambience as much if you have the music on, but I turned off the music during this battle because this battle was a permanent bad for music battle. Like, it didn't matter if I was zoomed in or out. Just the music was all messed up on my... Yeah, and I've had lots more battles like that. The bigger the map, the worse the music turns, even though...
It's probably all of the water textures moving around that are doing it, too.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you mentioned before it's probably because of frame rate, and I have this, the emulator set to display the frame rate, and I'm getting it up to about... I'm seeing it does dip down to around 50, but I mean, 50 is not a big deal. Right? But I guess it's just, when you hear it, I guess 50... FPS music does sound like crap, I guess.
It's probably because with these games, everything is so tied to frame rate. If it's 10 frames skipping, that's probably very noticeable in the music.
Yeah, like it didn't really bother me with control or anything, or the way it looks, but yeah. So I turned off the background music, and dude, there's no ambience at all. Okay, that's all for chapter 13. All right? Okay, chapter 14. Training. Oliver, quote, "Even your most loyal servant was on the verge of being completely fooled." I don't know why I wrote that. I just thought it was funny. I'm sorry. Ike's conversation with Sanaki was one hell of an experience.
It was pretty great.
Yeah, that was crazy. He kept like being rude to her inadvertently, and
oh, it's your foot, isn't it? I don't know, that line was really good.
It's your
you remember that?
It's your foot?
When he was we found her on the ship and they didn't realize she was the apostle because she was a kid, right?
Oh, that's right.
And she hurt her foot or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, we found some kid." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "Oh, here, come here." And everyone's like rushing over to help her because they all think she's a kid. And she's like, "Get off of me! Do you know who I am?" He's like, "Oh, Hank, calm down. It's your foot, isn't it?"
That's right, yeah.
I thought that was really funny.
Oh, there's the picture of Jill. Yeah, she looks awesome. I missed out on all the beautiful women. Okay. So anyway, Soren, quote, "Letting madness rule the day is the prerogative of the nobility." I thought that was a badass line.
It's a good line, too.
Despite the possibly grave consequences of Ike's words with the apostle, Princess Elincia seems to be in love with Ike even more now.
That's her permanent disposition. It's just like this,
my Lord Ike.
My Lord. Yes. Uh-huh.
I like that. I mean, it would be better if she had a little bit more character, I suppose. But I don't know. I just like the whole, the protect the princess scenario. It's a common trope for a reason. It's because it's just popular.
Oh, of course.
Right.
It's very popular. But, for all the other, emotions and perspectives that other characters have in this game, she has this
only one
mode where she's just constantly clutching her chest and looking worried.
Right.
The whole game.
And saying, "Oh, my Lord Ike." Yeah. This system of having one big budget of gold to use over many battles is crazy. Because I realized, it's been a long time since I got more gold. And, I've been making some expensive weapons, but I've also been, kind of resisting making anything too crazy because, I'm not getting any more gold, from the battles. So, I don't know. I think that's a really interesting system. It's totally different from any other game's gold system, right? You can't access the option menu at base, which is not... I mean, it's the smallest of small... flaws, but I wanted to turn the music back on, and I couldn't, so I had to do all the conversations in total silence. The maid said, "Crikey." That was so weird.
Yeah. There was some, like, really... I guess Begnion is supposed to sort of be British in a way?
I don't know. The maid is the only person who struck me as having any kind of accent. You're right. Crikey, and you know, her whole way of talking, it was written in... You could hear the accent in reading the text quite well, actually. It was like, she's the only one, I think.
I guess so.
I wish I could have support conversations with Iliana, but you never do.
No.
Yeah. I'm usually bringing 2 less people than the max. Yeah, I told you that.
Mm-hmm.
Made a 5,000 gold sword for Ike called My Manhood.
Wow. That's a good name.
Yeah. Successful, so I can, use it to compensate for something. That's what it's for.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Successful battle against the slave traders, but it took an hour or so. Lagoo's transformation scene was pretty cool. So that's all the Lagoo's kings start arriving on the scene, and they change like from dragons into humans. And I remember like the first guy turns from the tiger into a human, and they show like a close up of his foot transforming from a beast foot to a human foot. And I just thought it was amazing and funny how his foot transforms from a beast foot into a human foot, and they show the transformation of the sandals being applied to his foot at the same time. I was like, dude, they like thought of that ahead of time. Good job.
Yeah, they for some reason when they transform, they get clothes.
Right.
Doesn't make any damn sense at all.
But now if somebody says, how come then they transform to humans, they're not naked? It's like, dude, they kind of explained it with the scene. They get clothes.
In a way. They just excused it in a scene somehow.
Yeah. Chapter 15, The Feral Frontier. It's kind of hilarious because it's like the final frontier from Star Trek, right?
Right.
What do you do when you run out of conversations? Mel, answer me that question. Like Titania has one left. What happens when that reaches 0? You never talk to anybody with her ever again? Is that what happens?
When she has one conversation left with who?
I'm sorry. So when you choose to talk to somebody for support conversations, it says conversations left 1. What happens when you reach 0? Oh. Are there going to just be no more conversations left to have? Or can you miss some?
I don't know that I noticed that it says conversations left. I think the way it works is you can have one max level conversation between a pair of units. Okay. And you can have, because there's 3 stars, right? Between every unit.
It just says like ABC or something, doesn't it?
Does it say ABC? I thought it was stars. Yeah, you're right.
And so the star ones is the info conversations.
Right.
Not the support ones.
2 mixed up.
Yeah.
So, right, you can go all the way up to the last level of support between 2 units, and then those 2 units can't get to that last level with any other 2 units.
Okay, but what about, what if you take more than 5? What if it requires more? What if you talk to lots of people and you end up using all 5 of your conversations? You've lost the chance to get up to the max level? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know that I've ever... I'll have to look into the mechanics for next episode on that, because I didn't... If it works that way, I'm learning that for the first time.
Yeah, I just noticed, it says when you go into the conversation menu, like you highlight Titania, conversations left, and if you use one, it goes down by 1, and it started at 5 for all characters, and has been counting down. The last few chapters have not had any support conversations for me, probably because I have a few deaths in there. And I use the same characters to fight together all the time, too. So that might have something to do with it. But, you know, like there was a time where Titania had a conversation with Mist and Rolf, but she only had like 2 left. So I just chose Mist to talk to Titania and then chose Rolf to talk to Titania, and they each had their conversations left decrease by 1, and I saved Titania's ones. But if I had accidentally chosen Titania to talk to everybody, she wouldn't have any conversations left anymore.
So, yeah, I'm totally unaware of that being a thing. I thought it was just that last level, but I'll look into it. I do know that the way that you get conversations at all is simply by deploying them into the same fight.
Okay.
So odds are you're using the same units over and over. That's why you're getting any support conversation. But if there's a limit, I didn't know.
Okay.
I'll have to look at that.
I would love to see like a 100% playthrough if such a thing exists. Like, what's the most complete you can get of this game? Like, I wonder if it's
definitely not all the way because
of the support conversations.
Because of that, and because you can't grind at all. It's not possible to level everyone enough.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, there's too many characters. Yeah.
There's too many characters, and there's too few maps overall and experience in the game, which is a finite number of points in the game.
Right.
But what I was actually thinking of doing was reading through all of the support conversations at some point, because they're pretty cool, some of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was liking some of the ones that I saw. Like, I remember Titania was explaining her past with Grail to Ike,
right.
And I thought that was some good world building or whatever there, or some lore building. Okay, Feral Frontier. These info conversations are the bomb. Yeah. So this is like my personal favorite thing. I don't know that anybody else likes this as much as me. A lot of people out there who love RPGs, they will claim that the best towns and NPC dialogues you can find are in games like Xenogears, maybe, and it's the towns where the words that people use to describe their favorite towns are they feel lived in, they feel authentic, or things like that, full of flavor, full of life, things like. But my favorite is actually Dragon Quest 1 style, where everybody tells you something useful in the game, and so the info conversations where you talk to a guy and he's like, dude, we're like having this war game where like these 3 ships are stuck together with bridges. What would you do in that scenario? That is freaking awesome. So I can't remember what info I heard specifically this time. Maybe they told me like what Lagoos are weak to or something. I can't remember. But I remember reading it and being like, thank you, dude. This is awesome. Oh, that's right. So this freaking kid, I didn't write it when he came, but this thief kid got found on the boat, right? What's his name?
Right.
Soth, yeah.
Yeah.
His skill is sick, yo. He's got the Blossom skill. It freaking improves the quality of your level ups, yo. Every time he levels up, 6 or more stats go up, yo.
That's right. I forgot all about that.
Yeah. And so even though he's just a lowly thief, he has this little tiny knife. It's I don't know that I'm really doing anything worthwhile here, but I keep putting lots of skill experience on, bonus experience on him, and watching those freaking stats increase like crazy. He can take out swordsmen pretty well now. Maybe not swordsmen because they have a lot of defense and knives don't have a lot of attack power, but he can take out archers and magic users like no problem, and he always attacks twice. So if I could just, and I wrote in here, it's like just two spots down from there. Can't forge a custom dagger? That bummed me out. If I could forge a custom dagger, that would be awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, for some reason, the game treats knives as like a weird like an item almost.
Right.
Because you need a specific knife skill to use knives.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's one of the skills listed in there, isn't it?
It's a weird skill that he has. I don't know why. It's kind of dumb. But I don't know that this is really
a good thing to do.
Well, no, I was going to say, I don't know if this is really a spoiler or anything, but Soth is actually the main character of the second game.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Of the game that comes right after this.
Right, the game. What is it? Radiant Dawn.
Radiant Dawn. Yeah, there's 2 main characters, him and another character they share as like the co-main protagonists. But yeah, he's like on the cover.
So is it the same world and everything then?
Same timeline. Ike is in that game.
Oh wow! Oh, that's awesome, dude! I gotta play more of these games.
It's a continuation, so everyone's quite a bit older too. It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, so where are we at? We're on the Feral Frontier. You're in the desert now.
Yeah, well, we're just on the Blossom skill is sick, is what I was saying.
Oh, yes.
That's right. And so I got a bunch of items here. A skill book, but I understand that. The arm scroll, I still don't know how to use it. How do I use the arm scroll? What I wanted to do, and now I'm ready to do it, but I can't, is I wanted to wait until somebody's weapon level increased, and then right after it increased, instantly level up again and make it kind of crazy. And so Mia just went up to sword level B, and I'm like, yes, now I want to use that item and make her sword level A. But I can't use it. How do you use that thing?
Can you not just select and use it like you would any other item? Are you trying to use it in a fight?
I could neither use it in a fight nor at base. I'm not sure how to use it.
You should just be able to fucking use it. So it levels up the equipped weapon. You go, if you're at base, you select a character in the manage menu or whatever it's called, or the outfit menu, wherever you go to trade items between your crew, and then you select someone, and then one of the commands there is use.
Right. It can't do it for the book. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe I'm getting a little confused. Is it going to increase the character's weapon level? For example, if she's equipped a sword, is it going to set her sword level up to A so that she can now equip rank A swords? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I can't use it then.
I'm not sure why either. Maybe there's some other mechanic to this, but I was thinking, maybe I always use it at base, but I was under the impression anything you can use at base, you can also use on the field. But if you tried using it at base,
it didn't work.
I don't know.
In either. Yeah, I'm not sure. I must be doing something wrong. But I got 2 of them, and I'd love to. I just got a silver spear for.
That's an A level, right?
For Oscar, right? And so if I just use that on him, I think he could probably equip that. But
right.
Okay. To account for. The thief found a shine spell in the sand. That was awesome.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just got lucky. Like, is there any way to find those other than
They're
luck?
in set locations.
They're in set locations, but there's no way to see them, right?
There's no way to see them, but a thief, if they ever step on that location, will always get it. Every other character has some low % chance based on their luck stat.
Oh, okay. But thieves always find it.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. I used the rally order for this battle, and thank freaking God for that. I don't think I could normally use it in almost any fight, but I don't know. I want to say this is a flaw. That's what's the word? It's like just part. I'm forgetting the word. It's a flaw that is embedded in the series, the genre. What's the word? Innate to the genre, I suppose, where one thing that I don't know that any strategy RPG has solved is the monotony of having to move all your characters separately one after the other. Now, in this battle, I used the rally order and just moved Ike and then ended, and everybody just quickly moved up on their own to meet him. And, I got lucky. I got lucky Mist didn't walk out ahead of anybody and get killed. So it worked out okay. But I think most of the time I probably can't use this order so willy-nilly like that.
Right.
I don't know. What do you think about that as being inherent was the word I was looking for? A flaw inherent to the genre?
It is. It absolutely is. In this game, I guess that is why they put that in there, because it's like someone somewhere along the line was like, it's kind of a pain in the ass to move all these units, and none of them are doing anything. Right. You will find yourself in that scenario a few times throughout this playthrough. And I usually don't use the rally command because I'm like a micromanager. I like to put everyone in exactly the spot I want them. But it's usually not that big a deal. Like, they could have gone wherever the fuck. And in desert maps in particular, since everyone moves so little, like their movement range is reduced on sand.
Yeah. That was crazy.
Yeah, if you bring... So, generally, I don't bring any mounted units here because their movement is so bad, it's not worth it. Like, they're never going to participate in combat, so why fucking bother?
Yeah.
You don't have the Pegasus Knight or the Wyvern Rider, so...
Oh, they can move freely.
They can move as far as they normally can, which is a long distance anyway. So those are really valuable units on these types of maps.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who, like the game tells you earlier, anyone who is a mage or a thief can also move like pretty well on these maps.
Right, and I heard that from an info conversation, and that's why I was stoked from the info conversations.
Yeah. Right, yeah. So it's but you know, and you're rewarded pretty heavily for having extra movement here because most of the enemy units aren't transformed until way later in the fight. So you can knock out a whole bunch of these dudes if you could just get to them.
Well, I did a totally cheesy thing, and I noticed at the beginning like 1 or 2 guys transformed in the first turn, and I was like, end turn, end turn, end turn.
Oh gosh!
And I just let them all like transform back into humans as. Like, I let them all transform into beasts. I moved a little bit closer, and then I thought, okay, I think pretty soon they're going to turn back, and then waited for them to turn back, and then I went and annihilated them.
Boy.
It went pretty smoothly, actually.
Yeah. So I will mention here, there is easily the most secret recruitable character on this map. In this game, rather, is located here.
Okay, who is that?
And I don't know how the hell you're supposed to find this outside of pure dumb luck or using a guide.
Right.
But you know how, if you recall, there's like a little mountain area off to the right?
Yeah, there is. And 2 guys were up there, I think.
There's a little clearing with a couple guys. If you bring either Maurim or Leith up to a specific square in that top right. It's not all the way top right. It's like in and down 2 squares or some shit. You'll find this like ridiculously powerful like sword master guy who will just join your crew.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, he comes with a special unique sword that you can only get by recruiting him. And he has a skill called Astra, where he will attack 5 times in a row for half damage.
What? For half damage, but that's still 2.5 damage.
Right, exactly. And it also negates any like high avoidance, so the odds for him hitting are higher.
Oh, man. That's
he's
crazy.
really good. I don't know if I'm going to use him, but...
Here he is. Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan.
Astra. In certain conditions, grants this unit 5 attacks at half damage. Holy crap. Weapon level, sword S.
S.
Oh my god.
He's a post-promoted unit. So your Myrmidon, Mia, promotes into a sword master. That's his class.
Okay. I guess that means Titania is also a pre-promoted unit as well.
Titania is a post-promoted unit. So she is a, I forget the name of it, a sword knight or
axe knight, I think. Yeah,
axe knight or some shit. Yeah. So Oscar promotes into a class very similar to that.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Use the railer. I didn't write it clearly. Somebody finished off the boss. Jesus Christ, I can't read my own handwriting because it was it was one of those pens that the ink doesn't come out well. So I kept like rewriting over the same spot.
Yeah.
It looks like Folk, but yeah, maybe it was Folk that I did it with.
It was Volk. Wow.
Volk? No, that
would have been hard to do. The easiest thing to do is just attack him with range. He doesn't move.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They don't move. Yeah, I don't remember what I did, but this probably says Rolf. That's who it says. Yeah.
Oh,
Rolf.
that would make sense.
Yeah, Rolf says.
You can get right up to him 1 square away, and Maurim won't move. Maurim, by the way, is also in the second game.
Oh, cool. Okay.
That's why he doesn't like die.
I see. Yeah, that's right. You bring him along with you after this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, chapter 16, the atonement. So, we're going up to. Oh, you finished chapter 16 today?
I am. Let me see. Where are we? Chapter 16. Doot, 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 doot. Let me take a look at the battle. I think, I started this one. I had to redo it, and that's when I took a break because someone died. No, I didn't save until the very beginning of the map. So I was like, I'll take a break.
Okay, so you haven't played through this one. So should I stop here or what?
We could talk about the story a little bit. So in as far as gameplay, I guess we could stop here. But up to this point, there's some background story where the Heron tribe, one of the Lagoos, have been largely exterminated. And there's also this sort of background story of Lagoos being slave labor for Begnion, which is a country full of humans. And on paper, they outlawed slavery, but apparently behind the scenes,
it's still going on. Yeah,
it's still going on for like the royalty because they've always had slaves and they're not going to give up their slaves. But also, there's kind of this implied like sort of sex trade that's going on with them almost.
I mean, maybe they said somebody said like they're being traded for hard labor. They're being used as slaves for labor or entertainment or worse was the word that he said. Yeah,
right.
So
I think it's either sexual slavery or just labor or entertainment to fight each other.
Oh wow! Or, all kinds of things,
like all kinds of crazy shit. And then, of course, there's this scene where this last remaining heron, which is like a swan.
Yeah, that's just like the most beautiful wings you've ever seen.
Yeah, like really beautiful Lagoos, and he's this really like thin blonde guy who has these big white wings, and there's this corrupt evil senator who wants him for his own personal gratification, which is creepy.
Yeah, Oliver.
And he's sold out to this guy by another Lagoos.
Yeah, Naysala, right? Yeah.
Who is trying to work with the humans to sort of advance his own kingdom and his own agenda. He's also working with Ashnard, and just generally not a good guy, of course. It's pretty obvious. Painted as a bad guy.
I'm not sure what his goal is. Naysala's goal.
I mean, all he said so far is like he wants to expand the reach of his kingdom because they're kind of stuck on this small, tiny island.
Yeah, he said that.
You get the impression that they're like on the low totem pole of the Lagoos because you have the Beast tribe who have that big kingdom, and you have the Goldoans they have their own kingdom that's like totally secluded, but they're clearly like the strongest one, so no one even tries to fuck with them.
Right, because they're dragons.
And then you have the Hawk tribe who have their own island, but you get the impression they're a little more well off. And you have the Crow tribe who have this tiny island, and the Crow King is trying to just get more money, basically, and greed for himself, which is sort of like a trope of crows. They like money.
Oh, I guess it is.
They collect trinkets and things. So he's kind of filling that trope a bit.
I guess now I see. I guess that stuff. I hadn't made the connection that they made him a trope that is a trope of crows. I guess that means they're making the hawk people tropes of hawks too. There's like, the one with the amazing eyesight and the one with the amazing hearing. I was like, oh, now
and
I see why
they're more honorable, but they're still pretty like
aggressive. I guess
hawks, aggressive. Yeah. And then the Beast tribe are more, dim-witted but noble, and then the dragons are just like basically
all powerful, gods. I guess,
like, apparently they're all super duper ancient. Like Kurthnaga is actually very old. I think that they tell you that later on, but it's not really that big a spoiler. But that's everyone there, all the Lagoos actually, I think, are much older than they seem. They just don't age the same.
Okay, so I want to talk about the scenes that we're having here because it's kind of some crazy stuff that goes on here. as soon as the scene opens up, well, before this scene opens up, at the end of chapter 15, freaking Naysala is the old friend of Rayson, who is like the last known surviving. Was that
Of the Heron?
Heron, yeah. The last known surviving Heron is this guy named Rayson, and unbelievably beautiful man with beautiful wings and everything. And Naysala is like his friend, and I guess I'm not quite sure what's happening here, how he gets him, but he does something like he invites him to come with me, and I want to show you the Serenes or Serenes forest, how it is now. Like, did Rayson not know what happened to it? That
You
it
know
got
what?
burned down?
That caught me off guard too, because I thought the reason he was there with King Tybarn the Hawk King was because of what happened to his home.
Okay.
That he was aware of it, but maybe I think he got
seems-
driven out
Before it
something
happened,
like
maybe?
that. Before they actually
That must be
burned
what it
it
was.
down.
Yeah.
Because I think he got driven out, like, because they were being hunted. Like, the herons were, like, easily, they were, like, trophies for the nobles in Begnon, and it was, like, on the border of Begnon, so they're super accessible. They're the weakest of the Lagoos. They're not strong, so they're easy pickings. And I guess he fled, and I think he was aware that he's like the last of his tribe, or among the last.
Yeah.
So he was taking refuge on the Hawk Kingdom area. But, all the Lagoos are more or less allies, so they kind of all know each other. And so that's why Nasala's like, oh, your old friend, whatever the hell. And, then at some point, the Begnion nobility or whatever burned down all of the Serena's forest for some reason. I'm not sure why, if it was just like a racism thing or whatever, but I guess
I can't remember either. I mean, they said it, I think. Yeah, I think they said it, but I can't remember. Is this it? Yeah. Okay. So then when the next scene starts in chapter 16, the Atonement, the very first scene is Rayson is like, he's waking up in the morning and he's in this building and he's like, immediately they spoil exactly what happened. But before it happened, I'm just like, wait a minute. And I wrote down here, what the hell? Has Nasala just sold Rayson to Oliver? And that's exactly what happened, as they say in very plain words eventually, very soon after this. But so I'm thinking, like, man, how did Naysala get Rayson, right? He took him out to Serena's forest, and Rayson saw that and was like, I can't believe it. Those filthy humans burned down the forest. And Naysala's like, yeah, now you understand how something, I don't know. And then, okay, why don't we go rest in that building over there, stay here the night, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, okay, let's both stay there tonight together. And I guess freaking Naysala just woke up and left in the middle of the night. And then Rayson wakes up and he's owned by freaking Oliver Tannis and he can't escape. I don't know, I thought that was crazy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I wrote some freaking sweet some of the quotes here. Quote, those golden locks, witness how they gather in the morning sun and multiply its brilliance. A work of true art wrought in flesh and feather. Dude, this is amazing.
It's pretty intense.
I also wrote here that the music is great here. The short violin staccato, I wrote a note about that. It kind of took me by surprise because, I mean, it's sort of to be expected sounding classical harpsichord music.
Right.
But I don't know, it's my type. And then it goes on, and then the violin comes in, like, oh, this is pretty solid. And right at the very end, it's like, like it does these really short staccato violin hits. I didn't expect the GameCube to make that. So it took me by surprise, and I really liked it. And when you see this guy, Oliver Tannis, again later, this song plays again. It's like his theme song or something.
It is. It definitely is.
Yeah. I don't know. I like it. And it says here, I have to bring back proof that Oliver has a Lagoo's slave, which would be Rayson. I am hyped for this mission. Yeah, so they really got me excited to do this mission with the story. They did a good job. And yeah, I'm in the middle of fighting it right now. I just finished stage 2. It's still a third stage to go in this same chapter. Oh, I'm sorry. That's in chapter 17 that all those stages happen. I'm sorry. That's right. I just had to come here to the house and meet Rayson for chapter 16. But you haven't done that yet, so we'll not talk about that yet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then that takes care of that.
I mean, I did start this one. It's an indoor map. It's like the first indoor map that you are really involved in. And so it's a little different. You know, it's really heavily fortified. You have to kind of pick your way through this map and kind of advance, you know, square by square almost. So, well, it's not the first indoor map. You were in that dungeon, but
yeah,
this one's a little different. It's more involved. And yeah, I remember this one when I got here being like, I remember this map because it's one of those maps where you will find yourself having to move all your units over and over and over and over and over.
Yep. Indeed. So that's all I got so far. Overall,
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the game quite a bit.
Yeah, I think my only notes to add on to this, because you really did cover quite a lot of it, is I really like the writing. I like how this is, I think I've said that like 4 times now.
That's fine.
But I like how all the characters are just very easily digested. The motivations and the kind of arc of just the conversations in general are easy to read and follow. You don't have to like pay close attention to anything.
Indeed.
But at the same time, it's well written. It's enjoyable to read. It's just really fun. I was saying in the last part, it's clearly inspired by mobile game design, like handheld game design, where it's intended for you to start and stop very quickly. You're not really supposed to get deeply invested in it. Because you're probably on a bus or some shit. And that kind of development is felt in this game, I think, for the better. I think it makes like a nice, cool, brisk pace.
Well, the pace overall of the gameplay is fairly quick. I'm taking forever for everything, though.
It's just because you're running into these gameplay speed bumps where, you know, you're losing guys or the challenges, like, kind of...
I guess so.
Take a long time to overcome or stuff.
Yeah, but my game clock even, because, you know, it's not going to count all the retries, right? The game clock is still at the end of chapter 17, or during chapter 17, 26 hours.
Okay.
So feels long to me. Is that long?
No, I think you're probably doing exactly, you know, on par. Let me see. Let me look through my
26
notes
and a half
here.
hours.
Yeah, I think you touched on pretty much everything. The only thing I had was just some of the story is a little convenient. Like, it's kind of part of the simple nature of it. Like, when you land on that island with the dragons, the prince of the country is just there to help you.
Oh, that's right. Good point, yeah. Why is
Like,
the
here,
prince
let me
right
rescue
here?
you. And
Yeah.
let me be the most understandable person, like the most understandable person on this entire island.
Right.
Probably the only one who could possibly save you
From the dragons.
here.
Yeah.
is just here.
Yeah.
Because they're ready to kill you.
Right.
And the dragons are like known for not broaching any kind of like whatever. And like the one guy who would is there.
Really. And
And
he
it's
even
not
like
for any good reason.
and then he asks the dragons to unload your ship with brute strength of arms.
Right.
They just push you off. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, they just dislodge your ship from the side of the whatever, and it's like, well, that worked out. Jeez.
Yeah.
You know, and all the other times where you're kind of catching a break, where you're just mouthing off to essentially the
super
queen of the
important
most
people,
powerful country, and everyone's like, we should kill you, and everyone's like, I guess not.
Right.
And then that happens like 3 times.
Yeah, it's already happened several times with the apostle.
Yeah, so it's kind of like some of the story beats are a little like convenient and not super believable in that way. It's kind of the the chosen one story, as you were saying.
Right.
Let's see here.
But it's making it fun, right? I mean,
it is. It's not like a heavy commitment type of story.
Yeah, I mean, you'll hear it when we talk about chapter 17. I write how I made a note of how Ike keeps back talking incredibly high level people, high status people, but like they always just forgive him because of his strength and because of his noble causes or whatever. I guess just everybody forgives him of everything.
Yeah,
but it makes it way more entertaining that he does. I think.
Sure.
It's kind of like a little bit of an anti-hero thing, maybe. I don't know. But it's just it's fun to watch him, be rude to the important people. I'm having fun. It would be, I could be less fun of a character for me if he didn't do that.
Yeah, I agree. I think his kind of moralizing it could easily be too much, but they ride a line where he is a very moral character, but he's relatable or
yeah, I think he's relatable in that way.
He's likable, so that moralizing doesn't come off as like harsh or like high and mighty or whatever.
Mighty, yeah.
He's
Preachy,
just like honest.
Yeah, he's just honest, yeah.
Right. So but he's very honest, and he's like stubbornly honest sometimes. Everyone around him is like, nah, the world's like kind of a shitty place, dude. And he's like, well, that doesn't matter. We should do the right thing.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
And it
which is a little shallow, in my opinion, in terms of writing. Like, he's kind of too good and too nice. Like, there's not a single negative quality about, like...
that's a good point. Yeah, he doesn't really have a flaw, does he?
Right. Other than being inexperienced and not being perfect.
Right. I mean, you're going to hold that against him? No, right?
Right.
Yeah. I suppose, though, it's thanks to his whole, being honest and accepting everyone, that him and Soren get along so well. Because Soren is kind of the flaw that they're trying to say Soren has in this game, is that he's just way too blunt and, he needs to hold back rein in his language a little bit.
Right. He's very cynical.
Right, he's cynical, but freaking Ike prefers that. He's like, dude, just keep being cynical. Right. Keep telling me what to do. Exactly. Yeah.
He's like, you're my tactician. I need you to get me the cold, hard, like, facts about whatever without any kind of emotion attached, which is like, geez.
He seems good at it. Yeah.
He does. And the Soren and Ike story is part of why Soren doesn't die. If you let him die, is that their story together kind of goes some places. So you'll see. It's the story. It definitely has some twists and turns in it. It's not just like a straight shot of, and we're all gonna save the day, and just with the help of the Empire, we're gonna whatever. There's some twists and turns. Some you probably can see coming, and some that are probably more interesting than that.
Okay, cool. Looking forward to them.
We've touched on this before. The sound quality on GameCube games is to be desired or it leaves things to be desired, rather, because of the small media format. They really can't fit a lot of data on that disc. And unfortunately, one of the major things that take cuts are audio that gets compressed heavily, more heavily than on other platforms. And then another thing that will often get cut are any kind of FMV sequences, video files, which in this case, they're really heavily compressed.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that opening cinema, which I'm noticing now, is a collection of later cinemas.
True.
Yeah, I guess it was compressed. I mean, I'm playing on the NVIDIA Shield Android device with an emulator for it, so I'm thinking it's probably just my emulation. But yeah, maybe it was just a little bit low quality. I'm playing on a Dolphin
that, if anything, enhances the look of the game, and just like it's very heavily artifacted. It looks like an online video that you may have streamed, back in the IGN,
the 240p
early IGN
days, right?
days. Yeah, exactly. And it really is heavily artifacted, and it sounds better than it looks, but it still doesn't sound that great.
So, I don't know if you're going to know the answer to this, but when you talk about compressing audio, do old consoles compress audio? Because when you say compress, what I'm thinking of is they had some audio recorded as a WAV file or whatever file it was, and they compressed it smaller to something like an MP3 or whatever format they have to make it fit onto the cartridge or the disc. But in the case of old consoles, didn't they just use like the MIDI, MIDI capabilities of the console itself, and therefore
that was all like real time code execution.
Right? Did they
Those
not
were
do
not
that?
files saved anywhere.
They were not files saved anywhere. I mean, well, they were. Right.
No,
It wasn't audio files saved
That
anywhere.
was code that was being called, and then there are limits on the amount, essentially the amount of actions that the hardware can perform, and they would have it, allotted out. So you couldn't, theoretically, you could have a much richer sound, but there were only so many sound channels on the SNES. And there were also only so many color palettes. So one of the things that defines an 8 or a 16-bit game is the amount of colors that you can have on screen at one time, which is often why colors were not so varied, or you would often have like these issues where the color on a certain tile would like kind of match another tile on screen, like accidentally for a moment, and stuff like that. And games back then, NES, SNES, that was all like live, like you could call it like streaming, but
Sort of
it was
like
all
that,
live execution of code that was being instructed in real time.
Right. Like the code was telling the machine to play the song right then and there.
Correct.
Note for note and everything.
Live at the time, it was analog essentially, and in a way, and with disc-based games, you can't really do it the same way, or at least it's not done that way.
Okay.
At least it's not done that way, and these are files saved on the disc that are being read, and it's a CD-ROM. It's a read-only memory.
Okay. So this is not MIDI files then. This is not MIDI then.
Well, see, that's where my understanding of it is limited. I don't really understand the definition of MIDI, because I was told that it's probably frustrating for someone listening to this, but I was told that the recent Dragon Quest soundtrack was all MIDI files.
Oh, you mean the Japanese version of Dragon Quest XI?
That's what I was told. Those were not orchestrated pieces. Those were not, sampled sounds even.
Oh, even the American
whatever
version.
it was.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of lower quality. I honestly didn't super do it. I just didn't like the soundtrack of that game in general.
Yeah.
But I was told that the re-releases of it sound much better because they're not using like old MIDI files to get the job done. But again, I couldn't tell you.
I mean, I have no idea, but it seems unlikely that there's any kind of MIDI situation going on with PlayStation 4s, right? I think the definition is a broader one than I understand it to be. I mean, I've made MIDI files, so I understand what they are to that degree, but I've never like programmed a MIDI file into a console game or anything, so I don't know how that works. Yeah, okay. Right. I guess we better leave this to the comment section.
Yeah. If you know about these things, feel free to educate us.
I suppose we could have done the research, but I didn't know I was going to say that until just
I didn't know either, so.
Yeah, sorry for popping that on you, springing that onto you.
Yeah, homework now.
I guess so. Okay. Next thing I have here. I have to bring back proof that Oliver has a Laguz slave. I am hyped for this mission. That's right. So I always say this. I love when they set out in very clear terms why we're going to do the next thing we're going to do, and that makes me hyped to do it usually. And so, I was hyped to do this one. Okay, here's a question I had. What dictates the amount of bonus experience you earn?
So this is one of the many things the game never tells you. From what I understand of it, it's based on enemy kills that you receive, and there are other certain hidden objectives, quote unquote, that you can accomplish that will grant you bonus experience. So there's actually an unlock that will tell you when you beat the game once, there's a setting that you can turn on that displays the bonus experience that you're earning.
Oh, as you're earning it, you mean?
No, after every map, I'm reading the description on GameFAQs. After every map, before you save your clear data for that particular map, it will display an additional screen with a chart that adds up your gained experience, bonus experience. It tells you what you could have gotten and what it's worth. So, from what I understand, it's mostly like enemy kills. That's like a major source of bonus experience.
That's cool. That sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what else you get for beating the game. Don't tell me now. I'll find out later.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So then it says like in that extra menu, like if you had done this, you would have got this much experience and stuff. Like the ones
I
you
remember
missed?
playing with this a long time ago. It's been a while since I played the game on a clear file, you know. So I haven't looked at that in a long time. But it's mostly just like performing well in the match. I think there are a handful. I think getting a recruitable character might count toward this. Picking up items for sure, like in chests.
Oh, for real? Oh, man.
Yeah,
I need to get
basically
more.
doing everything you can do on the map. If it's a thing you can do, it's probably giving you some amount of bonus experience.
I think you said in the last episode, though, that if you do such and such, do a certain thing in one of the missions where you just leave a bunch of guys alive and just kill the boss, you get more experience for that or something. I can't remember what it was now. You
Not that I recall.
Okay, maybe I heard it somewhere. I don't know. Okay. I'm not sure. So this is a story scene. I'm not sure why Muarim told Tormod he doesn't need him. So we'll kind of go back and remember this story now because this was a while ago. But yeah, we just met Tormod and Muarim maybe a little bit before this, maybe.
Yeah.
And yeah, like Muarim was like, you know, it seems like Tormod has been with Muarim and like helping him all this time. And but when Ike meets them, Muarim's like, you don't need to like concern yourself with me anymore. I'll take care of myself from now on. I'm like, what? I didn't really.
He's trying to protect Tormod because Tormod's he's a boy. He's like 10 years old or something.
Yeah, he looks like it. Yeah.
And I always pronounce it Maurim, but maybe it's Morar. I don't know. But these are major characters, or they're part of the story of the second game. So they factor in a little bit more therein. And yeah, I think he's just being defensive, and Tormod and Maurim are a little bit of a side story in this game, and they play a bigger role in the second one.
Okay. Say that pronunciation of that name again.
I always called him Maurim.
But isn't it
But
M-U-A?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
In my head, whenever I read it, I always say Maurim.
Okay, Muarim. Muarim. Only certain people can learn certain skills. Question mark.
Correct. What skill are you not able to teach someone?
Can't remember now. But probably I was flipping through that menu.
So what'll happen? Are you talking about the occult scrolls?
Well, the occult one is no, I'm not talking about the occult one. I guess maybe I was looking at what I get from the occult scrolls. I was probably noticing that
class.
Right, I was probably noticing that the skills that each character can learn was different, and not realizing it's because of the occult scroll, perhaps. So
I think there may be a lockout on the skills. I don't recall there being one though, because I recently did a whole bunch of like skill maintenance on my team, and I thought I remember seeing the whole array of little scrolls that I had to give to people. By this point in the story, did you have anyone promoted? Probably not yet, right?
I don't think that happened.
I don't know if you remember.
No, not here. I mean, if it did, I probably would have freaked the hell out, right? And told you.
Right, it's probably in your notes further along.
So a question that just popped up. Is there any... do you know if I've missed a chance to get an additional blossom skill to put on someone? The one that lets all your level ups be good? So it starts with it. I really want it for somebody else, though.
Yeah, no, honestly, I don't know, but I want to say there's only the one.
Okay. All right. Oh, here it is, dude. Whoa! Boyd changed class upon level up. Class.
Wow,
This
right
is the
there.
first time. So this is the first time it happened to me.
Yeah,
Class
cool.
changes come from heaven because they show that scene. It's awesome.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah,
I love
it's really
that.
cool.
Yeah, you learn how to use other weapons from God, not from yourself.
Pretty much.
So I thought that was cool. And I wrote here, Boyd looks evil now because he's like way
Yeah.
bigger looking. He looks way meaner. He does not look at all like his happy little face portrait anymore.
Yeah, he looks like a friggin' Terminator.
Yeah. And he's borderline invincible now. I didn't write
He
that.
really
but he
is.
Yeah.
He really fucking is. All the characters, once they level, like, class up, is a big deal because the stat gains you get, it's like 4 level ups.
Oh, yeah, that class
Yeah.
up, level up, yeah.
You'll get like +4, plus
HP,
6,
yeah.
or whatever it is on the, like, and basically everything levels up. Everything
Yeah.
goes up by more than 2 points.
Yeah.
And
And the
it's
movement goes
huge.
up. And the movement even goes up.
Mm-hmm.
So they can walk further
And
now.
yeah, and if you've been leveling them, because you can use the master seals to get them to their next class once they hit level 10. But you wouldn't really want to do that unless you're really hurting for some reason to get them there.
Right.
Because you miss all those other level ups.
Right. So I remember
right.
you saying that, you don't just willy-nilly switch classes. You got to wait till everything's perfect, and then you're going to use
pretty much.
a consumable item. And so when this happened, I was like, well, what about the Master Seal that Mel told me about?
Yeah.
So I don't
Maybe
need
I
that?
was mistaken. I think those, there's a consumable item. I must have been mistaking that for the occult scrolls.
Oh, okay.
Those are a limited number of consumable scrolls that you can give to a promoted unit to give them a special skill that only their class has access to. And those skills are almost universally good. But you won't have enough of them. The other trouble is you have to probably remove some skill they came with to fit the skill on them, and you're deleting that skill when you remove it.
Yep, I found that out last episode.
Yeah.
I was going to give it to somebody else, and that didn't work.
Yeah, there's a handful of no-brainers in the game to give people cult scrolls to. Ike is one of them. He always
Really?
should get one.
I should give him
Yeah.
one of mine. I haven't. So I have them both still, and I've gone through all the lists. And yeah, I noticed, that you can finally use them once they change the class. So I was like, finally, I can see what this is going to be. And yeah, I saw the description for his, and it sounds great. But I mean, I don't know. Should I use it on him? So I haven't used any of them. I have 2.
I would recommend that you do,
Okay, use one on Ike.
and
Okay.
then give one to whoever your other favorite character is.
Okay. All right. I had Soth steal a psychic wand from the enemy thief. He wasn't strong enough to steal the bolting tome. So Soth killed his ass and stole it from him while he was dead. I thought that was hilarious. Like, why bother?
Oh,
Why bother
that's it.
stealing it from him if I could just kill him and still get it?
Yeah, anything that's red will be dropped.
Oh, is it red in there when you check their status, the help?
Yeah,
Thing?
if the item is red, that means you'll get the item when they die.
Okay, I'll remember that. Rayson refused our rescue. Story note. I couldn't believe it after all that. Right? He just got sold as a slave, and he's like, yeah, no, never mind. I don't want to go with you guys, even if I'm a slave now. What? Ike is the hero. Okay, so this is me making some observation about characters and stuff. Ike is the hero every regular guy dreams of being. He doesn't give a damn about appearances. He demands information of the apostle, no matter how blasphemous it is viewed to do so. He is dependent on the apostle to aid Crimea, but has a solid line he will not cross in terms of how obedient he will become to get the aid. He's strong enough to defeat any enemy, and despite his dismissive attitude toward positions of authority, people in those positions will help him anyway because they recognize his strength and noble deeds. Yeah, Ike is turning out to be way more awesome character than I expected. I think I said that last one too.
Yeah, he is kind of like almost like faultless. Like he's a little too
amazing.
perfect.
Yeah.
He's a little too amazing. I mean, his only one fault is like he's too honest or whatever. Like he's too, he's not literally an old experienced warrior, but he's like easily going to get there, and he's already gotten there within whatever like real world time frame it's been, like months or maybe a year
months.
Tops.
Chapter 22 is a year.
Right.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get right. So, what are his faults? He's rude.
Right.
He's rude to people in positions of authority. That's it.
And then he immediately apologizes, or he's rude and has a very good reason to be rude.
I mean, he's rude, and then we all, as players, like him more for it. So it's not even really a flaw.
Yeah, it's not. He's a little. He's also like fantastically lucky in every single way that you could possibly be, almost.
I suppose so. You mean like getting support and stuff?
Yeah, getting support is being in the right place at the right time. No one shuts them down ever, either because they physically can't or they just decide not to.
I guess you're right, yeah. Soren usually just goes with him when he says the stuff.
Pretty much.
Okay, we're in chapter 17, Day Breaks. I figured out how to use all the stat increasing items.
Oh.
I can't remember. I guess I had... Yeah, I
now use them.
Now that I'm writing this, I'm like, what was the problem? I don't remember why I couldn't use them.
Well, you figured it out.
Okay, I figured it out, and I was happy. Okay.
End of story.
Here we go. Yes, Oliver is evil, but his harpsichord song is badass. I commented on it again, and I like it so much.
It's like the third or fourth time.
The music on this game is starting to grow on me, to be honest.
Oh, that's good.
Holy crap! Boyd can now use a bow. Class change from heaven.
Oh, you know what? I promoted him. I totally forgot that.
Yeah. I think, dude, didn't I have to make the choice, or was his... No. I had to make the choice with Oscar, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, with Boyd, he just can suddenly use bows. And the really sweet thing that they did with the gameplay here is that the only drawback of using the bow is that he hasn't leveled it up to a high weapon class. So that means he just can't use the best bow, but he can use the rank E bow really well, like no problem. So that's cool. Yeah. Class change from heaven. Mia is now the sword master.
Ooh, you got Mia up there. Nice.
Yeah, and I was really disappointed because she looks way less cute with her new clothes.
Oh.
But whatever, she's a badass now, so I'm using her. And I've liked her all this time. I feel bad to suddenly not use her anymore because she doesn't look as good to me anymore. Okay, the map is way larger than the area in which I am fighting. So I noticed this. And I find out immediately after that there's 4 battles taking place here. But yeah, like you're in this area, but there's all this other place that you can move the cursor, where normally the cursor only moves up to where you can move. So
yeah, it was an interesting way to do it.
Yeah. I guess it was just easier that way.
Probably.
Right. I turned off animation and game speed to fast, went a lot faster.
Oh boy, yeah.
Current game time at this chapter 7, after beating this first force battle, was 26 hours and 36 minutes.
I'll have to check. I've been using save states. I'll have to actually drop a manual save and see what my time is.
Yeah, do it. Mist has... Oh, this was interesting, and actually now that I think about it, I don't think this point has come back up to the point that I've played. Mist has Lagoo's level hearing. Like she hears something that nobody else except Seath could hear. I thought that was it. Or Leith? Seath? Yeah, Seath. I don't know what the point of... I mean, that was cool, but is that going to come up again later? I don't know. It hasn't happened yet.
It's interesting. 2
fights back to back in this chapter. Okay, here we go. No fucking way. No increases on level up.
Oh, really? It took you this long to get that? I can't. I've gotten at least 5 or 6 of those.
Now I've had about 0. It only happened the one time, but only one, like only HP plus 1 or something happened to me like 5 times or so
A
so
lot.
far.
Yeah. I've gotten, I'm going to say about 5 0 stat level ups. 0.
Oh man,
Sucks.
that sucks so bad. Like, what
It
was
really
the point of
does.
leveling up all those? What was the point
I
of
know.
killing those 3 guys with this
Yeah, I could
character?
have gotten someone else who would have gotten some damn goons.
Yeah. Okay, so in this forest battle, I found a crazy level up spot, or at least it could be crazy if you were prepared for it before arriving at the battle.
Huh.
There are 2 healers, and I left them for the last just by coincidence. And I had Soth attack one, and he couldn't kill it. And then before Soth's next turn, they heal each other. And then he just did it again and again and again. So I literally went ahead and broke his dagger on this one guy.
Oh,
Just go ahead and level up as much as you can, dude, because you've got the Blossom skill, and they'll all be pretty good level ups.
interesting. So you were just getting the experience from engaging in combat.
Right, just hitting them, yeah. And then at the end, I
Right.
just finished them off, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So that was nice.
All right. Okay.
3rd fight in a row. I must survive 10 rounds. I created an unbreakable line.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and put Mist, Rolf, Soth, and Soren behind it. The line spans the entire width of the party's starting area in the top left of the forest. Lance Knights have arrived behind my defensive line.
Yup.
Those bitches. A
Yup.
bunch of mages ganged up on Ike and killed him. So in the end, the thing that killed me wasn't the guy showing up behind me. Just, 3 mages got up close, got up, all targeted Ike, and he died. Had to retry that.
Holy cow.
Second try. I took out the mages first this time, but I had to use some more units. Now the surviving Lance Knight behind my line has attacked Mist, but she isn't dead yet. Braum has died.
Oh.
It's the 6th.
No.
It's the 6th turn. If no one else dies, I'll accept it and replace him with Nephany.
Oh, okay.
So
Well.
let's keep going.
Oh,
See if
poor
I end up
Braum.
having to reset or not.
Yeah.
Oscar, class up from heaven to paladin. He can now use bows too. So I got 3 people. All the brothers can now use bow and arrow.
Oh, interesting. So you picked bow for him?
I
Or
picked
they
bow
give
for
you-
him. Yeah, it asked
Alright.
me and I picked it. On turn 8, neither Soth nor Leith can attack because Soth doesn't have his dagger anymore because he broke it on a priest earlier. And Leith, when she's not transformed, she just can't attack.
Transformed.
And
Yeah.
Mist has 4 HP.
Oh, God.
But victory. May God have mercy on Braum's soul.
Oh, no. Bro, he's such a nice guy.
He is a nice guy for sure, yeah. I don't know what else he was going to do, though. How awesome he was going to be.
He's probably not one. I like him a lot just because I think he looks cool, but he's not one of my better units. I do use him. He's in like my primary rotation. So for these maps, they're a little different because they're multi-part and they allow you to reinforce your team rather than just pick and choose whatever units you want at the start of every part.
That's right.
So you can't pull out a unit, but you can ask a unit to come in and they'll show up like midway through the fight.
That's right.
And for me, I had no one I wanted to call in. I'm like, if I call someone in, it's going to be some low-level unit that's just going to die.
Right.
So I didn't reinforce anyone.
Oh, when I said I was going to replace Braum with Nephany, I just meant in future battles. I wasn't specifically thinking about the reinforceability.
So did you have units that you were going to reinforce with in these fights? Because I didn't want to, because like I said, whoever I had on the field were all the units that were like worth putting on the field.
Right. I think I left Titania out of this battle, so I think we're going to get to I think in the 4th battle I call her as a reinforcement. Because, I wasn't realizing like what the reinforce thing was at first. I think in the last battle I finally used it, though.
Right.
Okay, cutscene. Awesome conversation between Tybarn and Rayson, although I can't remember what it was now. Tybarn pledges the support of the entire Hawk Nation to Racin. Cool.
Yes.
ROFLMAO. Oliver says, quote, "How could you not want to be me?" And Ike says, quote, "That's the last thing in the world, ... I thought that was hilarious. He didn't even finish his own sentence. He just like, "That's the last thing in the world." And then he just like cuts himself off.
Yes.
And I just thought it was funny how like Oliver's this kind of fat, ugly dude. I mean, he's like, "How could
like-
you not want to be me?"
Yeah.
And but I that's the last thing never mind.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Fourth battle in a row. What? A mage can cast a fireball from 10 spaces away?
Oh, boy.
That blew my
You
mind.
found that.
First time ever, right? 2 of 3 meteor attacks have missed, and 2 of 3 attacks on Soth have missed. It's just a thing I've been noticing throughout this game, that the amount of times that you can just have attacks completely miss is like seemingly the way to go, like more than defense. It seems like dodge is better than defense. Am I wrong in thinking that?
I think for certain characters, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I guess for certain characters, you're right. I mean, it's not going to work for Braum. Defense will work way better for him, yeah. I brought Volk. Okay, yeah, I brought Volk as a reinforcement, and he gave his knife to Soth. Yeah, because Soth didn't have any knives, and that's the only reason I brought him to give his knife to Soth, so Soth can do damage again. Soren only takes 4 damage from Meteor, so I leave him. Done. What did I write here? I leave him something in range. I leave him alone in range until the mage runs out of meteor attacks and heal Soren with mist. That was a solid thing that I did.
Yes. Good plan.
Right? It worked out because I just know he happened to be targeted, and for some reason he's just really strong against the meteor spell. I guess it depends on the book you're holding, does it not?
What
Elemental magic damage. If you're equipped with like the book that element is weak to, you take a little bit less damage as well. Is that also correct? It seems like it is.
Is it? I know there is
Or is it just hit
elemental. I know there's an elemental triangle in the game, but
right. So
I'm not sure if it works that way or not. Maybe it does. Yeah.
If it works,
that's how the weapon triangle would work. So
I think the weapon triangle works. I think I looked it up once. I think the weapon triangle, now that I think about it, is mostly, I think it's 15 more attack percent, hit percent for the winner, 15 less for the loser. No difference at all if you're both the same. And then 1 more damage for the winner and 1 less damage for the loser. It's actually not that big of a damage decrease.
it's not.
Difference, right? It's mostly the percentage of 15%.
It'll make a big deal if the other unit is already really strong against you for any reason, or if they have like a really strong weapon, and it's like, oh shit, not only do they have a strong weapon, he's gonna absolutely hit me. He's not gonna miss. He's gonna do a little more damage. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the first map where I remembered about the long range magic spells. I was like, oh shit.
I want to see Racing.
Are you using the marker to show where his range is? Because you can leave that marker up.
Oh, you could leave it up, couldn't I? Yeah. No, I just left. Yeah. You're talking about the meteor guy?
Mm-hmm.
No, I just left Soren there and moved everybody else far away from him, and that worked.
Yeah, but his attack range, you can select him, the enemy unit, and it'll show his attack range permanently on the screen, so you know where to move guys or not move them.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but no, I didn't do that.
Okay.
I know how
I usually do that whenever... Right, okay. That's what I was making sure. But whenever there's a guy like that on the field, I always make sure to tag them, so it's easy to get guys in range and not realize it.
Yeah, that is a sweet option that you can do in this game. That is solid. They did such a good job with the battle interface and all, I think. Okay, story comment. I want to see Racing use the forbidden magic. Very next line. Racing died. I could have saved him if I had surrounded him with my guys, but I didn't.
Oh my god, he died for real?
So in this one, right? So in this one, he's not on our team, right? He's the yellow team.
He's on the green team, I thought.
That would be my team.
You're blue.
Oh, are we blue?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, maybe I got the color wrong, but he's not in our team. He's a separate group with Tybarn guys, right?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I saw him die.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay.
This is amazing. I took my time to make sure everyone crosses the swamp without getting poisoned. When only Soren remained behind the swamp, 3 enemy reinforcements on horseback showed up. 2 of them immediately rode up next to Soren and attacked him. Soren is at level 19 and has 26 HP. The first attack hit for 23 damage, so he only has 3 HP left. The second also hit for 1 damage. Thank God I equipped him with the miracle skill.
Right.
Then Olki flies over to assist Soren and almost gets killed himself. Oh man,
cow.
That was amazing because it comes off it's awesome because the reason it happened is because I left him back to be the decoy for all the meteor spells, right?
Yeah.
So that was kind of epic. But it was okay. Thank God I gave him the miracle spell, and it's genius the way the miracle spell works because the way this game works is if the enemy has 2 HP left, but you could deal 20 damage to them, you don't deal 20 damage to them and they die. You just deal 2 damage to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so thanks to that interesting change in the calculation, that's how the miracle skill works. Because when I first read the description of the miracle skill, it says it cuts any fatal blow down to half damage. And I'm thinking, so if I only have 10 HP and the guy was going to do 20 damage to me, I still die though, right? Because half of 20
that is confusingly worded, yeah.
Right. But yeah, it turns out it's because of that way. I mean, I just figured it out. I assume that's the way it is.
Uh-huh.
It's because, you only find this out when you set the animation to off and they just do it on the battle screen. Because otherwise when they attack each other in the animation, they don't have the number for the amount of damage dealt. You just see how much the damage went down on the enemy. Right. But yeah, when you do the normal one, it shows the actual damage dealt, and whenever they only have a little bit of HP, that's the amount of damage they deal. So, interesting. Bah! Tybarn killed the boss before I reached him.
Yeah, he did the same to me.
I got chicken skin from this scene. Quote, the Lord of the Forest is returned. This is getting me teary-eyed. The amount of epic triumph on display here is unbelievable. Until now, the heavens have bestowed their blessings of power to those who have worked the hardest, meaning the people who leveled up a lot. But now, Princess Iliana uses Ike's sword to command the heavens to make Ike a lord of Crimea. His anime art changes to reflect this, unlike the other characters who doesn't. And all the women in the room fawn over him. Like, that actually happened.
And they kind of make a sort of oblique reference to the fact that he has different clothes on now. He's like, oh, I guess it feels okay.
Right. They're like, hey, you look good in your new title. You mean he was getting his new clothes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that scene was freaking awesome. It totally worked on me. Having Princess Iliana, who's been calling us my Lord Ike all this time, actually make us into literally a lord. It was awesome. How did you feel about that scene, Mel?
I thought it was a really cool way to do it. The lords, they're always called, the main characters in Fire Emblem games are always called lords. Normally, in Fire Emblem games, this one actually broke the tradition. The main character of the game is always a noble. Like, they're from a ruling house, and they're usually the prince or sometimes the king of the kingdom that they're from.
Dude, I want to be the king.
And so you start that way in most Fire Emblem games. So your character class is usually like Lord, and you level up usually as a result of some event in the story to whatever it is that you go to. And in this case, they didn't do that. You were a mercenary. You were like a new mercenary. And now you're a lord. And I just thought that was a really, really cool twist in the way that works.
Yeah, I guess it would have been even more powerful on me if I'd played previous or other Fire Emblem games. But it worked well enough on me just by her constantly calling me my lord, and then and the fact that everybody else level up without by leveling up, class changed by leveling up, but he didn't. Does that mean that I probably lost a level or two if he wasn't max level? Like, you can be max level before this happens, I suppose, right?
Right, and I was, so yeah, there is a bit of a race to get him to level 20 before that point in the story.
He's probably 19 or something. No big deal, I suppose. Okay. So that was the end of chapter 17, and yeah, that ending had me gripped. Chapter 18, Crimea marches. Ashnard commands Alunite to capture a heron and the medallion. I can't wait to find out who the spy is. Just please don't let it be Soren.
So you keep calling him Alunite. You mean the Black Knight?
The Black Knight. Didn't it say when he came to attack us? Didn't it say under his name Alunite? Alonite. I thought it said that.
Gosh, really?
Yeah, the first time, that time when he comes out of the house, when you go into the battle animation, there it says Alunite.
Oh.
Yeah, they never called him Alunite because they don't know his name. They just call him the Black Knight. I guess I should be calling him the Black Knight too, but it showed his name, so I started using his name.
Never noticed that.
Okay. Cool, I showed you something new. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it said his name was Alonite. Alonite.
Huh.
Yeah. Holy shit. Okay. I'm rich now. I have 47,000 gold.
Oh, yeah.
That was awesome. Didn't expect that. Leveled up. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Leveled up Mist and Nephany because I don't have Braum anymore, so I have to level up Nephany. Who should I give the occult scroll to? You answered that question for me. At least one of them, anyway.
Yeah.
Now that Oscar is a paladin. Oh, yeah. Did I mention that he did? Yeah. Now that Oscar is a paladin, he can use the arms scroll. The arms scroll?
Right.
Yeah, not the occult scroll. The arms scroll. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's the one that levels up. Yeah. So that was a thing I was always curious about. I don't know why I didn't know how to use the stat increasing items, but yeah, we talked about it before, and you were like, "You just use the arms scroll, dude," and I was like, "It won't work." Yeah, you have to wait till they change class, I guess.
I didn't have to do that for me. I don't know why it didn't want to work for you before. I totally used. I don't have any more arm scrolls. I used them all.
Before you class upped?
Huh?
Okay. Whoa. Why didn't it work for me?
Oh.
Rayson and Leanne are with me now. Nice. Rayson. That's right. They joined me. That's why I was happy. Yeah.
Rayson just got knocked out.
He didn't. Yeah, he stays in the story because he does some stuff, right?
So you're on chapter 18, right?
We're on 18 now, yeah.
Right. Okay. So you started this one, and okay, go ahead.
Okay. Class change from heaven. Rolf is now a sniper. Nice.
Ah, nice.
Soth killed the boss. Going through this mountain fortress is no problem. Yeah.
Okay. So before we move on to the next chapter, this was, I guess you encountered a couple differences here. So Rayson isn't in your party, is he?
I put him in my party, I think. Oh, I guess after this I did, yeah. Yeah, I used him after this, yeah.
Okay, so he did join you as a unit that you can use.
That is alive, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Because I was like, whoa, I didn't know you could miss out on that character. So he's an interesting character. Are you actually using him?
I did for one of the battles, yeah.
Okay, but not for the rest of them?
Not for the rest of them, no.
because
Okay,
like
so
him and Rayson were talking a scene like, maybe you should rest for the next couple battles. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll let him rest for a little bit.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I find him really useful for moving up slow units because his whole thing is he can use his turn basically to give another turn to another unit who's adjacent to him.
Right.
And I don't know if you noticed, but when his little beast meter fills up and it turns into like a swan or whatever, his chant works on all adjacent units at once.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
So you can give up to four other units another second turn if you position them the right way.
Right. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So that can be pretty potent, especially on a boss fight where you're going to like double whack the boss with a bunch of characters or whatever.
Right.
Or double heal or whatever, It can be pretty effective, but getting him into position is tough. He has 0 combat ability. He's super duper 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 squishy.
Yeah, exactly.
And when he's not transformed, his movement isn't even that good. So he can be kind of hard to use. He's not like critical. So I was like, wow, okay, I guess they don't. I guess he's kind of a bonus, but no, yeah, I guess they give him in your party. The other thing is that this is where you could have recruited Shinon if you had kept him alive.
Oh, but I didn't. Okay, I see. So he was going to be here?
He would have been here working for the Dane Empire or the whatever Dane.
Okay.
Of Dane.
So whatever you know about that, tell me about it. Like, why did he go there and why does he flip back over to you? If you know.
So he's a mercenary, and he just takes whatever jobs come his way. He's really good at his job. In the beginning, there's an opening cutscene where he kind of mouths off to the boss on this map, and they're like, "Oh, this guy! You can't believe he's got a mouth on him, and careful who you talk to." And the boss, the general of the map, is like, "Well, he's effective. He gets things done. So I'm not gonna, whatever." And because he knows full well who he's about to fight, so I guess he's like he's in a mood or whatever. I don't know. And the only way you can recruit him is to talk with him with Rolf.
With Rolf, huh? Okay.
Get Rolf all the way up to him, and his position. I don't know if you remember the map that well, but there's a center area of the map where there's 2 chests.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
He's like right next to that. And if you recall, there's a lot of other units that are right there. And there's also a mage that has like the blizzard skill that hits like from far away. So getting Rolf over there is really hard, or it can be kind of tricky. And to top it all off, Shinon will fight whoever the fuck is in his way. So you have to get Rolf in range before anyone else gets in his range.
Oh, he'll fight your guys, huh?
Well, the first time he fought one of my other archers and died. And I was like, fuck, I wanted to recruit him.
Right.
So what you have to do is talk to him with Rolf or get him in range. Then he'll run up to Rolf and talk to him. He won't fight him. And they'll have like this little back and forth. And like, apparently Shinon trained Rolf to be an archer. That's how Rolf knew how to be an archer. And it was like a secret. No one else wanted to train Rolf because he's a boy. He's really young. I guess he's supposed to be like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever. And so Shinon trained him, and he's like, "Just do what I told you. I'm just another enemy on the field." And Rolf was like crying and sad about it, whatever. And then the only way you can actually recruit him is to kill Shinon with Ike.
You have to talk to him with Rolf and kill him with Ike?
Yeah, apparently.
Wow.
And when you do, Shinon's like, "What are you doing? Just finish it." And then Ike is like, "No, your wound isn't lethal, whatever, etc."
Yeah.
And then after the battle, there's another conversation where they make like some weird agreement where it doesn't even happen on screen. They agree to fight each other, and whoever the winner is will get their way. In this case, Ike will allow Shinon to join, will ask Shinon and basically tell him to join his team and fight for him. And if Shinon wins, Shinon becomes the general of the army. it's like a bullshit like agreement.
Like, there's
'Cause he
no
was
way
always-
Shinon's gonna win.
Well, there's no way they would let that happen, right? He
Right.
was appointed general by the queen of the country. So, like, what? But this is like a holdover from when Shinon's like, no, I should be leading the Grail mercenaries. I'm like the most senior, capable guy here. Why is it going to this guy's son who has no experience? Which is a good point.
It is, yeah.
So that's why he and Gatry leave.
Right, that's
They're
right.
like,
I remember that.
this place is going to go to shit. Why, we're mercenaries. We're not going to make any money working for these guys. Bye.
Right. I was bummed when Gatry left me. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you could have recruited Gatry if you talked to him with Ike, I think. Or no, you had to talk with Astrid first, and then she could talk to Gatry and get him back.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't failed that when I wanted Astrid. Oh, well.
Yeah, well, if it's any consolation, I don't use Shinon or Gatry at all because
Okay.
Rolf is a much better unit, and I have Braum already. I don't need another knight character. But I guess I will say, as much as it probably sucks to hear, Astrid is one of my best units.
Right. Oh, man.
Yeah, she's easily I point her in the direction of anything, I just need to die.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So thanks for telling me that. Let's see. So yeah, I had an easy victory at Torgaren. And then right after that is some cutscenes. What? Nasir sold his ship? What is he doing? I wrote that. I don't know why he would sell the goddamn ship, just because he's going to hang out with us for a while. Soren accuses Nasir of being the spy. Interesting. Chapter 19, Entrusted. Did I just get unbelievably lucky? Oscar says that himself, Boyd, and Rolf will do a special combination attack if they all use a bow. What if I hadn't given Oscar bow proficiency?
Then we would not have gotten the ability to do that.
Holy crap. I
was a little surprised when you told me you gave him a bow. I'm like, oh, shit.
It's gonna happen. Yet another miracle leading up to my chance to see the combination attack. Both Boyd and Oscar are bow class E. The only rank E bow is the iron bow. I have one iron bow. I have no more weapon scrolls. You can't buy an iron bow. You can only forge one item per chapter. Thank God I didn't make Nephany a new lance first. It's interesting that you can forge an iron bow, which is the lowest rank bow, but you can't just buy the lowest rank bow. That's weird.
I think it depends on where in the story you're at.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes they let you buy it, and sometimes they don't.
Nesala says, we have a betrayer in our midst. And the very next thing we see is Nasir asking Ike what our plan is. If reinforcements come from behind, I know it will be his fault.
Whoops.
New battle music. I wrote that.
That's true. Once you get into Danon, there's new hero and enemy music.
It's not that.
Right. It's all different.
I made a very strong iron bow for Boyd called Three Brothers. He can nearly one-shot everyone with it. I'd like to try it on Nesala. Tanith's reinforcements are pretty cool. Yeah, Tanith. I used her reinforcements ability, yo. One of Tanith's holy guard got one shot by a ballista, another by Nesala. The third one took out a raven and the ballista before meeting the same fate. That was epic.
Oof.
But I mean, hey, they took out a raven and a ballista. That's not bad.
So that reinforce I read, I was looking through some of the information on the game. It's possible to bring in with Tanith a unit that's stronger than Tanith with the reinforce.
Oh, whoa. So
like a little bit. Like the stats are slightly better.
Okay. Actually, I'll ask more about the reinforce later because I use it again in another battle, and I'm surprised
That's all I
at
know.
how. Okay.
I don't use Tanith.
Okay. Soth takes out another dragon with 2 damage. Yes. I couldn't finish off Nesala without Nephany dying, so I used Racin to chant Ike and Tanith, and they took out Homasa instead of going after Nesala. So Nephany lives, but I couldn't kill off Nesala. I wanted to.
I wasn't able to do it either. What I did on that map was I kind of picked my way through the south part of it. I got rid of the ballistas because they're a big problem. And I got right outside the range with Astrid because she's on a horse. And then I moved her in and I one-shot the boss with her.
Dude, she's that awesome. Oh, man.
Yeah, in one round of combat, I just had her.
One round of combat, yeah.
Yeah, I had her take him down and get in and clear the map because I could not take Nesala. He's way too strong.
I got close, but he kept killing Nephany, so I had to give it up.
Yeah, he's really the skills he has on are just ridiculous.
The medallion plot twist. Volk has explained everything to me.
Oh, here's the plot dump.
Yep. I paid him 50,000 gold pieces and sent him on his way.
Oh, boy.
Ike marches on in grim silence. Oh, yeah, that was a quote. I thought that was a cool quote. Quote, Ike marches on in grim silence. Yeah, I thought that was a really cool plot twist. It was that... How much did we know about this? Wait, I don't want to get this plot twist mixed up with the later information, but he got it. It's fine if I do, I guess. She got it from... Mist got it from her mother, who got it from Grail. I don't know how Grail got it. And yeah, like it's like the One Ring of Power from Lord of the Rings. If you hold it and there's like any, like if you're not like as pure as a hobbit yourself, you turn into an evil warlord.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So, and that happened to freaking Grail, and he killed his own wife. That's what happened, right?
Yep.
That is so brutal.
And that's why he was wielding an axe instead of a sword, because he stopped himself from being able to hold a sword. And then he hired this crazy, like, assassin to kill him in case he goes berserk again.
That was Volk. That's right. Volk was,
Volk.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And yeah, you actually told me before about the whole thing about how he cut his tendons so that
I thought that was mentioned earlier on.
No, it wasn't. Sounds like what?
This was when it was. Yeah.
Yeah, they mentioned that here. I was like, whoa. Yeah, that was a really dark turn. It's just lore because it's not the thing that happens here.
Right.
But that's pretty dark lore, huh?
Yeah, it is. So after that conversation, did anything happen? You said you sent...
I paid him 50,000 gold and sent him on his way.
So he's gone?
You know, that's an interesting point. I sent him on his way, but
on his way
I can still use
what?
him. I mean, you know, you have the option. Like, you have to... Didn't you have a choice to say, let him stay with you or to send him away?
Yeah. Yes. You could... yeah. You could pay him the 50,000 gold to help. He said the way he worded it is like, I'll take. So initially, what happened was the $50,000 or the 50,000 gold was like a ruse. It was part of an agreement that he made with your father to wait until you were capable enough of getting this information. And it was a report. The way he framed it was like a report on his father, but it wasn't a report. It was information his father had given him, and he tells it to you, and that's that whole info dump that we just went over.
Right.
And then he said it was his own judgment that he said, well, the kid's capable enough of getting 50,000 gold together, then I guess by that point, he'll be capable enough of having this information. And he said, that was a ruse. I'm not using that money, but I will take that money if you want to hire me again to do the same services I was doing for your father.
That's right. I'm finding it right here, too. Do you want to hire me in the event that you go berserk someday?
Right.
If we make a deal now, you won't have to worry about it anymore. I chose not to hire him.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah.
Oh, so you kept the 50,000 gold.
Oh, I thought I still had to pay him 50,000 just for the report, though. Maybe I didn't pay him. Yeah, maybe I didn't.
Maybe you didn't.
Yeah.
Because I think so I'll tell you what happens if you do hire him.
Go ahead. Yeah. Well, wait a
You
minute.
turn-
Wait. It's not a
What?
thing that's going to happen way later, right?
No, I don't think so. I've never not hired him, though.
Go ahead. The thing I don't want spoiled. The thing I don't want spoiled is one, whether or not Ike is going to happen to go berserk.
Okay.
And two, if that happens, I also don't want to know whether or not he actually tries to kill me. Or I don't know what happens.
All right, I'm not telling you anything that's going to happen later.
Okay.
I don't know what's going to... no, anyway.
Go for it.
So what
I'll
happens
take it.
is... Yeah, this is fine. What happens is he classes up into a new class.
Shut up. What? Dude.
He turns into an assassin.
Oh, man.
And the assassin is just a better thief, really. And the thing about that, though, is Soth, who has that really awesome Blossom skill, cannot class change at all.
Yeah, actually, I just found that out in the next chapter, and I was
so
pissed.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
I literally made a sword for Soth, thinking he's going to class up, and when he does, he's going to be able to use longer swords and a knife. So I made a sword, and I named it Soth Sword, and I gave it to him. And then he reached level 20.
That's it.
And then it's like, that's the max level, isn't it? Holy crap. I was so annoyed.
Yeah. So with the assassin, yeah, he's a better thief, basically. I'm pretty sure he can use swords as well. But I think that's just basically you paying to get this other character into your thing.
Right.
So, yeah. And he has like a cool look. It was really, the one funny part was, so he's like, if you hire him and he's like, okay, then I guess I don't have to hide who I am anymore. And then he changes his character art changes to make him look like an assassin.
Yeah.
And his character art has him wearing like a face mask.
Yeah.
Like, now you're hiding who you are.
Right. That's a good point. Interesting. Oh, well, I missed that, didn't I?
I guess so. I don't use him more than I used to before, only because the rest of my team is really effective at this point. I still use him. He's my primary like door and chest opener.
Go ahead and tell me, is there any really good reason to keep Soth? Because he's reached the max level for me now. My whole idea was that he's going to be amazing when he class changes. With the Blossom skill on all this time, and he's pretty amazing for a thief. I mean, I'm not even for a thief. He's pretty amazing. The only downfall is he can't use swords. He uses dinky-ass little knives, and you can't even forge custom stronger knives either.
Right.
So
and
that's
knives
really
are very
the only
limited. Thing. Yeah.
Right, but he has like almost max of all stats, yo. Like not magic and not resistance, but he has like max defense, max speed, max skill, max strength, yo.
He's stuck in that way, unfortunately. He's just stuck there. He is
I got deceived.
He is the main character of the second game, so technically that is when you promote him.
I hope my save file carries over then, because he's level 20.
It doesn't do in that way, but there is a carryover function.
Depending on save files and stuff?
Yeah, you can carry over certain elements of your save data.
Now, let me make sure I got this straight, though, because isn't the next game on the Wii a different console?
Correct, but it's played almost entirely with... Well, not almost entirely. It is played with a GameCube controller. They're like, use a GameCube controller.
I guess you'd have to... So to do this thing that you're going to talk about, you'd have to use the GameCube memory card, plug it into the Wii, because you can do that, can't you?
Yeah, it was 100% backward compatible.
It was.
It was just a GameCube with like an extra disc slot, or not an extra disc slot, but like it took big discs.
Right. It's like a Wii has like a GameCube in it, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Actually, I'm glad I said that to you then. Okay, so that was really interesting. And that was a cool plot twist. I liked it, but I'm still bummed that all this time, like the exact opposite of, I did like the exact opposite of what I should have been doing. Like I saw Soth and I saw Volk, and when I first had Volk, I thought, oh, that's cool. He can steal and stuff. That's pretty cool. And then I got Soth, and when I saw his Blossom ability, I was like, okay, I guess I'm done with Volk. Gonna use Soth exclusively. You know, doing cruel things to Volk, like making him go on the field just to pass a knife to Soth. And so that he's unarmed, but Soth is armed again. And and then like he reaches max level and he can't get any stronger than this. And I could have hired Volk and he could have upgraded to assassin. Okay. Anyway, next thing. That was a cool thing though. Where are we here? Are you serious? No, I said that. So now I have to find the spot where we are. Ike decides that racing. No, decided not to know. Okay, here we go. Class change from heaven. Soren is a sage. No, that's not it. Oh, I guess I haven't started the chapter. Okay, chapter 20, defending Talrega. Are you serious? Right after we learn that the medallion is the one medallion to rule them all, it's stolen?
Right on time.
Like, right on time. Like, man, you were not kidding when you talked about the swift pace and convenience of the story.
It is.
Amazing.
It really is.
Nice. 70,000 gold. What happened, yo? How did I get all this money? I need to make more expensive weapons. That's what I wrote.
You do.
Yep.
The game does not hurt you for money. I mean, I kind of forgot the early game does kind of hold the money back a bit, but if you're willing to like play it down to the wire and not save any money, it's because you just get showered with it. Because you got to figure, you know, you're leading a military campaign. It would make sense that you end up with like a shit ton of money.
Yeah, I suppose it does make sense. It's just a shame you can't forge more than one per thing, but you don't really need to either. So
no, I would say you don't.
Yeah,
need it either.
I haven't had any support conversations in so long.
Me neither.
You either? Yeah. I mean, it must be because we're using the same people all the time and not trying lots of different people, maybe.
Right. It takes longer to grow the higher level support conversations. So since we're kind of focusing in, I've got most of the first level conversations with most of the guys that I use. But yeah, the level 2 on a couple of them, but not the level 3.
Class change from heaven. Soren is a sage and can use staves now. Is there any value in having him able to use knives?
I picked stabs as well, knives, just because they're so limited. Like, is he really going to do melee damage?
Right, he's so weak.
Is he more likely to hang back and maybe heal
or something,
if he
right?
Doesn't have an opportunity to do damage. He was one of the last classes for me to class up because it was always hard for me to get him into position and get experience. You know, he's slow because he's not on a horse. And
That's true. Yeah.
he's squishy, so you don't really want to go shoving him up in the front line.
Yeah. Indeed. Tried to save Scum a good level up for Nephany, but I couldn't. So I think I think it's like, well, it's certainly not like changing the random number or whatever based on like every frame or even just like,
No.
and it's not even changing it just by like pressing directions and entering other menus. Like if you, right? Like I tried to level her up. I reloaded it, did some other
stuff. You could have
stuff.
done it. There is a way to do this.
Well, one way that I found later was that if I level up somebody else and then come back, it changes.
Yeah. So the way it works is the level up seed, the random number generator changes every time you perform essentially an action that you can't undo. So if you did so if you wanted to choose it and definitely got like 0 stats or whatever, then what you could do is move her or move someone else to a different spot. Move someone different. Do anything else different in the course of the combat. Like, were you leveling her up at the base?
The base, yeah.
Oh, then no, it's done. It's locked in at that point.
Unless you level up somebody else, then you can
level up someone else. Yeah, right. Or maybe if you buy a weapon, you could try that. I've never done it at the base. But in combat, if you were to fight someone, let's say you got to move the character up to fight that guy, and then you know you're going to win because the numbers work and you win. And then you level up because you've got enough experience. But you got no levels on that level up. You could roll it back and then move your character up to a different tile. You could roll it back and then move another character in any direction to one tile and then try again. You could move, another character and have them do any other action, trade an item, heal, whatever, and then try again. Whatever to reset the random number generator and get a better level up.
Interesting. Decided not to hire Khalil. ... Wait a minute. I wonder if she'll get along well with Soren. She's hired. Ike decides.
Right, so
I hired Khalil because because she's also a mage, so I thought there'd be scenes with Soren. So that's why I hired her.
She's another fun character to read, but not one that I use either.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't need 2 dedicated mages, and I do wish I had 2 dedicated healers, to be honest. But if I hadn't killed Rice, that would have been great. But
oh man, well now you have Soren.
Yeah, but now I don't want to have him be a dedicated healer. I use him for dealing damage. So
you have Mist, right?
I still have Mist. Yeah. Ike decides that Rayson should sit out next battle, a perfect chance to try out Khalil in his stead. Wait, it looks like Khalil doesn't have any support conversations with Soren. Never mind. So, from this point onward, Khalil never gets used again.
Right.
I didn't use
her. Did you class up Mist by chance?
I have not.
You might want to do that.
What do you mean you might want to do that? I have to get her to level 20 first, dude.
Have you not been giving her bonus experience or anything?
I have, but I haven't been giving it all to her anymore.
Right.
After a while, I stopped. I've been doing it by, I would pick just somebody who's about to level up. And even if Miss isn't about to level up, I want to do her. And I want to see what the level up is. If I don't like it, I load state and level up somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't like these bad level ups.
Yeah, me neither. Hey.
But she's real close, yo. I think she's level 19 now. I think her next level.
Oh, then you got it. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe a nameless, faceless soldier is the one to say, quote, I would rather die than kill innocent Dane civilians. Commander Har tells him that his wife and kids will be sentenced to death if he doesn't get out there and fight. General Shaharam, quote, to gain the trust of the king, we've become more cruel and heartless. We've become cruel and heartless. That's a freaking epic quote, I think.
Yeah.
During this battle, Mia and Soth have avoided about 10 attacks combined. It's amazing to me.
Huh.
Ike at 9 HP avoided 4 attacks.
Oh,
that was dangerous. Yeah. I let Oscar and Titania ride ahead and take care of all the guys near the floodgate. Oscar finished off the boss. Everyone wants to help the Dane civilians, but Soren is not having it. So Nasir stole the medallion and brought it to Enna for some reason. So he is the one.
So another little element that missed out on with this chapter is the boss of this fight is the father of a character that you don't have.
Oh, that's cool.
Jill, the Wyvern Rider.
Say the name again.
Jill.
Oh, that girl. Didn't I see her?
Yeah.
No,
she had red hair.
Wait, did I see Jill? Yeah, I did see Jill. She's the one who's like, Father, this is my first battle. Please protect me or something.
Right. And then I think you fought her and killed her on that first fight.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Right, yeah. If you didn't kill her, she would have shown up on another fight and then forced herself onto your team and been like, because you were fighting the birds and she hates
the
people.
Lagoos.
Right. And then she kind of grows to, it's the normal thing of she turns into a good person. But this is her father, the boss of this map, and there's a little bit of prelude that goes on where Ike is like, look, you don't have to go onto the field if you don't want to.
Oh, wow.
You don't have to fight your father. And then, so I was using her because she's one of the units I use. And the other Wyvern Riders all make a comment when they go to fight her. They're like, like, oh my God, you're a traitor. Like, oh, get her. Like, every time you fight one of the Wyvern Riders.
I see.
I didn't have her fight her own father, but I know there is a conversation that they have, and it's probably
that's
like,
cool.
You can imagine it. It's like, oh, I can't believe we have to do this or whatever.
Yeah,
right, exactly. But there's nothing else really changes other than that.
Dude, this game is awesome. Like, the way they set up the support conversations and the way you can get the people, and then just, I don't know, just so many of those, optional conversations that you could watch. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it kind of starts paying dividends around about now as the characters and their stories. Some of them more than others. Like Jill is definitely one of them, but like I don't know that Galia has any other payoff going on there, or a couple other ones that are still yet to come. Or they join in so late. It's like, well, I don't know what kind of story arc you're going to have at this point.
But even then, you can still use them just because they look cool or because they have some special gameplay advantage.
Yeah.
So cool.
It's all the only other part that's the only thing there is odds are if you're playing well, odds are you won't need them.
Right. You have already leveled up a whole bunch of people to do the job.
You have people who are really probably better than they are at this point, or take fewer resources to continue to improve them. Unless you lost units and you're like, oh shit, I need another one. I'm like out of guys or something.
Yeah.
Because of the permadeath nature of the game, I guess they want to make sure you still have a fighting chance.
Right? Yeah. That's why I was saying, like, it's kind of weird. The kind of units that you get, a lot of them seem OP. Like, you get Nephany and Braum, and they're kind of weak. But, right. For example, you get Leith, and she's OP. And you get Tanith, and she's kind of OP. Like, there are lots of OP people that join you. So, maybe you don't have to worry too much as long as you don't lose too many people too often.
Right. Right. And then the other element of it becomes like the sort of Pokemon gotta catch them all, like, I want to recruit everyone,
right.
Like, sort of thing, which is kind of how I always kind of envision it. Because I never let a unit die, and I also never really used units that weren't super effective. So for me, and having a little bit of hindsight, the game's super easy at this point.
Right. Once you know how it goes, I imagine it's really easy. Yeah. Like because I was always scared about. I've always heard that this game is really hard, but really it's just really nerve-wracking because it's like it's not a big challenge to overcome, but it's easy to make one mistake that is fatal to just one character, and then you want to reset. That's what it is.
Yeah, I feel once again it's kind of echoing Final Fantasy Tactics, where it's easy if you know how to make it easy, but if you're playing this game for the first time with little to no prior knowledge, it could be quite difficult. Like, I had a very hard time with Final Fantasy Tactics, and you did, but that's because you were playing like a weird build. If you probably played the way you normally do, you would probably just steamroll the whole game. But I was really having a very fucking hard time, and it was always after the fact. We're like, oh, well, if I did this and this and this, and all these other optional things, or if I grind this way or that way, or whatever, you could just get like fucking God mode. And similar thing is true here, where if you know the characters to focus in on, and if you never let anyone die, which I understand why people would play that way, because it's part of the game for a unit to die, right? Yeah. So I've always envisioned myself playing the game that way one day, but I never have it in me to let a character die. I'm like, nah, I have to save them. I have to roll back to save.
It's a hell of a lot
easier.
Go ahead, sorry.
Even before save states, before emulators, I would always just roll back the whole map.
The whole file, yeah.
Yeah.
The whole map, yeah. Yeah, it's a hell of a lot easier for me now because I'm using an emulator and save states. Because there are times that people died, and I might have had more deaths that I just accepted if I hadn't recently saved the state during the battle, right?
Yeah. This was the game that made me know that there is a soft reset button command on the GameCube controller where it's like start X, Z, and L or some shit that will reset the console without you having to stand up and press the reset button.
Right. Soft reset. It's a great thing. Okay. So that's right. So we're on to chapter 21 now.
Right. So that's where I left off.
Okay, so we finished this chapter and then we're done, right? Or did you finish it?
Well, I'm on this chapter. So this is where you're in like the castle, right?
Yeah, that's right. Because we're gonna fight Enna here, right?
Right. So yeah, this is the chapter I'm on.
Okay.
So we can leave it off at the prior one. Let's see here. Let me look at my notes. Yeah, I'm on chapter 21. Some of my little comments here. Yeah, your party size is so large at this point. Moving everyone up is really annoying.
It is, right? And so I've been using that rally command a lot.
Yeah. I know, but I like putting my guys exactly where I want them, and
right.
it's a pain in the ass.
Right.
There's so much moving of characters and nothing going on. Even with like sped up gameplay, it's slow. I wrote here the difficulty is really leveling off for me at this point because, like I was saying, a lot of the units I'm using are really, really, really strong. Like I said before, Astrid is far and away my best character. I don't know that I ever used her in prior playthroughs, but just taking advantage of the fact that she has double experience points is huge.
Which character?
Astrid.
Astrid is the one that gets double experience points, huh?
Yeah, she has an innate skill called... It's not Miracle.
No, it's not Miracle.
It's not Blossom.
It's not Blossom.
Some other one.
Okay.
Where it takes up her entire 25 or 20 points of skill, so you can't put any other skills on her.
Right.
And she gets double experience points just all the time.
Dude, it's going to be awesome when she gets max level of whatever. Is she already promoted when you get her?
No. She's level 1 when you get her.
Unpromoted. Oh, man.
She's super duper duper super squishy. She does like no... You have to feed her like a little baby. She's squishy.
Oh, at the beginning, right? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she has a bow that she could barely use. She does like 1 damage to most of the enemies on the map that she's on. Because the idea is that she's like some royal whatever who's not supposed to be fighting.
Right.
And they're like, why are you on the battlefield? She's like, oh, I have a duty to whatever the fuck. And then, but she has this incredible skill. And even though I don't think her stats are like abnormally good, just being able to level up that much, she's now the highest level unit I have. She's level 29. If you promote, it rolls back to 1. But
she can go up beyond 20.
Well, they all can. So it's 20 plus the promotion, right? It rolls it back to number 1.
Right. So you're actually like level 49, basically.
I'm just calling it 29.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So you're level 9 from the promotion, after the promotion.
Correct.
Okay, I see
Which is the highest level that I have on any character that I'm using. I think some other characters come in a little higher than that. I think Stefan comes in at like 8. So it's like...
So Astrid personifies exactly the thing you were telling me, that you believe that the weaker an enemy unit comes in, the more it is worth leveling that person up rather than using Titania to slaughter everyone.
Yeah, that is usually the lesson of the game.
And yeah, you're right.
So,
I have. I mean, she's a paladin, right? Titania's a paladin. When Oscar class changes, he becomes a paladin as well, and he's like 2 levels below her. I think he's paladin level 9, and she's paladin level 11. But his stats are higher than hers, and Boyd's stats are higher than hers. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's gonna blow her away. She's not gonna like be horrible, but wouldn't you rather like one-shot everything with Boyd? So yeah, Astrid is that way, and she's a bow user, so it's super awesome to be able to get in with a bow user and then get them out because they can double move because they're on a horse.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So she's really, really, really effective, and just having all that movement range. She crits a lot just because she's fucking awesome, and usually I'll craft a bow for her. And yeah, so she's easily one of my better units. Something else I noted here: I barely have any sword users.
I went out of my way. No, I have. I went out of my way to use. So the way I thought of it was, I want to have 2 of each: 2 lances, 2 axes. So I've been using Titania and Boyd as axe users, Ike and Mia as sword users, and Oscar and at first it was Brom, but now it's Nephany as lance users. And yeah, and now I have 3 permanent sword users because I actually now use Tanith every time. I like her.
Oh, I see. Yeah, for some reason, the way it worked out this time, and I don't know if it's always been that way for me, but I have Ike and 1 other unit, and that's it. And I really just use Ike pretty much is the only one. I have Stefan, who's this super secret guy that I told you about that you can find in the desert.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah.
He's like way overpowered, so I don't really like using him because it's not fun. But I'll occasionally bring him in if I need another person to join the map. And he's really the only other sword user I have. I don't use Mia. There's another character that you could have gotten called Seahark. Did you get him?
I did, but I don't use him yet.
Yeah, I don't use him. And I don't know if there's any other dedicated sword users, but like you were saying, the paladins can all class and change to use a sword if you let them. But I'm really not using any other like mounted units other than Astrid and the 2 flyers that I have. So yeah, it's weird. I don't have a lot of sword users, so I have all these excess like really awesome kick-ass swords that like I can't use fast enough.
Indeed. I just recently got a sword called the Brave Sword that attacks twice per attack. So if you were already going to attack twice because your skill is high, you'll actually get 4 whole attacks. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, I have a Brave Bow on Rolf.
Oh, no way. I didn't know there's going to be one of those.
Yeah, I think you get it from... You might get it from Sinon. That's right. He had the Brave Bow. So that makes him extra lethal if you don't take care of him right away. He will fucking kill whoever gets in his way.
So we're on chapter 21, Without a King. My first little note here. They show an image, like a concept art drawing of Dane Keep. And I wrote here, Dane Keep is the most badass looking castle ever. Which, of course,
I really do like the artwork. Those stills are really good.
Same here, all of them. I think I might have mentioned a long time ago that I felt like the character portraits did kind of feel a little generic anime.
Yes.
And I do still feel that way. I don't know, like they don't have any outstanding feature or particularly distinguishing feature that I can notice. But I don't know. I've come to like it because they look good to me. Just aesthetically, they look nice. The girls are cute.
I like it.
Ike looks like kind of a badass, so I'm down with it. I've come to like it just fine actually. And also the environment art, like you just mentioned, like the castle. There are several castle pictures in this game. It kind of looks like it seriously looks like it could be a stock anime castle of some sort that you could just buy from some licensing website, but it looks really good to me.
I think it's just high quality, sort of normal fantasy stuff. And even the backgrounds, when there's dialogue, there's actually only a couple of them. There's like maybe a half dozen or so backdrops when characters are in dialogue. And what they'll usually do is reshade them.
Oh,
so if they look darker or brighter.
Oh, right. Daytime version, nighttime version.
Daytime version, evil version, happy, good version. Yeah, it does make a difference. And, these are all really utilitarian things. The game's budget was not the highest.
And it is a GameCube game, which is a very small disc. Only one disc, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were there any double disc GameCube games?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I don't think I know what any of them are. What
Resident Evils, most of the Resident Evils were double disc.
But Tenkaitos Origins was only one disc, wasn't it?
One of them was double disc. If the first one wasn't, then the second one was, or vice versa.
So one of them was double disc. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, next thing. So yeah, Denkeep looks like a badass castle to me. I like it.
Yeah.
It sounds like Enna is planning to touch the medallion. I hope Nasir becomes one of the casualties. I'm still annoyed that he betrayed me, as you can see. I'm not as forgiving as Ike. Damn it, I used bonus experience to level up Mist, and she got nothing.
Oh,
I mean, it happened, I think, last time.
That's happened to you a fair amount of times, right?
Maybe 3. Nothing, I think, only happened like 3 times, maybe.
Oh, man.
You said it happened a bunch of times, right?
Oh, my. And by the time in this play session, at least another 5 level ups got me absolutely
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. That sucks. I hate that.
It really does. It blows.
I don't know what to say about, this is definitely objectively a flaw. That you can get a level up that means nothing is like the stupidest thing ever. So, what is the best resolution for this problem? Like, just have them all fixed level ups is one way to go.
I guess.
Just increase the percentages so that it happens less often. I don't know.
Or always make it so that one stat is guaranteed. But what stat would that be? HP would get kind of crazy at some point.
You mean it'd be too high and be awesome?
Yeah, it'd easily be too high because if you leveled up every character without giving them a master seal, then every character would have. Some characters would have 80 HP. It would be way too much. No one has that much HP.
Is that possible? I got freaking Boyd, I think it was, at the end of the game, all the way up to max level 20, right?
Yeah. So if you've ever looked at your character's stat page, especially toward the end of the game, if you see any of their stats are highlighted in green, that means they hit the max. For that stat. They can't level up to get more points.
Right. And so he has 60 HP, and yeah, I guess it wasn't green, so it could have gone further, huh?
Possibly, but if you get 40 levels
of HP
per class,
right,
and HP is like the one that always goes up, that's too much.
40. That's 40.
I don't know
right
any
there,
stat. It's 40 and another 40 when you class change.
Oh, it's
or 20. No, it's 20. Yeah, you're right. 40.
So it's going to be like 39 plus 4, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a total like
maybe that
43,
would work,
maybe. Yeah.
Maybe that would work, but I think some units shouldn't have that much. That 40 is a lot for this game.
I suppose it is. Yeah.
Like a mage shouldn't have 40 HP.
Yeah. Okay. Every level up, one... Crap, what did I write here? One something do at base is crap. Every level up, I do at base is crap. You're just getting bad level ups when you can do. Here we go. Every level up I can do at base is crap. So I kept reloading the save state. I tried another person, bad level up, reload, tried another person, bad level up. Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
So I'm saving the bonus experience for later. So I didn't spend any of this base session.
Oh, wow.
I forged a maxed out silver sword for Mia. 26,516 gold. The name is the Silver Goddess.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a crazy sword.
That's awesome.
Is she gonna just be a dragon? Is what I asked. So I'm wondering that. I'm talking about Enna here. She's the boss of this stage.
And like my whole time, she's like, I have the medallion. And I'm thinking, oh, goddamn, she's going to use the medallion to beat us. That's what I thought what they were getting at, all with the build up in the story up to this part. You know, you're just going to be on a suicide mission. How can you possibly stop them? And she's like, I have a way. And I'm like, oh, crap. She's definitely going to use the medallion, and it's going to be a bloodbath. And my whole idea was that, because they talk about how the medallion makes you go berserk. So my idea was that she's going to be really hard for us, and maybe somebody's going to die. But her own members, her own soldiers will also die, and that's how they're going to like show how evil the medallion is what I thought they were going to do. But I'm sitting here saying, so is she just going to sit there being a dragon? She's supposed to go insane, is what I wrote here. Holy Guard, ×6 achievements. So this is my first time to summon all the Holy Guards that you can summon, which is 6. 2 times, and 3 times people each come. This is how many guys they killed. 1 merc, 1 mage, 1 axe dude, 1 archer, 1 mage, Kasatai, the boss.
Oh my gosh.
1 heavy lance, 1 mage, 1 mage, 1 mage, 1 archer, 1 heavy lance, 1 killer sword wielder, 1 mage, 1 mage, 1 heavy lance, 1 heavy lance, 1 heavy lance, 1 thief, and 1 swordsman. And they even took Taraneo, the main boss guy, down to 17 HP.
Wow.
I did not expect them to do that good, to do that well.
I never used those guys.
I started using them every time after that.
I would if I were you, yeah. But don't they absorb up all that HP, experience?
They do, right? Yeah.
They do. Yeah.
But you're going to find out pretty soon that I actually took care of that problem, at least with this map.
Oh, okay.
Mia, with her new sword, the Silver Goddess, still has a 71 chance to hit axe soldiers with Gamble, which Gamble is the one that halves your normal hit percentage, but doubles your crit. But even at half hit percentage, she can still hit at 71% chance. And like the Gamble crit percent chance is like 65. So that's like amazing odds.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, so she's pretty amazing. Soth opens a door. There are 4 swordsmen. Nephany stands in the doorway and overpowers them one by one with her Omni Lance, which is a lance I made for her earlier.
Yes.
Finally, she can use D rank lances because she hadn't even gone up 1 weapon rank yet, weapon class.
Yeah.
So finally she did. Can't we go down any of these staircases? ? So there are several areas, indoor areas, where it totally looks like you should just be able to go in the stairs and come up another staircase or something. But you can't use those, can you?
Yeah, I never thought of that. No, you can't. Those are basically where enemies might pop out.
Okay, that's all. Yeah. With everyone at full health, Boyd takes out Taraneo. We've got special boss music. We don't need another special boss song for the battle animation. I don't know why I'm complaining about that. I wonder why I complained about that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Very picky all of a sudden.
We've got special... Maybe just because I thought Taraneo wasn't worthy of it or something. Or am I talking about the battle against Enna? I'm not sure what I'm talking about, to
Might be
honest.
talking about Taraneo, the White Knight guy.
Yeah. Enna... Okay, yeah, so now I've arrived at Enna, the final boss. There's like 3 bosses in this stage, I guess.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
Enna regenerates a set amount of HP every turn. The set amount. This is hilarious to me. She's standing in the place where you're supposed, where like, you know, the place you're supposed to seize is the place where you get like a little regeneration bonus, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
You do. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So, like, I'm thinking, oh, she's going to heal, like, 6 HP. The set amount that she heals is her full HP gauge. So...
She healed all of her HP?
Yeah, I don't know why. Either it was a special... I don't think it was,
she must have done something to do that.
It must be one of her abilities. It can't be just the, you know, the siege point
It's
bonus.
not, yeah, because you get 6... Usually it's like 6 points.
Right? Yeah, something like that. But
Usually
no, she
it's
would...
like some amount.
But what happened was she would heal 4 HP. Like, she had 3 healing sessions at every turn. She would heal 4 HP. She'd heal another 4 HP. And then she'd heal 33 HP.
Right. She did
Amazing, right?
something. Maybe
Does
she has an
something.
ability. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. So that was impressive. So I grinded Enna for about an hour
What the fuck?
because she kept
Oh,
healing.
'cause
So I
she
kept
heals.
almost killing her. You know, she doesn't move at all.
Right.
Her range is only 1. So like I'm just
Right.
using bow and arrows on her and
Okay.
magic and
You had
stuff.
enough durability on all your shit to do that, I guess?
Well, I mean, eventually they ran out and then I stopped.
Okay, so that was your limiting factor.
Yeah.
I guess on like a Laguz, you could just do that infinitely.
Yeah, right. Soth got the final hit for some reason on HP increased. For some reason, only HP increased. And then later I realized the reason why only his HP increased is because he actually already hit max strength and max defense and stuff. Soth did. Impressive, right? Because of that Blossom skill. It's amazing. So Enna didn't use the medallion, and Nasir is now our prisoner. WTF? Holy dog biscuits. The medallion of Laran is the fire emblem. I thought that was cool.
So before we move forward, let me just touch base on that last mission. The fight with Taraneo had special music for a reason. You were actually able to recruit him.
Okay, he was a bad guy, so I didn't expect I would have been able to.
Yeah.
I would have been able to.
He's one of the really late ones that you can get, but he's a really good unit if you feel like using him. And this time around, I did for no reason. I was like, I never use this guy. I'm going to use him. And if you talk to him with Ike, you will basically convince him to be like, hey, look, the king abandoned the castle. What are you doing? And then he recognizes you as Grail's son, because Grail used to work for Dane.
For Dane, right? He was a knight or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he was Gawain back then.
Right.
And Taraneo recognized his son. He recognized his like sword posture or whatever the hell.
Oh, right.
And then he's like, look, I can't kill the only person left alive who knows how to fight like Gawain did, because he was such a legendary fighter.
Right.
He's like, you can strike me down now, I won't resist. And then Ike is like, well, I'd rather you just come along instead of me needlessly killing you. And then a few lines of dialogue later, and he basically says, fine, then it's a deal. And then he joins your team. He's just a general. He comes with a I think a brave sword that can hit twice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And
I guess that's the earliest instance of a brave sword that you can get, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he has a brave sword and a silver lance. So he's got A in lances and I think either S in lances and A in swords, or the other way around. He's got really high weapon skill. And his stats are pretty high. He was better than Brahm, who was my general at the time. So I said, I guess I'll just stop using Brahm.
So Brahm's class upgrade is called General, huh?
You start as a knight, and then all knights class up into a general.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Brahm didn't last long enough to do that for me.
Yeah, that's right.
So I switched to Nephany, right.
Right, yeah. So that's a different class. But yeah, generals are... Obviously, they're really good tanks. They take more damage magically, but later on, they can even absorb a fair amount of that. They also have massive hit points, and they have really high physical defense. So unless the person is really strong, if they're coming at him with anything other than magic, it's probably not going to do anything.
Awesome.
Yeah, they're pretty effective, but they're slow. They have small movement range.
That's a pretty cool scene I missed then, huh? That he recognizes Ike, and I can't
Yeah,
possibly
that's why
kill
you got the special music. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, anything else you want to say about chapter 21? I found out that the medallion of Laran is called the Fire Emblem as well.
Right, so that's another thing. This is the first time, and I think only time, that a Fire Emblem game has a literal Fire Emblem in it.
Oh, so I got the luckiest possible... I chose the best possible Fire Emblem to play, I feel like.
Kind of. There was never a thing such as the Fire Emblem
in any of the other games.
Any of the other games. I'm not sure why. Maybe the first game there was a reason. Maybe I think the sword of the protagonist in the first game may have been called that or referred to as that or something. But there was never like a plot MacGuffin called the Fire Emblem in any of the other games.
Right. But when you say the first one, do you mean the first one that came out in the West or the actual first one?
No, the actual first one on the NES in Japan.
In Japan, yeah. So we don't know for sure, I guess.
Right. So I could look it up. I mean, I know the name of the sword is called the Falchion, which is a type of actual sword in real life.
That's not anything special, yeah.
Right. But it may have been called that, or some part of something that he did or had may have been called that. But it wasn't like the quest item, and it's never been again. I don't think it is in any other subsequent Fire Emblem game either. There usually is a thing that characters are going after, and oftentimes it is a sword, which happens in this game too. But there's no. It's kind of funny that this is the first time they actually bother to work in the title of the game.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I always like when that happens, actually. When it's, when it's not going to be the most stupid, obvious thing ever, right? So in this case, the name Fire Emblem could have been used on anything because it's just an emblem. And they finally decided to use it on this medallion, and I thought, this is sweet. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think the plot, like the overarching plot of this game's pretty cool. It's a really cool, not too like high concept plot vehicle to have a war.
Indeed,
like,
and it's not
the
too
guy
convoluted
who wants
either.
a war is doing it, and he's acting in like sort of stereotypical Mad King guy ways.
Yeah.
So you get that villain, you get all of these other pretenses for war. And there's kind of a good reason why it's all happening, but it's also not that complicated. Like, it doesn't go the Final Fantasy Tactics route of like this really, like, you need to fucking go to school to study the fucking fake history of this damn place.
Right.
And at the same time, it's not hyper generic anime, just like there just is an evil guy at the end.
Is it? Well, I make comments about Ashnard in the final chapters, so I guess.
I mean, it is that, and it's not. They kind of flavor it.
They do flavor
in a way that's a little. I think it just makes that generic evil guy go down a little smoother.
Same here. There was one aspect of it, like we'll get to it, that I thought made it a little bit better than just crazy dude.
Yeah. I think it's like one step above. Like they tried to think of a cool, creative reason for why this is happening.
Okay, ready to move on to chapter 22?
Yeah.
Solo is the name of the chapter. Sweet, we got a whole new army added to our forces. I didn't write down the name. Was it somebody from Begnion that showed up? I forgot.
Yeah, the guy in red armor, right?
Right, that guy. Yeah, I was like, dude, this is awesome. So that's cool.
Reglius or something like that, I think his name was.
I'm sure I wrote his name down here somewhere, but just not now. Yeah, so that's cool, story-wise. Gold spent 220. Okay, yeah. So this. I was wondering about this. So when we got
Zelgius.
Is it Zelgius? Okay,
yeah,
that's a cool name. So I was wondering about this. When I finally got the battle report from Soren, it said gold spent 26,516. That's the amount I paid for freaking the Silver Goddess sword that I made for Mia. So that means, because I was wondering, there's no way it could be free. You know what I'm talking about, Mel?
No.
Tanith's Holy Guard was free. I could not believe that. I was like, dude, this is going to use money at the battle report, isn't it? That's what I thought.
Oh, you thought you were hiring them or spending money to get them? No.
That's what I thought at first, because there's no way something this crazy could be free, but it is.
No, it's free. It's just free. It's just a skill she has.
Yep. So that was like, Tanith is in permanently from now on, basically from that point on.
All right. Not a bad choice.
Soth is from Dane, but now fights for Crimea. Interesting. And I don't remember it beyond that now because that was a while ago. But I thought that one little tidbit was interesting.
And now I know why Ike told George to shove people out of the way. This should be fun. That's right, because I think this one is the one where we go into the church or whatever, and is this the one? Yeah, the bandits are like using the priests as like cannon fodder, sword fodder, as shields and stuff, and telling them if they don't also use magic and attack us, that they'll just be cut down by them as well. And so, yeah, earlier George, the twin brother of the other guy, the smith, the twin brother of the forge runner, he was like, so what do I do if I just like want to move somebody out of the way and not hurt them? Just shove them, Mike said.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, I wonder why he's saying that. And then we arrive at the battle. Okay, I got it. Got to push these
what
guys.
Fortuitous,
timing.
Hints, right?
Exactly. Yeah. The left side is mostly swords, the middle axes, and the right axes and lances. I'll send Nephany and Rolf left, Boyd, Mia, and Soth right, Ike, Soren, Leith middle. Oh my God. It turns out neither Rolf nor Ike have weapon level A. That means they can't use the silver weapons I bought for them. That sucked. I didn't notice that when I bought the weapon. During this battle, we completely avoided over 80% of incoming attacks, which is a thing that just happens throughout the game from this point on for sure. Like, the latter half of the game is like nothing but just avoiding all incoming damage and you slaughtering them if you use the correct person, and sometimes even if you use the wrong person. Like Mia, she's a sword user. She can take on a lance user and still just like sidestep their attacks even. It's crazy. LOL. Schaefer says, quote, I should have brought more priests. Or wait, not just that. I should have brought more priests, ... or some babies. Dang. I thought that was amazing.
I didn't catch that last part.
Like going as evil as they possibly can on this character. I should have brought some babies to protect us. Jesus.
This was an interesting map because they try to throw a curveball at you. Like, what if you can't attack the enemy?
Right. Yeah. So what happens if you kill those guys? I think I got one. Yeah.
Did you? I'm sorry if I missed it. You didn't manage to save all of them?
I believe all of them. Yeah.
Including the one that attacks you?
Yeah, I don't think I killed that one. Yeah.
Okay, because I was trying to do the same. You get a they give you a different reward based on, I think, how many you save.
Oh,
and if
awesome.
you save all of them, I think they give you a some kind of staff.
Oh, I remember. Okay, it'll probably come up soon in my notes here. I remember the staff now. It's insane. Okay. Soth landed the final blow on the boss. Only got 2 of the 6 chests, but killed 0 priests. Mostly successful battle. Cutscenes. Holy crap! The song the mother sang was a Serenes song. That explains the name too. Nice. I don't remember the name.
Right.
Laurent?
Do you want me to tell you what the staff is that you get if you save all the priests? You saved them all.
I saved them all. I wrote it down here later, so
you got it. All right, so you have it. All right.
Wait. No, actually, no. The staff I'm thinking about I got from somebody else. Tell me what I should have got, dude.
You should have gotten something called an Asherah staff.
I didn't get that from them. I got that from somebody else.
You may have Oh, so you have an Asherah
I have
staff.
one, but I didn't get it from them. I remember who gave it to me. I have it. It's in here later.
Later? Maybe there's one of multiple that you can eventually get. But if you...
here it is.
You know what this does, right?
No, I'm sorry. I guess I was getting that confused with a more crazy staff that I was thinking about. Let me get onto it. Let me get onto it because it's really close.
Go.
It never... Okay, yeah. Here we go. That explains the name too. Nice. It never occurred to me that Titania doesn't know who killed Grail. She's pissed off now. Yeah, I thought that she had been told, but I guess not. I don't like Zelgius I don't like that Zelgius guys aren't getting put to greater use. They're supposed to keep watching our back the whole time, right? Yeah. Wait, what? Ike returns from the temple and renounces all rights to the rule of Dane? I thought that was crazy.
No king of Dane for you.
Right? Like, why not just, after we go take back Crimea, just keep all of them. Keep Dane and Crimea united under yourself.
Guess they're too perfect.
They're too
They're just
perfect.
too good.
Chapter 23, The Great Bridge. Damn, now the entire country of Galia is supporting us. We win already. The Asherah staff full heals the entire party? Question mark,
Yeah.
exclamation point. That's crazy. I never used it. I forgot about it, actually.
Yeah, it's one of those like ultimate things that you never want to use.
Yeah, I don't know if I thought to bring it. No, that's right. I can't use it because it's an A-level staff.
Too high
I could
level
have used
staff.
it. No, she could have
Yeah.
used it,
Oh.
right? Maybe Miss could have
Who?
used it, right?
Maybe. Depends. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't bother to give it to anyone. Oh my fucking god. Oh, this made me so mad, dude. Soth is level 20 and ... And I couldn't believe it. You told me this last time, but he didn't class change, and I was like so upset.
Yup.
I couldn't believe it because, man, he would have been so insanely strong if he could class up and go another 20 levels with the Blossom skill.
Yeah.
So that's that. Class change from heaven. Nephany is now a halberdier. 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 I wonder which one is the correct one. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's halberdier.
Okay, I'll go with yours. Halberdier. What? Amy, that's the girl who runs the shop.
Yeah.
Amy has a... This is the one, dude. This is crazy. Amy has a staff that fixes swords called the Hammern, and it's the only one in the whole wide world.
Yep.
That's what she said. What?
Mm-hmm.
Oscar? Okay, so then we started the battle. So yeah, she gives us that staff later, either now or later, and I was like, what? But I actually ended up not ever using it. Unfortunately.
I never used it either. I had a couple ideas of weapons I would use it on, but
Right, me too.
I was like,
Like at first I was thinking I'd want to use it on the Brave Sword, but the Brave Sword also has its flaw in that it, even though it hits twice per attack, so it could hit 4 times potentially, like the overall damage number is not that high.
Lower.
So if it doesn't work on highly armored enemies that well. So there's that. What? Okay, so then we started the battle, and I had Oscar just like run forward. And I was like, what? Oscar fell into a hole.
Oh, I forgot about this too when I played this map. I was like, fuck, I forgot all about this garbage.
Yeah, and then Titania fell into a hole.
Yeah.
Rayson got ballista'd to death.
Oh, no.
Rayson, the guy who can make you go twice even. That guy.
Yeah.
This plan of Patrine's to slow us down with ballistas and pit traps, while another force pincer attacks us from behind, is a good one. We'll see how well it works out for her, though.
Oh.
Retainers of Valencia have arrived. I hope they are OP and join my army. In one enemy phase, Nephany killed 4 swordsmen coming up on my rear. Leith got one shot by Har.
Oh, no.
So Har is the son of Patrine?
No. No,
She's
I
not?
don't think so. Har worked for Shisharam, the general. So Har was Har, Shisharam, and Jill, one of the units that you killed that you could have recruited.
Right, yeah. Oh, was he there with her?
If you still had Jill, you could have talked to him with Jill, and then you would have gotten Har.
Whoa.
I never used Har because I had Jill at that point, and I built her up all the way to this point in the game, and she's probably a better unit at that point. But if you just want another Wyvern Rider, you can get one. But yeah, so Har, Jill, and Shisharam were all from Begnion, and then they left to go to Dane. But the Danes always treated them like shit. Why they stayed there and why they left are really good questions.
For some kind of security of some sort, right?
I think there was some sort of disagreement with the nobility or some shit. So then they decided to go and essentially defect to Dane. And they were like a specific unit, and they were kind of like an outcast unit, and they kind of lived a little differently in the outskirts, up in the mountains. And Har is sort of this, for some reason, always very sleepy
Yeah, I know. I thought that was
commander.
funny. Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just a shtick. He's always tired.
Yeah.
And
Maybe I can sleep while we fly over to the other side of the bridge. I'm like, really?
and he worked but he's kind of higher up in the ranks, so Patrine works with him sometimes, but they're not related.
For some reason, like I was so certain that she said something that made me think, like very definitively, like I didn't have any doubt for some reason. I thought very definitively, that's her son, huh? So I guess I must have
think he's
misread
like
something.
her age, if not older.
Maybe. I mean, she looks like she's over 30, and he looks like
So
he could
does
be
Har.
anything. Right. I don't know. He looks like he could be 20. Is what I
Anime
thought.
is hard to tell sometimes.
Right. You can never tell, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Leith got one shot by Har.
Oh, no.
That kind of sucked. Then Rolf has been slain by Har, which
Oh,
really
my
sucked
gosh.
because he's the greatest archer in the world.
He really is.
Finally, we have seized the bridge. We were able to defeat Har as well, but Mist also fell in the battle.
No.
So I lost
she
like
only
4
gets,
people.
like temporarily injured, or
Yeah.
permanently injured, rather.
Right, she doesn't actually die in the story.
Die.
Which,
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that personally. I was tempted to reset just because, like I told you before, I reset because Titania or because Soren, he died, but then he's still in the cutscenes, and I didn't like the feeling of that, so I just reset to make sure he stayed alive.
Sure. Yeah, I guess that's the whole permanent injury thing.
Right. Yeah. So, Ike says, "Get off the field, run away," and then if they could, right. But then they show the death animation. They need to just have a runaway animation. Would help a little bit. So anyway, I didn't reset. I kept all these guys dead, yo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know how many have died?
Total?
Roughly.
You mean in my playthrough so far?
Yeah.
Just no, but maybe 7.
Okay.
8?
All right.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow.
just in this battle alone, 4 died, right? Rayson, Leith, Rolf, Mist. 4 people died.
And you let Brahm die. Remember who else you let die earlier?
Brahm died. Shinon died. So that's 6. Maybe that's it so far. Yeah, just 6.
Sounds about right. There might be missing 1 or 2. And then you missed some recruits, but
I missed
usually as a result of people dying. I guess technically Jill died, but you never had her yet.
Right. Yeah, I killed her before I could have gotten her, actually. I killed her in that battle, yeah. Oh, so when she says, that's right. So her. Oh no, yeah, that's right. We meet Jill's father later, don't we? Because I can't remember, or did we already meet him?
You met him earlier in Dane, up on the mountains in that map where they were flooding the river or whatever.
Oh yeah,
that boss was her father.
Okay, yeah, that's right. All right. Cutscenes. The epic story of Crimea's secret princess fighting against Dane has spread throughout the land. Awesome. Mm-hmm. And that's all I got for chapter 23. Anything to say?
No, I think that fight was pretty easy because once again the boss doesn't move.
There's that, but dude, that whole
she has a lance that can reach
two, I think, yeah, 2 spaces at least. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is that, but I mean, forgetting about putting her aside, even though there's guys on her side to help me take out all the Wyvern guys on that side of the bridge, like for one thing, I couldn't really use the Holy Guard too much because they would get destroyed by archers and ballistas.
A lot of archers.
Yeah, archers and ballistas were all over the place, and then like I said, 4 guys died, and this battle took me like 2 hours to finally get
whole.
I did restart once during this battle, like a couple turns or whatever. Within, I just didn't I went through and deleted that from the notes. These are just the final version of me beating this battle was with 4 people dying. Earlier, like 6 people died, and then I reloaded. So I had a hard time on that battle.
But what about the actual boss, Patrine? Was it not really?
I don't think it was that bad. I mean, there's always freaking Boyd and Ike exist, so
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That was my point. It's like these. She was kind of played up to be one of the strongest
Yeah.
people on the planet, and then, nah,
you can destroy
I
her.
don't know. You
Yeah.
can destroy her like anyone else.
Right. Okay, so then the cutscenes. No, I already said that. So we're on to chapter 24, Battle Reunion. Bastian is the greatest person I have ever met in my entire life.
Oh,
Please
it's so
join
fun.
my army so I don't have to reload the previous battle. Because I'm sitting here worried like that 4 people died, including Rolf of all people. What am I gonna do? And if some more people join, then I'll just accept it. But if nobody comes in that I can get to replace them, then I'm gonna be kind of screwed, aren't I? Is what I was worried about. So that's why I'm
Right.
sitting here saying, please join my army so I don't have to reload. I really wanted to have that party at Castle Delbray with Count Bastian. Goddamn Dane troops just had to show up and ruin all the fun. Thank God Princess Elincia and Ike share my feelings.
Yes.
Holy shit. Quote, if the cost of victory is the lives of you two... Okay, wait, let me say it in a more Elincia type voice. Elincia says, quote, if the cost of victory is the lives of you two, I shall never smile again. And joy, never again would that emotion fill my heart. That's amazing. Awesome quote by Elincia.
Really good quotes in this back half of the game.
Yeah. And in all caps with lots of S's, yes! Bastian and Lucia joined the battle. Was so stoked. And then later they're going to join permanently.
Right.
Ike just did some kind of Shoryuken attack. And I have no idea why.
Oh, you've got the, that's
soul?
the
No.
ether.
Ether was the name of the
Yeah,
ability.
when you give him the occult scroll, he gets ether, which is a combination of soul and Luna.
But that just means, so soul just lets you heal when you deal damage. And Luna, what does Luna do again?
Luna does some amount of damage to the I forgot the exact mechanic of Luna, but
Okay. It does some extra damage,
it's
right?
pretty effective. So you're doing some damage,
And
you're
healing.
healing for some of it, and you're attacking twice.
Yes. It's amazing.
That's really the key.
And-
Is you're attacking twice. I think Luna ignores defenses or something to that effect. You do a lot of damage, especially to like armored targets with Luna when ether triggers.
Yeah, so I followed your advice to give him the occult scroll.
Yeah, it's completely necessary. You have to do it. You really do.
Oh my goddamn god. It's Black Goddamn Night. Oh, that's right. It's the Black
boy.
Goddamn Night.
So I figured out why you're calling him Alunite.
I did
you
too.
figure
I wrote
that
it
out?
down, but go
Okay.
ahead. Or do you want me to?
Yeah, because when you fight, the characters have their weapon names
Yeah.
on the screen.
That's what it was.
And I guess you interpreted that as being his name. And I
Right.
had totally forgotten the name of his fucking sword. So I was like, where is he getting this from?
Yeah. Okay, I was wrong. It's not Alunite, it's Alundite, and that is the
Right.
name of his sword. Yeah.
Right.
I figured that out. This is going to be crazy. I have Ike, Boyd, Oscar, Soth, and Bastian moved just outside the Black Knights movement. I did that thing that you mentioned where you can show their movement and just leave it on as you move all your guys. And so I literally just put them right outside his movement so that he could walk up and I could get all, like 5 guys my 5 strongest guys could attack him all at once is what I was going to go for. I'm about to find out if I'm supposed to run or attack him.
Oh boy.
Mia one-shot the boss, Ricard. Nice. I guess I got lucky. The Black Knight didn't move. Only one green soldier died. That's right. That's Sir Geoffrey's unit way over by the
Right.
castle. Only one of those guys died. Got the 2 scrolls from the houses. Killed everyone. Bad guys anyway. Tanith's Holy Guard were useful too. Massively successful mission. No
Very
problem.
nice.
Yeah.
If you let Jeffrey or Joffrey or however it's supposed to be pronounced, if you let him die, then Lucia and Bastian, I believe both of them won't join your team.
Oh, thank God I saved those guys then.
Yeah.
So, oh, that's right, yeah. So yeah, you're just supposed to run from the knight, right? Like there's nothing you can do there, right?
Yeah, I had totally forgotten at this point in the game that he shows up, and I got lucky. I had moved all of my units away from that opening area, like right by the time he had shown up. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh shit!
I hadn't, so I was like, oh my
Oh
god.
wow!
Yeah. I usually start off battles by just like seeing where are the most axes, where are the most lances, where are the most swords, and just sending one or two people who can win that weapon triangle over in there, and just let like one or
Sure.
two guys take all of those guys out or something.
Yeah.
And then also I tend to just let the Holy Guard see what they can do first before even I go. Like I go in after them.
Right.
So I've sacrificed a lot of Pegasus Knights to win back my.
So I'm looking at the screenshot LP that we've been referencing just to like give ourselves visual reminders
Yes.
on the LP archive.
Right.
And something I've noticed as we're flipping through the chapters here is on this particular LP they show screenshots of the battle and the after cutscenes and whatever. And then the next page before he moves on to the next chapter, he shows that same battle in Maniac mode. Do you know what this is?
No, but I noticed the word Maniac mode in that Let's Play, and I didn't know what it was.
So Maniac is a difficulty mode above hard that only exists in the Japanese version of the game.
Oh, whoa. That's cool.
And it looks bananas. I'm just looking at the number. It's just like everything is just stupidly hard.
Huh.
And yeah, it looks really, really, really intense.
When you say
Like,
numbers,
I
you're
don't
looking
know.
at stats, enemy stats?
Stats and the sheer volume of units.
Oh,
that the
whoa,
game
there's
throws
more?
at you.
Awesome.
So many more. Like, just like 30 dudes on this map or more.
Jesus.
It's crazy on this one fight that we were just talking about. And something else to note about the difficulty is that in this game, I believe there was an easy mode that you could have played on that wasn't in the Japanese version of the game. And then there's a normal mode, a hard mode that you can unlock. In Japan, there's a normal mode that you could play on if you wanted to, a hard mode, and then the Maniac mode that you could unlock.
Oh, I see. So they just bumped everything down a bit down a notch for the English version.
In the sequel to this game, on the Wii, Radiant Dawn.
Dawn, yeah.
They did the exact opposite for some reason.
You mean they made it
In the
harder than the
US.
Japanese version?
Yeah.
Whoa.
In the US, the default difficulty normal is hard mode in Japan. Easy is normal mode in Japan. And I don't think there is a Maniac mode at all in the Japanese version of that particular game.
Version.
Right. And it was so weird. And that game, if you do ever play it on normal, the way you would have played this game, you'll notice right off the bat, this game is fucking impossible because it's so much harder on hard mode.
So, yeah, I guess, the whole reputation that I heard from Fire Emblem series maybe came from some other game than this one then. Like that one.
The earlier games in the series are pretty like unforgiving early on, especially. There's a couple ones that are notorious. I think there's one called Thracia 776 or something like that. That is really just like very notoriously difficult.
Okay. That's interesting. I like that. That's interesting that the Maniac mode sounds crazy.
It's clearly like a challenge mode because it's just like a comical amount of dudes on the map.
Yeah. Okay, it's kind of weird that all these knights are saying it was wrong of them to put the country before the feelings of the princess. What do you think of that, Mel? Like
put the country before the feelings of the princess? In what way?
Let me remember here. Like Iliana and Jeffrey guys, and Iliana's like, whatever happens, we have to go and save. That's right. It was Bastian and Lucia. Is her name?
Oh, right. They were saying
they're like, we can't go over there. We have to escape. And those knights, they were trained for this, and they're ready for the consequences. And Princess Lindsay says, no, there's no way we can abandon Sir Geoffrey, guys.
Right,
We
yes,
have to go there. And those guys are also adamant that there's no way we can go over there. And then Ike steps in because, he's just a mercenary and she's the employer. And he's
Right.
like, okay, then we have to go and save that guy because she said it and she's my boss.
Right. She wants me to go over there and save her friend, and I'll do it. And then you guys can keep her safe and go this way if you want, but we're going over there and saving this guy.
Yeah. And then after the battle's over, the knights, Bastian guys, they're like, yeah, we shouldn't have put the country before your feelings. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's kind of
kind
weird
of
to me.
silly. I think their initial reaction is probably like the correct one because it's
The
not like
realistic
Geoffrey.
one,
Yeah, it's not like Geoffrey was like the Geoffrey or that castle were some linchpin in the
defense,
the war effort.
Yeah.
Right. It was a giant risk to go and do that, I guess.
Right. That's what it seemed to be. Yeah.
Right. I think that's like one of those like character moments where you would probably find yourself agreeing initially with Bastion and whatever, and then Ike gets to swoop in and look like the hero to everyone, including the viewer, because he's doing something extra courageous, which is to do the thing everyone else is saying is too dangerous. So it's a little bit of decent story writing in a way.
Are you serious? Ike is going out to meet the Black Knight alone.
Yeah. That cutscene seemed really random.
Why is the Black Knight hoping Ike will fight him with the Ragnell, the sword? So, I don't know that I ever got the answer to that, but we'll get to that later. Chapter 25, Strange Lands. Anything to say about Chapter 24, Mel?
Nope. I think we can move on.
Let's keep going. Lotz, L-O-T-Z, is that a person? Yeah. Lotz says...
That's the person.
That's right. Yeah, that kid. That's right. Yeah, that kid they show for a while. Lotz says to Leanne, quote, do you want me to put this in that bag? Like she replies.
I love that scene. That was really good.
And so she replies in her language, which is foreign to him. And he's like, okay, got it. And it goes, I'm getting the hang of this.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious that he got the hang of it, even though he has no idea what she said. And then he goes, I'm putting it in the bag. I don't know. I thought that was a hilarious scene.
That was pretty funny. Speaking of funny, something I thought of toward the end of the game.
Yeah.
Makes me laugh thinking about it.
Okay.
It made me laugh every time. It was a thing I kind of imagined was happening, that every time it happened on screen, I actually started laughing.
What was that?
Whenever they do that thing where she's talking in that, like, foreign language with the foreign script on screen.
Yeah.
It looks kind of all garbledy and whatever, and I just kind of imagined her warbling like a turkey every time.
You do? That's your own original joke, dude.
I know. I don't know how it got into my head, and everyone just takes it so seriously and just doesn't imagine it differently. But what if their actual, like, ancient tongue sounded like turkey warbling?
Like that?
Because they are birds, right?
They are,
So it's just like... And so every time in the cutscene when she would randomly show up and say like 2 words, I fucking lost my shit and started laughing.
Well, now I'm probably going to think of that if I ever play this game.
Oh my god, it's so good. It was just the combination of text and then how serious everyone was like, oh, is that what you want? Oh, okay. Oh, the ancient tongue. I haven't heard that in so long.
I mean, you totally are misreading the design of the font, though.
Of course.
That font looks like the elf, like it looks like the elfish language from the Lord of the Rings. It's inscribed on the Ring of Power.
Exactly what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah, it's like there's no way you should be thinking it sounds like wobbly sound.
It doesn't, but I just think that's hilarious if it actually did. Yeah, it's totally supposed to be a sort of Tolkien-esque thing, which is itself kind of taken from the very interconnected and intricate legacy script of like Middle Eastern script. I don't actually know what the name's. It's not Sanskrit. I don't know what the actual name. There's a name for it. They still use it today in like Islam.
Oh wow.
But you've seen it. The really like Arabic. Is it Arabic? Is that what it's called? I'm not sure.
I mean, I know what Iranian language is called Farsi, and I've seen what that looks like.
That's the language, but is this text called something? I know it is. I just don't know what it's called.
But it's not Sanskrit. Yeah.
No, I think that's like ancient stuff.
Even older. Yeah. If they're still using it, that's right. They don't use Sanskrit anymore. So yeah.
So I could be wrong. I don't think so.
Okay.
But it kind of looks like that. It's very interconnected and very intricate looking compared to the very sort of separated modern characters in English. But yeah, I think I mentioned it before. If you beat the game and play it on a cleared save file, you get the ability to read what she's saying.
Oh, I don't know if you said that. Maybe you did, and I forgot. I'm glad you reminded me. That is awesome.
It's like a little incentive to play the game again. You'll be able to read all the stuff that she said.
But there's no hint that happens. You have to just go for it. Yeah,
you gotta go for it. I think.
Yeah, because I don't like. After I beat the game, I'm looking around like, and I found some new things.
There are some things. Yeah.
As far as starting a new playthrough, like the only thing I can do is new game, which I didn't click on. Maybe if I did, maybe then you'd get some options or something. Like
maybe they
hard mode
say something, but yeah, you definitely get hard mode, and there's a couple other things you get.
Yeah, but I guess, they don't let you see that you're going to get hard mode, I guess, until you click new game to start again. So you got to, only the dedicated players of this game are going to know the bonuses.
Or the people who read game facts back in the day.
Game FAQs, greatest website of all time.
Yes, correct.
And right after that funny scene that I just mentioned, the Black Goddamn Knight shows up to capture Leanne. It's a miracle Lots isn't dead.
Yeah, I kind of thought well, I think he did die.
No, he explains it to Tybarn later, doesn't he?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, they took her.
His dialogue sounded like he explained it to him while he was dying, though.
I don't know. I don't think
that's what I interpreted it. He was like, "Oh, you got the princess," and it's kind of like,
I'm not sure. I didn't notice it.
That's what I interpreted it as.
Okay, I wonder which one is correct. Yeah,
like nothing character, so it kind of
doesn't matter. It totally doesn't matter, right? I've got 3 new soldiers to replace my last 3 that died. Mm-hmm. Yes. Bastian,
you're doing it the way they intended.
I think I am, yeah. Bastian is the greatest character of all time. He casually asks Lucia if he may place a kiss upon her creamy white hand. Quote, she addresses me so curtly, but it only stokes my furnace of attraction. You have such a devious grip on my heart. I love how that's how he takes just a no. No, don't do that. And he says, "Oh, you have such a devious grip on my heart," is the reply.
He's got the Pepe Le Pew syndrome going.
No means yes, according to him, I guess.
Yep.
Epic info conversation with Bastian. I don't remember what it was, though. I didn't write any details. Oh, probably just because it's Bastian and he says everything in a cool way. Probably.
Yeah, probably. I think he was just like talking to you in your tent, and he was like, Ike was like, "Oh, hey, I want to talk to all the people in my camp. I try to make the rounds once in a while."
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, let me tell you about something," and then Ike literally falls asleep because he's going on for so long.
Yeah. That was cool. Yeah, I remember that.
It was a pretty good scene. Yeah.
I have hired the world famous berserker Largo.
That's cool. You got Largo. Nice.
Khalil says Largo pinned 2 tigers to the ground with his thumb, and Largo replies, quote, "Yeah, that was awesome." That's what he literally said in reply to that. Yeah, that was awesome. Battle. Jeffrey will be my replacement for Rolf, since he can also use a bow. Okay, I think I see how the rocks work. So this is the stage where they push rocks down paths to hit your guys, right?
Yeah. This one's a little dubious. They always do exactly 10 damage to whoever they hit.
Right. So I restarted after the first couple rocks, now that I understand how they work. Yeah. And then I wrote here, I am a genius. I began sending Janaf and Ulki, that's the 2 bird people, the eagle people, up the center of the mountain. the boss Grommel came out and killed her. Came out and killed Janaf. Bastion long-range double meteored him down to 13 HP. One of the Holy Guard flies up and finishes him off. Ah ha 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 ha. That's what I wrote.
Yeah, I actually did a very similar strategy with Soren. I had long-range magic and just bopped him a couple times, and then that was it.
Finish him off, yeah. Too bad the Holy Guard got the finishing blow, though.
Yeah, that stinks. But I feel like by this point, the extra boss experience means less and less because your units are probably pretty high level.
Right, yeah, they are. And you're getting lots of bonus experience every battle now.
Yeah, you get quite a lot. And it's like, if you're not maxing out your characters or getting very close, it's like you're like not trying to do it. But
yeah. Boyd, Tanith, Ulki, and the Holy Guard killed all the other soldiers on their own. Finished the battle with 8 boulders left untouched.
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't even roll them. They didn't even have a chance to roll them.
I think I got smacked by most of those boulders.
May God have mercy on Janaf's soul.
Oh.
Because she's dead permanently now. That was my first time I ever used her, too.
Mm.
So now we know that if we have our final battle at the capital to retake Crimea, it's actually just what Ashnard wants, and the Dark Lord will be reborn.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Chapter 26, Clash. Crimea Castle is yet another epic-looking castle. Another nice art there. I liked it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Soren wants to strike the next 2 fortresses simultaneously, but we don't have numbers enough to divide the army into 2. So Soren suggests that we send a small group to, quote, keep them busy. That couldn't possibly be a strategy used in real life, is what I wrote. Like, how do you send just a small number of guys over there to keep them busy? And how do you say that that's not a suicide mission? Now, right after that, Tybarn is like, we're going to attack and then retreat, and then attack and then retreat. And I thought, okay, well, maybe that could work. But could you ever do that in real life? I don't know.
I wonder. I feel like I'd bet if I knew a little more about like real life
Medieval
war history,
warfare. Yeah,
or any war like World War I, II, whatever, earlier than that. Probably there are instances in Vietnam where people are like, okay, go here, pretend like you're going to attack here. We kind of did that during the D-Day landing. I think there was a fake invasion in Italy where Hitler thought the invasion was going to be, and there were if it wasn't Italy, it was somewhere else along the coast of France, but anyway, they painted like boats to look like warships out in the distance, and they responded to that.
Oh, wow. Awesome. So it can be done in real life.
It can be done, sort of.
Okay. A thing that needs to happen in a story like this that still hasn't happened is our plan failing miserably just once by our own fault, so that we have to recover from the loss. But Ike's might is infallible. Don't you think?
Infallible?
Is it infallible? Sorry. Yeah, like we sorry. But Ike's might is infallible. Like, we never fail a mission.
That's true.
Right?
He's kind of an unstoppable force. It's like, it is kind of getting... It's the one flaw in any game, I guess video game in general, where the protagonist, you kind of have to design the story around the fact that your protagonist has beaten literally every odd they've ever encountered.
Indeed, yeah.
He's a novice group of mercenary people who defeated like 3 countries worth of military might in a year.
Yeah, in 1 year.
1 year.
Yep. Did it all.
Did it all.
Oh, damn. Oscar is totally hitting on Tanith. I hope he scores. Dude, Jeffrey gets double experience points. Just found that out. Yes, he has that ability with the double experience.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And that works with bonus experience as well. He doesn't need quite as many as other people.
I never noticed.
Whoa! Iliana is wearing armor. She looks amazing in it. This is the greatest day of my entire life. My princess wants to join me on the battlefield to heal the wounded, mounted on a Pegasus, guarded by Jeffrey, Lucia, and Bastian. Her class name is literally Princess Crimea.
Yeah.
She's wearing armor in her portrait now. She has the renewal skill, which is a regeneration skill, and her sword, Amity, strikes twice in a row. This is the best game ever. I was so happy.
So you used her?
Dude, in a heartbeat.
Oh boy!
Like,
so
from
you
now on.
promoted Mist, right? You
Mist
got
died, yo.
Oh shit! When did Mist die? Was it on the bridge?
On the bridge, and she hadn't promoted. But I did happen to see her get promoted once, but then I reloaded. And
yeah, so she gets a horse. She fills a very similar function to what the princess fills.
Yeah.
But she's even better because the horse can fly. Her horse can fly. And that means you can go over gaps and shit.
Exactly.
She's pretty good. I never used her on this run. I just didn't have a really strong need for more than one healer. And she comes in at level 1.
I was fine with that.
Yeah, I figured you were probably okay with that on your run, but I was like, nah, I don't know that I have the bandwidth here to train her up.
Well, I mean, she's level 1 promoted at least, right? So
I guess so. Yeah, you're right.
Right?
I guess I could have swapped Mist out for Iliana and then probably been better off in a little bit.
Maybe, yeah. The battle on a wide open field went very smoothly. Nobody died except for Tanith's Holy Guard. All I did was send out someone with the winning weapon to take out anyone that got close. Iliana healed people who took hits, no problem. It was easy. Bertram.
So this is Bertram. You know anything about Bertram?
Don't think I do. I mean, I wrote here that Bertram was pretty hard. He kept healing himself with his sword. Eventually, I crit him with a brave sword.
Well,
that's all I got.
They hint at it a little bit.
Okay.
In the opening cutscene or dialogue, they're like, "Who is this guy? Who's one of the 4 riders?"
Oh yeah,
and
that's right.
Patrine's
Bertram,
one of them. One of the guys who fight at the end, last mission, Bryce, and then the Dark Knight or Black Knight rather, are the 4 top generals in Ashnard's army. And Bertram is described as having shown up suddenly after the fall of Crimea and risen the ranks quickly in Dane.
Is this the guy who was? This is the guy who was rumored to be a demon, possessed by a demon or something, and he never takes off his helmet or something.
He never takes his helmet off, and then in combat, whenever you fight him, or in general, whenever he talks, he's got a very strange way about him.
Yeah.
Talking, he seems demonic, right?
He does, possessed. Yeah, he seems possessed.
Right. So I remember when I saw him, I was like, oh, this guy, I remember this. I wonder what they're going to tell me about this character. And it never happened. And then I'm trying to remember, maybe I missed something on this playthrough, but there totally is a reveal at some point that this is actually King Raymond.
Wait, what? Which?
This is Princess Iliana's father.
So Ashnard did something to him?
Ashnard kidnapped him,
right,
and brainwashed him and turned him into one of, because he did this with all of the Lagoos. He was
right, the dragon and stuff too, yeah,
and the dragon that you find out at the very end, and all these other things. So he was doing this with people too.
I see. And whoa! So you have to get the right person up there, I guess, right? To talk to him or something?
So I tried to do that. I suicide ran Iliana up to him to see if there was any kind of dialogue that hinted at it.
Right.
And all he does is go he says, it's different. Maybe he's having a reaction. And of course, he died in one hit. She can't do any damage to him.
Right.
But so I rolled the save back. I was like, wow, when do you figure this out? But it it's 100. I know this is true. I'm not sure where this information comes out.
But
he
you know
even
that
has the green hair like Alicia does, and she's the only other person who has green hair.
Well, the Boyd brothers all have green hair, but I guess it's not quite the same color. Is what you mean?
It's not quite the same color. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a trope in Fire Emblem that people with dark green hair, the way Alicia has, are usually some sort of central or very important character in the game.
That's interesting.
They're usually really important. Anyone who has green hair, is probably really important. And that's why Sot goes on to be the main character of the next game.
Oh, whoa, that's right. He has green hair too. That's right.
Yeah, so in this game, Alicia is that character, Sot is that character in the follow-up to this, and then every other Fire Emblem game. There's a character with green hair. They're usually like very plot central. If they're not necessarily the main character, like playable character, then they have something very central to do with the story of the game.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so cool. I forget where this information comes around, but obviously, since I didn't see anything direct about it, it's missable.
So Ike killed Alincia's father, and none of us even knew it. They didn't know it, and I didn't know it.
They didn't even know it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Thank you for sharing that. That's crazy, yeah. Okay, where am I here? That's right. Okay, we're on chapter 27, Moment of Fate. Ashnard needs to have a better motivation than, quote, I love war, revealed. Until he does, basically, he's just comically evil, is what I've written here. But I will say that they do give him more at the ending, I would say, but we'll get there. Ike finally tells Titania about Grail's death. God damn it, Ike has no more conversations left, so he can't talk to Alicia. That bummed me out.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're supposed to just choose who you're going to talk to, because Ike could talk with a lot of people, right? But you only get 5 times you can talk.
Yeah, I guess I forgot to look up the exact situation there, but yeah, I ran out of all of my conversations pretty early, because I guess I spread them all out. At, like multiple levels or whatever. So I didn't do it right, whatever the right way to do it is, where
you have to choose a couple, right? I guess.
I guess, and ignore the ones who don't want to develop higher level.
Right.
And it's a shame, because unless you look them up online, some of these conversations are pretty good.
Oh yeah.
And they reveal some interesting backstory. Soren's in particular are pretty interesting. I can tell you what that one is if you're interested, like briefly.
With that would be the one between Ike and Soren?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the real plot summary on that is Soren is half Laguz.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
He was the child of a Goldoan and a Bjork. And he isn't able to transform into a dragon or anything, but he, as a result, has that mark on his forehead.
That's why he has the mark. Dude.
Yeah. The other Laguz, if you've noticed, have a similar mark on their forehead.
Oh my god, that's awesome. They got me so hard.
Yeah, and his story is that mark is also sometimes there for people who are like especially adept at magic. Like it's like a sign that they're especially attuned to whatever. So people thought that's what he was, and he got trained by some like hermit magic tutor or whatever who was really old. And then that guy died, and then Soren just wandered into a town somewhere. He was really young. He could barely talk because he was never taught how to talk, because he was always so abused as a child from the people who knew who he was, because he was just kind of pawned off to like different people to take care of him. And then he left. He was a little kid. He had all this magic skill built up in him by this old hermit guy. And then he wandered into a town that I guess the Grail mercenaries happened to be in at the time, and Ike was like the only person he ever met who was like nice to him.
Jesus Christ.
And that's how they ended up. Yeah. That's how they ended up in the Grail Mercenaries. And there's a little bit more to his story, which again, I don't remember where or how it is that you're supposed. It must be other support conversations or something, or maybe I don't think it's to do with the sequel. You know what? Maybe it is. So I won't say it. Anyway.
Okay. Interesting. That's awesome. So yeah, I wish I got one of those, but yeah, I couldn't get any airing conversations with Ike because I just talked to everybody.
If you're interested, I would just go on to GameFAQs and read up the support conversations for pretty much everyone. They're all pretty good.
I think I'd rather just wait till I play the game again someday and then just pick and choose who I care about the most.
I reread the one for Ike and Soren specifically because I remembered it being important, and I was like, oh yeah, it is important. I remember it.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I didn't think I'd get all that out of Soren, although... Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Ike finally tells, God damn it, I'm a genius. Oh, no, here it is. God damn it. That's right. I'm a genius. Everyone is destined to have bad level ups. So I leveled up Z-Hark first, and then I leveled up other people in base. Because I don't care about Z-Hark, and he's pre-promotion, so it doesn't take a lot of experience points. Battle. When you have really strong characters, and there are groups of enemies with the same weapon type, all you have to do is send a unit with the stronger weapon type right into the group, and they will all die.
That's fair.
Like, it doesn't matter how many freaking axe wielders you have. If you just send Mia, she'll kill all of them, no problem. Oh, man, I got a double box. The hell is that?
I don't know.
A double bow. I got a double hitting bow, like a brave bow or something.
Oh, yeah. Got the double. Did you use it?
Well, check this out, dude. It's S rank, and Rolf is dead, so I can't.
So the double bow has double range.
Oh, it doesn't hit twice?
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
It hits like a long bow, but without all the penalties of a long bow. It has 4 range. Actually, it's more than a longbow. A longbow's 3.
Longbow goes up to 3. So this one goes up to 4?
Yeah, you can hit from pretty far away, and you have it's like got really good stats.
Oh, man.
It's the best bow of the game.
So before Rolf died, though, I never saw the combination 3 brothers attack. Like, was it supposed to happen already?
Yeah, so there's a way to trigger it. It's kind of dumb. It's more of an Easter egg than like a thing you would probably do.
Okay. So how do you trigger it, roughly?
Have all 3 of the brothers, and then you put them in a triangle formation around one unit.
Oh, that's how you do it. Okay.
And then all of them, I think the part people trip up on is they all need to be, their turns need to not be used up. Or some. There's a way to easily mess it up. There's a whole, like, how to do the try attack, like, entry on GameFAQs.
Okay.
Yeah. There is, I don't know if you're going to mention it, but there's a try attack for the 3 Pegasus Knights that you can get. Oh, no, you wouldn't have mentioned it.
I don't know that.
The other one. So, Marcia, one of the Pegasus Knights that you didn't get, makes up the 3 Pegasus Knights.
Marcia, Tanith,
and
Astrid?
Ilincia.
Oh, Ilincia, okay.
Yeah, those are the only Pegasus Knights that you get. They have their own try attack that I think they use lances for. Same deal.
Lances?
They all use lances.
Ilincia can't use a lance. She's a sword. It must be a sword attack.
Must be swords then. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so that was the problem, because I thought it would have happened sometime during the battle against Enna when she was a dragon, because I had all 3 of them there, lined up with bow and arrows equipped. Nothing was happening.
Right, yeah.
So it had to be a triangle. Okay.
Yep.
I couldn't bring that many people, so I didn't bring Soth, which means I didn't get all the chests, but it was a pretty easy battle. Titania and Nephany were in danger a couple times, each from the feral ones, but Ilincia took care of them. Ike finished off the boss. Crap, I forgot to turn the music back on before clearing the map.
Oh.
All right, Ike versus the Black Knight, music on.
Here we go.
Here we go. So this is where Ike finally fights the Black Knight, right? He crit me and I died. Second try. I tried running away.
No, okay.
I tried running away. I guess that was the right thing to do. I was hoping to kill his ass. And I guess it would have been possible to kill him, but I didn't because it seemed like that's what I was supposed to do.
So it is possible. I, having an emulator,
Right.
it took me several
Reloads.
attempts because you have to have Ether trigger enough times.
Right.
It's the whole deciding factor. And so you have, here's the other thing. The real reason that you couldn't do it, other than that, is if Mist is still available, she joins the room with you.
Oh, she can heal him then.
So she sits there, he doesn't attack her, and then she will heal Ike. That is also necessary. So you need to have Mist to not be disabled.
And max level Ike, I guess, right?
And no, I didn't have max level. You just either need to get lucky. I guess if you're playing it legit without save states, then probably max level is your
the way
best,
to go.
Realistic way to go. But with save states, you can just try it over and over and over and hope that Ether triggers because you heal when you have Ether and you do a lot more damage.
Right.
If you don't, you hit him I was hitting him for 6 and he heals for 6 every turn.
Right.
And more often than not, his Luna skill will trigger, and it'll almost kill you every time. And if you take too long, some other enemies will show up in the room. There'll be two priests and a halberdier who will start attacking Mist.
Right. Oh man. So you got to be quick.
But Mist, or my Mist, was high enough level where she was dodging pretty much all of their attacks.
Oh, cool.
But even if that's not a problem, there is a hard turn limit of, 6 or so turns, where if you don't... Well, tell me what happened, because I don't recall if there's anything different. What happened when you escaped?
Nothing really. Just we escape, and they're like, "Okay, we have to leave. Let's get out of here." And
so what was the follow-up cutscene to that? Like what was the next thing? Like,
I don't remember the details. I have the next thing that I wrote here is that Ike asks Iliana to oversee the preparations to storm the capital. That's in the next chapter.
Okay, so I wonder. So the whole pretext of being in that room with the Black Knight is that Ina was in that room. So yeah, the whole reason that Ina was in that room is because she was trying to get back to Ashnard, and Ashnard's like, no, just kill her. So the Black Knight kills her. When you escaped, do you recall a cutscene with Ina or Nasir?
I don't recall it. I mean, maybe it was there, and it just didn't stand out to me as a really.
What was the next mission that you went to? What
Twisted
did you
Tower,
do?
where you go in.
Okay, so you'd still go to that mission. So if the two outcomes that I saw, I didn't remember the escape option, but you could take too long, and then Nasser shows up, and then he knocks out the Black Knight.
That happened. Nasir showed up.
Got it. Okay.
And he finished the job or something.
The same thing happens either way. He shows up, he turns into a dragon, you realize, he's a dragon.
That's right. And the castle crumbles, and with him,
castle crashes on him.
That's right.
And it takes him with it. If you defeat the Black Knight, you recover both Ina and Nasser, and then Nasser joins your party.
Oh, whoa. That's pretty cool.
So you get that white dragon who's pretty strong. And then there's some extra dialogue that they go on. It really doesn't change their dialogue too much. Maybe the ending a little bit, but more or less the same thing. I thought for a minute that you entirely skipped that next thing because Ina's the one who tells you about that tower.
Yeah. No, we still have to do that, but...
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if the game really significantly changed if you just escape.
Right. Yeah. I thought that's what the whole point was because, before you go in there, Titania and I think Soren also, Ike's like, I'm going to go in there. Only I can fight the Black Knight. And Soren's like, this is madness. No, we all have to go in there with you to help. There's no way you can beat him alone. And Titania's like, it's okay, Soren. He's strong enough. He's smart
He
enough
knows
to
when he
know
can
if
leave
he
or
should
whatever.
escape or not.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, so maybe I'm
guess.
supposed to escape then.
I guess you could. The game, obviously, that's the whole concept is, well, if you weren't high enough level or you let Miss die, then it's really impossible. So, let you escape.
Okay. Shall we move on to Twisted Tower then?
Do it.
Ike asks Alencia to oversee preparations to storm the Capitol. Nice. This is an epic support conversation. Alencia ordered Sir Geoffrey not to accompany her on the battlefield, but I put them both in the battle anyway, and now she's saying that he disobeyed orders. And they went up to, I think they went up to A rank during that time. So that's great.
That's interesting. I didn't catch that.
I'm not at you'd have to use Alencia and Geoffrey in all the battles, I guess.
Which I didn't.
Right. I'm at the end of the game, and the only people I could get to support rank A are two people that just joined me. Alencia now has a fire bonus.
Oh, nice.
Assigned Nihil to Boyd, Cancel to Ulki, which is insane, and Savior to Titania, which is a great idea.
Okay.
Leveled up Boyd to 19 and 90 experience points. The next person he kills will make him level 20.
Ooh.
Forged Boyd the strongest possible silver axe. I wanted to give Soren or Alencia the Asherah staff, but it looks like the only one that could have wielded it is missed.
Oh.
Ready to start the battle. Current playtime is 55 hours. So how many hours did you take?
Yeah, I checked it. I was about 30, like high 30s by the end of the
Totally
playthrough.
different. I mean, it matters if you stop and like write all this stuff down too. While the game
you were
is
probably
on.
letting the game like run and idle a bunch because I can pause the emulation whenever. So
I mean, you can pause in game. I think
bet the timer is still running. The timer that it shows you is probably still running.
maybe, but anyway, I didn't pause it and I just stopped and kept writing all these things. Right, so. I don't expect this is the final battle after all. I thought this was the final one, but no. Naysala, I forgot about that guy. He's taking Leanne somewhere. I'ma kill his ass.
Once again.
Yeah. God damn it, they escaped. I'ma kill his ass. I've been letting Boyd and Largo do all the work along with Tybarn and the Holy Guard. World-class berserker Largo has died, but it was not...
Oh, no.
Yeah, but quote, it was not a bad death. That's what he says when he dies. It was not a bad death.
Bye, Largo.
Other than that, easy fight.
Yeah, this one wasn't too bad. I mean, the dragons were kind of scary, honestly. Like, I remember going up to one of them and then being like, oh, shit, they're kind of serious. You got to be a little careful.
But I'll be damned. Nesala actually helped us this time.
Yes.
So what did we see in the basement? It was an empty room. But then later they actually said what it was. Oh, okay. It was a mountain of twisted, tortured Lagoo's corpses. I don't think they put that in the visual, though.
Sure as hell did not.
Yeah, okay.
And most of the screen was black. I bet they were going to it. I bet you they cut it out.
I wonder if it's in the Japanese version. Probably not.
Oh, I don't know.
The soldiers are worried that once this war ends, they'll have no chance to be promoted. What am I supposed to do with this information? I say to myself. Is that a real sentiment that soldiers in real life have? I ask myself.
I don't know.
It has taken Ike guys 1 year to get to this point. And now we're at endgame, repatriation.
Mm-hmm.
Tanith, quote, the last meal I prepared at the academy took 3 of our finest generals out of action for nearly a month. That was in a support conversation with Oscar, and now Tanith and Oscar. Yeah. And now Tanith and Oscar are just like fall in love, I guess, because they're A rank. Damn it, Boyd and Ulki had a support conversation, but I pressed the cancel button and instantly skipped the whole thing.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, just you press it once by accident and it's like instantly over.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you sure you want to cancel? Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ike is level 19, Alencia's 7, Titania 17, and Geoffrey 17 before going into this battle. Alencia gives an epic Bastion-style speech like it ain't no thing. Ike's speech was great too. After making you feel like there's no way you can lose, Ashnard tells one of his oldest retainers that he killed everyone in his own family. Ashnard tells his oldest retainer, who's been protecting Ashnard this whole time, that, yeah, you know who killed my father? It wasn't the plague. It was me. I killed him. He's like, what? Do you still want to protect me? And the dude's like, yeah.
I guess so. Yeah, it's pretty cold. It's pretty insane.
Yeah. So at this point, I'm still like, I guess he's just comically evil. But let's get to the ending. The battlefield of the castle garden is awesome. I chose to call Tybarn. Boyd,
okay.
Yeah, who'd you choose? Did you get there?
Gifka.
Gifka. I couldn't remember who that was. Where did we meet him?
It was the... you meet him way earlier on. He is the King Canigus's shadow.
That shadow guy that says, don't even pay attention to me. Oh, man.
Right.
And I did that. I forgot about him.
Exactly.
Good
Very
job.
effective.
They got me. Boyd insta-killed the mid-boss, Bryce. Like, literally one shot.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Throughout the game, all of the highest level spells have missed me. Like, throughout the whole game, dude. Like, meteors and light spells. And they never hit me, dude. Did they ever hit you?
Yeah. They miss a lot, and when they do hit, though, they hit pretty hard.
Okay. Tanith has dodged more than 10 attacks already. Ulki got killed by a dragon. Bastian got killed by a Laguz. I was so bummed.
Oh,
But I wasn't going to restart the final battle.
poor Bastion.
I still have 3 dragons causing me trouble in the middle here. Nephany got killed by a counterattack.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Enna kinda sucks against other dragons. I finally killed all the dragons. It took forever, man. It was really hard.
Yeah, Ina is a lot weaker than Nasser. So I guess he's like your reward for potentially killing the Black Knight.
The Black Knight, yeah. I guess so,
and
yeah.
the one thing here I remember about this fight is the mini boss, the Bryce guy. His lance is like, I think statistically the strongest lance in the game, but there's no way to obtain it normally, quote unquote. But there is a way in game to get it, and that's if you use the sloop staff.
Oh. And then you can steal it?
Unequipped. Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, then you can get the Wishblade for one map.
Right, you can use it just for the rest of this one battle, yeah.
Yeah.
This is amazing. A mage puts Boyd to sleep, and 5 knights take him down to 5 HP.
What?
Which blew my mind, because I thought even when he was asleep, he'd be fine, to be honest. He's so strong.
Well, I mean, he still survived, so, you know.
He did, yeah. Valencia had
totally,
to...
like, taking a nap on the ground. He's just too strong.
Seriously. Valencia had to rescue him and pull him out and put Ike in the path. But they put Ike to sleep, but couldn't deal that much damage to him, luckily. I brought Jeffrey and Titania around from the right side and they put Titania to sleep, and then they killed her.
Wow. You got pretty unlucky with the sleep. They missed every sleep spell they hit on me.
That guy can only cast it 3 times, and he got lucky on all 3 of them.
That's nuts.
And they killed her. Ike woke up to order her to retreat, and then promptly fell back asleep because she died. And so he's like, "Get out of there!" And he's like, "Okay." And then death animation, and then he goes back to sleep. Soth got archered to death. Everyone's dead except Ashnard. Only Ike should be able to damage him, but I just gotta see what happens when Tybarn attacks. What? Tybarn dealt 11 damage and took 0.
What?
Yeah. Like,
weird. I remember
not miss, but no damage is what it said.
Wait, who did no damage?
Ashnard did no damage to... No, Ashnard did no damage to Tybarn.
And Tybarn did 11 damage.
Yeah.
What the hell happens if you... Did you beat him with Tybarn?
I tried it once just to see if it could be done, and yeah, you can just beat him with Tybarn. And
what the fuck?
But the same thing happens, just Ike says, "It's finally over," and then that's the end. Right? But then I
That's
restarted.
crazy.
That is crazy. I restarted and did it with Ike, and it was way harder,
Right.
but I got it.
Yeah, so I tried that with Gifka,
Gifka?
and he had 0 damage, like flat 0. Just don't do damage. I was like,
Yeah.
okay. I was like,
Right. Yeah. Anybody else that I brought in to see what the stat would be if they attacked, it said attack 0 on them.
right,
So,
exactly. So I was
right.
like, oh, okay, they don't have the special sword. So I had Ike stand there and do basically the same shit I did on the Black Knight, and have Mist off in the wings healing him.
Yeah.
And
He
that
doesn't
was
go
it.
for her. Yeah.
No, he doesn't move at all, except in hard mode. That fucker moves.
Dude, that's got to
And
be
he
so
has
scary.
if you check his movement range, it's huge.
Oh, man. That sounds amazing. I'd like to check that out someday. Okay. So, yeah. Where was I? Here we go. I just got to see what happens when... After 3 rounds of combat, we have Tybarn at 38 HP and Ashnard at 33. It's Ashnard at 12, Tybarn 13. I managed to carry Soren up the stairs with Ilincia and drop him off. Ashnard never came after either of them.
Right.
Now I've healed Tybarn back up to 50 HP with Ilincia. So you can kill Ashnard with Tybarn. Reload and do it with Ike now. I finished him off with Ike. Ike never crit nor did his special attack. That was annoying. Yeah, that sucked.
That's crazy.
That was hard. Am I about to find out that Ashnard's Mount Rajayon is freaking Naysir is what I thought was going to happen. But then immediately after, I was like, okay, no.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's what I thought for a second. Because like he never showed back up
right
after he got buried in the castle, right?
Right.
Yeah. Going through all those, but I'm pretty sure... No, I don't think they ever did show Rajayon before the battle. I'm not sure.
They mention it very briefly.
Right, but I don't know if they showed him. So if they haven't showed him...
I mean, so you find out who Rajayon is, right?
Yeah, you find out.
Right. So I wasn't sure if maybe they didn't tell you because of the story that you got, but he's Ina's like husband.
Was it her husband? What was his name again?
They use the word mate.
Rajayon was his name. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a dragon, not a wyvern. I guess the assumption
That's
is
right.
that he's
I
like a
remember now.
wyvern.
Right,
But
which is
he's
different from a
actually a
Goldoran.
dragon.
Yeah.
Right. He's not like he's a Lagoon, so he's like a human that transforms into a dragon.
Right.
But he was somehow like experimented
Captured.
on and turned
Yeah.
into like this sort of weird wyvern thing that can't transform, doesn't know what it's doing. And Ina essentially is her husband or his husband,
His wife.
whatever.
Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Going through all these, so we're in the ending now. Going through all these goodbyes with this epic music has brought a manly tear to my eye.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot more if you have all.
If they're all alive,
it goes
right?
on for quite a while. It just like literally cuts, and then another group of people are up
Yeah.
on the steps, and then you all say goodbye, and then it cuts away, and it's like a totally different group of people. It was like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, but I don't know, it was like totally working on me because the music was perfect.
It was good. There
and
were a
everything.
lot of really good like lines in there. Yeah.
And you know, these are all the people that you used all the way up to this point.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've grown some kind of attachment to at least some of them. So yeah, when they finally say, "Yeah, we finally did it, dude. Thank God, it's all over now." With that epic music, it works.
Yeah.
Ike makes Sephiron crack up uncontrollably. Although I find out exactly why very soon after this. Sephiron's speech. I don't know why I wrote Sephiron's speech. I didn't write anything else about it. I guess I was going to, and I got interrupted by my kids. Sorry.
Oh, well, he talks a little bit about right at the very end that he's like, well, it looks like Ashnard's plans are probably still going to be fulfilled. Like, maybe this is all according to his plan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did say some crazy stuff like that. And,
Yeah. And that, I think, is supposed to be a setup for the sequel.
This game should not have voice acting, I wrote here.
It wasn't too bad.
But they didn't need it because
they didn't need it. You're right.
We've gone through the whole game, and I've had my version of Alincia's voice and Ike's voice. I heard Ike's voice in the beginning, but let's say Alincia's voice the whole time. And then, they brought her on just to say this one little line, a few little lines that aren't that important, that they could have been written, and then just show the video of them walking into the freaking sunlight on the balcony.
Right.
That was awesome.
That was cool. That I remembered that all these years, like out of all the cutscenes or whatever, the Black Knight fight in the beginning with your father, and then that scene of you guys walking into the white
sunlight
background.
Yeah. Awesome.
Those stuck in my head forever. Yeah, they're really good.
I would like to pause these records, but I don't know if I can, so I didn't bother trying to press the start button.
I was like tempted to like get my phone out and like record it because I didn't have my OBS open. I guess I could have done OBS. It would probably have been smarter to do, but I didn't have it configured. So by the time, if I was being smart, I could have paused the emulator and then done that. But I did take a couple mental notes of some of the records. Every match took about an hour or more for me. Every fight.
Chapter, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just
an hour? Some took 2, but none took less than an hour. They were all above an hour.
So it should have been similar to me then. I guess I took 2 hours on a bunch of them then because I got 55
but they
hours,
don't count if you took time in the menus like between chapters.
Oh,
that's
really?
Not
at base, they don't count that. Okay.
Counts that. Yeah.
And I guess you didn't have to, think about it as much as I did because you know how the game goes.
I guess, or I didn't leave it idle for as long as you may have done.
Yeah, writing stuff down. Yeah.
Who were your top 5 combatants?
I can't say all 5 because they didn't let me pause. I can only say the first one.
Okay, who was it?
The 3 stats that I noticed here, I said I spent 80 turns on Without a King chapter. Which chapter was that? Without a King.
I
can't
look at the
now.
turn count. It's a good one.
Oh, is that okay? Didn't keep. Hold on. It's the first one. So is that the one with? Is that the one with freaking? You fight Enna. Is it that one? Yes, it's Enna. It's Enna.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I spent
that
80
makes sense,
turns on
you
that.
spent forever there.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Tanith had 40 wins. I noticed, but first place was Boyd with 144 wins.
Whoa! So my first place, also Boyd.
Cool. And how many wins did he
Ike
have?
was second place. He had like 104, so not as many as yours. Second place was Ike. Third place was Astrid. And fourth place was Marcia.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it was Marcia, then Astrid. And then fifth place was... Who was the place? Can't remember. But, I saw a whole bunch of other ones in there as just a bunch of 0 wins. I had 0 wins on Titania. 0. I never let her get 1 kill.
So yeah, overall, so that's the end of the game. And then I saw all the cool stuff that you could do, like some of the other things you could do. Like I found out that you can listen to all the music in the game, and you can also see all the background illustrations while you listen to it, which is awesome. I love that.
It's really cool.
And then I noticed there's a thing called trial maps, where there's just a couple maps where you can do some really hard stuff.
Yeah.
And that all seems really cool. And I guess if you want to see that there's hard mode and all that other stuff, you just have to go into new game. But I didn't do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of the unlockables are gated behind the Game Boy Advance connection bullshit that the GameCube had on some of its games.
Okay.
So there are some trial maps that you could unlock that way, and some. I think there's some extra artwork here and there, but not a lot. Thank God there's no like secret characters that you need that for, because
as long as you
has that thing.
Yeah, even if you didn't recruit them, as long as you met them, they showed up. So I only had like 3 question marks.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
so you
like
probably never have Stefan, who you had to like find in order to recruit.
Right, I don't remember
So
that
that's
guy.
one of them.
Yeah, but I had Jill, even though I didn't recruit her. Right, I killed her.
Right. So you had Jill.
And Marcia. Yeah.
Marcia. You had.
Nearly all of them. Like Astrid was there.
Yeah, nearly all of them, huh?
Yeah, just a few of them don't show up, on the map somewhere. only like
Yeah,
3 or so.
I'm just curious who that would have been if you never encountered him. The only one I can think of is Stefan, because you have to like find him, like physically find him. All right, so at this point, do you have any final thoughts on Fire Emblem Path of Radiance?
Yeah, let me just wrap it all up now that I've finished the entire game. Let's just go in order. Like graphics, I was fine with the environmental graphics. They looked good enough. The 3D fields, I liked them just fine. Nothing that really stood out to me. The character art, I said during a couple times throughout these playthrough, that it did look kind of generic anime to me, but overall was still quite appealing to me. You know, all the cool looking people and the beautiful women and all that. Yeah, it was great. In fact, I think that's one of the main reasons why I'm starting to lean towards this game more than Final Fantasy Tactics. And Final Fantasy Tactics has a pretty interesting art style as well. Well, those facial portraits have, you know, a unique style. I could recognize it immediately when FF12 came out. It's like, hey, that's the same artist. Like immediately, I could recognize the faces with those. Like they have hardly any noses at all.
Right.
Yeah. So this doesn't have really. I don't know what would be the outstanding feature of this art or the portraits, but it still looks good enough to me. Looked good.
Something in Final Fantasy Tactics that always stands out to me is that the characters don't have whites of their eyes.
Oh, I guess they don't, huh? Yeah.
It's all one color. And that is a really distinctive, like, artistic choice, is that their faces are all kind of one color with like a black dot for an eye. But there is an eye, it's just they don't color the eyes white.
Right. Yeah. They were all black, right? They didn't have any other colors, did they?
Not that I noticed. I mean, they're all very small, so hard to tell.
Yeah. The portraits we're talking about, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Another game that has really just outstanding, like it stands out art, in my opinion, is Brave Fencer Musashi, which is on the list for you. It's one of the must plays. It's an action RPG. In fact, it's hardly an RPG, but anyway, it's
okay.
like a Zelda clone, really. Anyway, the music actually grew on me more and more as the game went on, and I actually like it quite a bit now. I think even the I like that song actually. Yeah, and you know, it had the same. I have the same opinion of it as I do the music, where it's like it didn't really stand out in any way for like basically the whole game until we got to what is his name, Duke Oliver Tannis.
Right.
When you got to his portion of the game and like the harpsichord music came on, I don't know, it sounded cooler to me than all the other songs, and so I started noticing it. And a little bit further after that, the battle music changes, and that new song also I liked it a lot. With the staccato violin parts, just like the harpsichord song had staccato violin parts. I don't know, staccato violins sound good in this game. And yeah, the tubas sound terrible, but I still kind of find a charm in that song where like the tubas are like burr 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 burr.
Very generically evil.
Yeah, it was pretty generic, but I don't know. Because it sounded kind of bad, it actually sounded kind of charming in that way. Yeah, so overall, I'm down with the music now. And then, as I said throughout, man, I thought the story combined with the dialogue and the characterization of Ike, I mean, he was too perfect, we decided, but like the things he said were funny. I guess, yeah, it wasn't the characterization as much as the dialogue itself. But I don't know, I did enjoy, even though he was too perfect, I did enjoy, you know, watching him like be rude to people who are way above him, and he should be, you know, lowering himself a little bit more. And
it's very enjoyable throughout. I think a key word you could use to describe the story in this game is it's very digestible.
Indeed, yeah. Like you mentioned before, because it was a Game Boy Advance game before?
It was primarily a Game Boy handheld series. It started out on the NES, but well, not in the US. It started out on the Famicom,
right?
Which I said in the intro, which you haven't heard yet. But it was predominantly a handheld series, and then the developer was definitely in that mode, and they were making games with stories that fit that pacing.
Yeah, and so the pacing was crazy, as you'll hear a couple times throughout, as you've heard throughout this playthrough, where like, you know, the guy comes and asks you, "Hey, what should I do if there's somebody in my way and I don't want to kill them?" And Ike's like, "Oh, it's just like you shove them out of the way." And then the very next battle, you got to use that, and
Yes.
and then you learn that the pendant is actually the fire emblem, and it's like really magical and important. And then the very next scene is Mister's like, Ike, I can't find my pendant. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you guys set it up way too perfectly. So yeah, and that makes a story, at least a video game story, kind of good in my opinion. I mean, I guess it depends on what you want, but I kind of feel like Odin Sphere was the same way. Have you ever played Odin Sphere?
I have not.
It's a beat 'em up game, but it has RPG level up stuff and even shopping too. So I guess you could say it's an action RPG, but it is mostly a beat 'em up. But my God, like that's the one that's by Vanillaware, those crazy hand painting artist guys. You know, George Kamitani, as he writes in his credits. He writes his name as George, even though his real name is Joji. And
Interesting.
yeah, and I played through that game with all 5 characters and got the true ending and everything, and like I was glued. My eyes were glued to the screen for every cutscene, and part of the reason was the great music and the insanely beautiful art and the animation and all that just like made every cutscene into a music video. But also, that game also has this kind of the same pacing where like basically nearly every scene a secret is revealed or a mystery is presented or some really important stuff happens. I don't really remember too much where like, I don't really need to worry about what's happening here. Like, I never got that feeling. And so I kind of feel like that's a really good way to go about video game stories. Yeah. So I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the stories and the dialogue and what's remaining. The battle system. Yeah, I made comments all throughout. But yeah, I thought it was great. I love the rock, paper, scissors mechanic. It's set up where you can still win a battle where you're losing the rock, scissors, paper mechanic if your character is strong enough. So that means it's like set up so that basically it just benefits 2 characters who are on equal playing field, really. I think I looked it up. You get plus 1 attack, which is like nothing, but then you also get plus 15 hit percentage, and the enemy gets minus 15%. So that's like, you know, a good way to try to set up you attacking someone and then just not taking any counterattack damage, right? Yeah.
That's really the advantage on there. It's just a way that you ensure that you have units that have certain jobs, kind of. You know, if you have a bunch of lancers, you should really use your axe guys.
Yeah. Yeah, so I really like that. And because of not really any opportunities to grind. I mean, you can create them if you go out of your way and you figure it out. But because of that, you know, they could make like this really, really balanced game. I mean, I want to say that you've got this really, really balanced game, but it's balanced in a funny way where like you can have one guy take out 10 guys, no problem. Yes. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, for all of the preamble I gave about you got to make sure you don't screw yourself over by not doing this or whatever, the game is something I didn't really account for until you played the game, is how generous the game is by giving you a lot of characters to kind of backfill any quote-unquote mistakes you may have made. Either a unit dies or people are under-leveled because a higher level, like pre-promote character like Titania gets a lot of experience. You get a lot of characters, which in my playthrough I never use because the ones that I was leveling up were already either at or better than them. So why swap all my gear, even if they're of very similar stats? You know, why spend the time moving your gear off of Boyd and on to Largo when Boyd's
Right.
good.
Exactly. Yeah. So you've got an excellent point there with that. So you can't say, I don't think that you could say it's like good or it's worse or better than, say, the Final Fantasy Tactics style anyway, assuming it was like well balanced. It's not. It's not. But if it was, but yeah, the benefits of this, one guy could take on 10 guys, no problem, if you plan it right or whatever, is that you get to have these big epic battles with like your 10 guys versus 30 other guys, right? And
Minimum. I mean, if you play like we were mentioning before, if you were to play this in the Insane, I forget what's Madness, whatever it's called, the secret Japanese extra difficulty. It's like double the number of enemies. It's crazy. They cram them in.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested. So yeah, that's really cool. And then there's the way that they keep giving you just more and more. I said that they were OP, and I guess because of the way that they set up the game where you can have one guy take out 10 guys and not take any damage sometimes, I guess you can consider a lot of the new characters that you get OP. And they've kind of set it up where, since you can never go back and you can't grind, but you could have enemy people die, it's set up that you kind of have to have that. But it's cool that they did, because what that allows you to do, which I don't think any other game, I assume no other game allows this. Like, does Tactics Ogre allow this? I bet it doesn't. You can just allow really strong, really important, long-time units to die on the battlefield, and you can create this feeling of how, you went through this epic year-long battle, and there were many casualties along the way, but finally we succeeded, kind of a thing. And that's only possible thanks to them adding more and more units, even at the end of the game, even.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true.
Yeah. So I really like that. And I had fun. I'd like to, see what some of the other conversations are, like what you did, where you didn't let anybody die. But I also
recruited everyone too.
You did what?
I recruited everyone.
Awesome.
You let a couple guys die, but you also missed a couple of recruitments.
Yeah, I think I missed a lot of recruitments, and then I also let like 7 or so people die.
Oof, wow.
Yeah, so probably by some people's standard, it wasn't a very good play, but it was awesome for me.
I think it's interesting. I think it's a really cool way to look at it, because I probably would have never played the game that way, just because I wouldn't let myself I gotta restart.
Yeah. My daughter was saying that too. Reset the game, Papa. Reload. I was like, I don't want to reload. It took forever. That was my reason, just because it took forever.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, but yeah, even after having like 3 or 4 really good characters, like Rolf even, die at a near the end of the game battle, dude, they added like 3 more awesome characters to my party after that. So it was fine.
Yep.
Yeah. So I really love that about the game. And overall, freaking love it. Another awesome game that you had me play that probably is better than any of the games that I've had you play.
I don't know about that. We haven't gotten through that. I'm struggling to remember the whole list of games we've played collectively, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I played some huge classics like Chrono Trigger, for God's sake.
You did play Chrono Trigger, yeah. But you've also played like a bunch of Final Fantasies, right? Now you've played Final Fantasies 4, 6, 7, and 8, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and the reason those are on my list of games for you to play is because they're famous, and I enjoyed them enough. And that's the only reason. Because, I played Final Fantasy from back in the SNES era, like a lot of old school gamers have. And I thought it was pretty cool. But eventually I found stuff that I like just way better, which is a lot more closer to the kind of games that you play. Like Baten Kaitos, you busted that out on me. Baten Kaitos Origins.
Really fell for that one.
And I'm like, dude, this is way better than Final Fantasy 7 or 8 for me. Like, way better. And there was Metal Saga even. Like, I'd rather play Metal Saga than any of the Final Fantasy games we've played. So
Metal Saga is very good.
yeah, I liked it. And then there's all the games that are on my list for you that I would rather play, like Star Ocean and Valkyrie Profile and Brave Prince of Musashi no Lunge are all waiting for you. So, what do you think? This game versus any of the last Final Fantasy games you've played? What's your pick?
In my opinion, gosh, I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, I guess I have a more meaningful relationship with this game in terms of like what I enjoyed, but I think like Final Fantasy VI is such a great game. I feel like it's important in a bigger way than Fire Emblem Path of Radiance is. I don't know so much about 7. I mean, it's important, but I don't know how much I got out of the original Final Fantasy 7 or 8 compared to this game. Enjoyment-wise, those games, I think, for me, I mean, I can't say because I'm not on the same end of the thing. Those games were old and aged in a way that were hard for me to, like, I had to, like, put my retro video game
goggles on or whatever. Yeah.
I don't know how much that applied for you in this case. Like, did it feel like an old game? I mean, it's a newer game than those games, but...
It's newer than those, yeah. I mean, right, it's way older than a PS4 game, though. So...
Sure.
I guess because... I mean, yeah, not really. I didn't have to put on any special goggles. I mean, the only thing I had to...
It felt pretty smooth to me, too, going back to this.
Oh, yeah?
But I knew the game, so I also knew most of what I was getting into. But I guess you have a similar feeling where it didn't run too much like old school jank.
But I mean, a lot of the games I'm having you play are old school jank too. So
I know,
right?
But there's some of that even in Chrono Trigger. But you can kind of play it for what it is and be like, this is still a masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, for me. Like when I always compare old games to new games in my head, and I kind of feel like there's a lot of like I always think about Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Warrior 1.
Right.
Like it's like basically the first JRPG ever, and it still does stuff that a lot of newer games like that I don't think any other game does that like I'm just so stoked about. Like the fact that you have to buy a bunch of herbs before you go out and try to walk to the next town. And if you put the enemies to sleep, you're guaranteed to run away. Like so many newer games don't let you just run away automatically if you put the enemies to sleep. It's ridiculous.
Right.
So, yeah, no, I don't have to put on any special goggles to enjoy retro games. As long as the level up system and the battle mode and or the exploration is solid in my book, I can get over, not being able to move diagonally or the graphics not being amazing or any of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure. I usually mean more like, because gameplay has gotten so codified where if you were to think of a certain genre and then imagine what the buttons would do, you probably have a good answer. Like if you were to pick up a newly made indie platformer and you pick up an Xbox or a PlayStation controller, you could probably imagine what most of those buttons are likely to do. And with older games, things are just not that way. And that can sometimes go a long way into like being a little weird, or like menus are kind of cryptic in ways, or mechanics can be cryptic in ways that are like you wouldn't do that to a player in a modern game. Like why would you either just not have that information or not fully disclose it, or whatever the scenario is that makes it weird. And old Japanese games in particular, that kind of thing, where it's kind of like a polish thing, where games were just a smaller thing back then.
I mean, obviously, the more polished, the better. I praised Diablo 3, even though ultimately I decided I don't really care for it that much because of well, at least on normal mode, because
it was.
Yeah, too easy and but that was only a normal mode. I guess I should have tried hard mode. But I praised, like, Jesus Christ, like every like little small like mechanical detail or like menu option or whatever is like unbelievably the best possible decision you could have made. Like the fact that when you look at a new weapon, it like adds together and averages all the effects on it, and then like lets you compare that value, makes it a single value, and then okay, now compare that to your current value. Boom, super easy, and that's amazing. And then yeah, you know, we're over here playing freaking Final Fantasy VI, which has like accessories that say makes you stronger. And it's like, how much stronger? And then you put it on, and like you'd have to like sit down and like deal damage with and then damage without to actually know what that the freaking Atlas armlet deals 25% more damage, which is pretty big.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely better when you know, things like that aren't hidden. But I don't know. I guess I go into games. In the end, like I criticize all the stupid tutorials in FF7 Remake. Like you walk up the stairs in the first area, the chest is right there, and like the game pauses and the message comes up. You can press the triangle button to open chests. But even if you just walk up to the chest, there's like a triangle button prompt there. So why did they have to tell me and
That's
stop
the
everything?
opposite extreme. Yeah, right.
Right. So I criticize that. But in the end, like, I don't know, I guess in the end I can criticize bad guidance, but once I know how the game works, even if they didn't tell me or they told me too much, either way, I just forgive all that and just kind of judge games on how they work after I know how they work.
Right.
So yeah, I'm okay with
That's fair. You know, I definitely slip into the mode that the game wants you to be in, and relatively quickly, and it's easy for me to judge it on its own merits too. So I know what you mean. But yeah, this game I think stands up pretty well. It is somewhat recent, 2004-5.
Okay.
This game. So
16 years ago.
16 years ago, but you know, it's like the just before high def games, and things were kind of settling into a pattern, menus and whatnot, and games were very about hint text was everywhere, would tell you what a thing did, and this game has that all over the place.
Yeah.
Similar to Tactics had that as well.
Indeed, yeah. Despite being
that's
a
good
PS1
to know.
game.
So,
yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's why it was very startling to me. I was like, wow, they really did a good job. They were forward thinking on that one. But okay, so it seems to be that the experiences are actually pretty comparable. You know, gameplay decisions aside, and your willingness to let units die and not having the same sort of anal retentive compunction of keeping them all alive. That aside, it sounds like we had a very similar experience.
I guess we did. Yeah, aside from that, yeah.
Yeah. Which is interesting. It's one of the objectives of the series is to kind of measure the difference between playing a game for the first time now and,
and when you played it back then.
And what I'm carrying with it from back then.
So that means that you back then, you thought that, just like I said, like all these gameplay systems and the way they've set it up was awesome, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I really fell for this game pretty hard when it was new. Partly because I was really starved from any RPG on the GameCube. I didn't have a PS2 for a while. So this was one of the one of the rare Japanese tactical role-playing games I could play. So I played it quite a lot and really did enjoy it a lot. I really ate this one up. But yeah, let's see. I don't have any other notes here. Did you have any?
No, I just wanted
final notes.
Yeah, I don't think so. I summed it all up. I loved the game. Thank you for asking me to play this one. I played I play the best one because I don't know about Three Houses, but like all the ones before this. You said this one's different from the other ones. Like, for example, this is the only one where what happened? It's like this is the only one where something happened.
The only one where they directly reference a Fire Emblem.
There was that. Also, like, is this one easier than the previous ones?
It might be. I played the previous ones that were Western. I've never played any of the ones that didn't come to the West. So I haven't
That's
translated any of them, and there are a fair few of those. But I played the 2 Game Boy Advance ones that came out prior to this. And I played, not to completion, I believe the 2 or 3 DS and 3DS games that came out after this. I would say they all get progressively better. I think the original 2D ones in the West are more difficult. There are fewer options to get bolstered by late game units, the way this game had. But I don't know, it's been a minute since I played those games. It'd be something I would probably have to play them again to get a full idea on it. But the newer ones add many new systems that definitely make the game much easier. The series definitely gets easier as it goes along, with the notorious, I should say, exception of the Wii release, Path of Radiance.
That's the hardest one, huh?
Or Radiant Dawn, rather.
Yeah.
Which is
Radiant
just unconscionably hard the first time you're playing it. It really is like a butt pounding. It really is.
And you have that on my list to play, though, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
So whenever you have the gall worked up sufficiently, give that one a whack. But yeah, after that, they introduce a lot of new mechanics, like there are replayable maps that you can grind for currency and experience. There are a lot of other just systems that give you more advantages. And you can play it in I think they started calling it casual mode, but I think they moved away from calling it that, where when a unit does die, they don't die. They just retreat, and then you can, in the next fight,
use them
bring
again.
them in again.
Yeah, that's cheating.
I think so. I agree.
Right?
I kind of agree, but just don't turn that option on. I guess.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine that they have the option, but yeah, I don't think I want to do that because I want to play the heart of Fire Emblem, and
I think you would like Three Houses because there's a lot of other narrative mechanics in there related to being like a school professor and school life and stuff, which is very deeply part of the experience. And although that said, it is an easier game.
Okay. Is that it for Fire Emblem? Path of Radiance?
Path of Radiance, yes, sirree.
That's a cool title, too, I want to say. I think the name Fire Emblem is cool, and Path of Radiance, it's kind of generic, but it sounds cool to me.
Yeah, Path of Radiance, I guess there sort of is a reason for it. Radiant Dawn, kind of a reason for that title as well. Factors a little bit into the plot, but yeah.
Well, so what was the Path of Radiance here? The path that Ike walked?
Yeah, so it plays out more in the follow-up title, but all the stuff that Ike did leads up to something.
Oh. Yeah. Are you telling me the title Path of Radiance, which is the title of this game, is actually you can't figure out what it means until you play the next one?
No, there's a shit ton. In fact, I misremembered because the two games look very similar. I misremembered how much is not in this game when I was thinking up stuff to comment on. I'm like, oh, that's in the sequel.
Oh wow.
There's a lot of character development and shit to the point where I was actually a little surprised. Like the guy in red armor who you meet for 2 minutes at the end of the game.
Yeah.
You don't know who he is.
Right.
He's a big character in the next game.
Oh, wow.
And then Maurim, or Maurim, it's supposed to. He's a big character, and so is Soth.
Soth,
huge character in the next. He's the main protagonist.
That's right. Finally, he's gonna class up, huh?
him and a different character is like a co-protagonist, a woman who's not in this game at all. But yeah, it's very surprising how little is given to the player narrative-wise from the first game. Interesting.
Interesting indeed. Well, shall we announce?
I think we should wrap it up, and we should, announce
the next game
I'll be playing next. So, for those of you looking to play along as we release our next episodes, I guess we'll do it multi-part, right? Probably.
Yeah, I think so. Say the name of the game first. Let's go ahead.
Let's say it is going to be Eternal Sonata.
That's right. Which version have you bought?
Who developed this game?
Who developed this game? Try Crescendo, right?
Oh, it's another one of their games. Great. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Was
it's kind of
Baten
like
Kaitos also Try Crescendo?
I believe so.
I believe so. Yeah. Or was it
Right.
actually? Or was it? I think Baten Kaitos was a combination Try Crescendo with Monolith Soft
Monolith
combined.
Right.
But Eternal Sonata is 100% just Try Crescendo, which I'm a little confused now because I think Try Crescendo is like the sound engineer of Tri Ace, and then like some guys from Monolith Soft. Is it not? Isn't that who Try Crescendo is?
Yeah, they've done a few games there. They did a couple Tales games. They did Blue Dragon.
Try Crescendo did Blue Dragon? No,
They did Blue Dragon.
I did not know that.
On the DS. I apologize. This is a different Blue Dragon.
Oh,
It's
just like the port or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in the same series. It is not the 360 title.
Okay.
A few other games here, but yeah. So this is Try Crescendo, kind of a favorite developer of ours around here.
Yeah, it seems they are. Yeah. So, which version did you buy?
The PlayStation 3 version, not the 360 version. Is that the other version?
The other version will be 360. I believe PlayStation 3 is going to be the superior one.
Okay, good. I have a working both of those consoles, so I guess I could have gotten either one, but usually PS3 is my default when given the choice.
Yeah. So do you know anything about this game?
Something to do with Chopin.
Yeah.
Something to do with him having like a fever dream.
Yeah.
Something to do. I think that's about all I know. Like, it's obviously a highly like fantasized, like nothing very like grounded, realistic at all from what little footage I've ever seen of it. I learned only very recently that it's like turn-based, right? Semi-real time, mostly turn-based.
It is fully turn-based, but it is like it's impressive. It's like more, you could say that Resonance of Fate is fully turn-based, could you not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But you still have to like run around and do stuff in that turn, right? So I'd say this one is like that, but it's got even more action. I can sum it up though quite well, actually. I'm really good at explaining this. When it's your turn, you have 3 seconds to run up to the enemy and smack them as much as you can and do a special at the end. There you go.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And then everything else stops while you're doing that.
Right. They're just like waiting for you to come over. And, it's got a whole bunch of other fun mechanics involved in it, including it matters if you're facing the front or the back of them.
Sure. Right.
And all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting.
I don't know why I'm having trouble finding it. Me and Mel both used to work for the same website for a very short while. It is now, I believe the name of the website is now thedaytonight.com.
I think they changed it again.
Yeah, because I'm like searching for it. It's not coming up.
It's not there. No, I think they changed it again to something else.
Okay. And
what are you looking for?
Well, dude, the creator of that website, who calls himself Lucifer, like Lucifer.
He doesn't even call himself that anymore.
Oh, he quit that? Oh, he thought it was too edgy or something?
I don't know why.
Or he just grew out of it, I guess. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, well, anyway, the dude, Sean, that worked there, who created the website, he reviewed that game, and like, he went on and on about how terrible it is. It's just the worst game ever. Do you not remember this?
I do remember this vaguely,
Yeah. Now, the thing that he was going on, I went back and read that once, somewhat recently, and, like, seriously, like, they just give the battle system, like, the quickest of nods, and that's it. Like, just, in the battle system, it's not deep. That's it.
Well, the way he kind of was, he loved to like kind of troll around, so I'm sure he was like just prepared to dump on it.
Yeah, he was.
I kind of figured that was what was going on.
It totally was. He hated it, but yeah, like what he was talking about was like the story and the dialogue. And so I'm really looking forward to finding out what your opinion is going to be of the game overall. And let's go ahead and, we made the rule before that if like we're playing the game and turns out we're just hating it, we can give up the game. And you gave up Tales of Vesperia.
I did.
And I gave up, what was the game that I gave up? Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, so we each gave up one game, and that's not bad. Only one each, right?
No, not too bad. And those are both, I think, given the circumstances, fairly understandable forfeits, because they're just they're so counter what our usual, like, mode is, like... SM2 Nocturne is so not a game that you would probably ever want to play.
For me, right? And I guess Tales of Vesperia, it was the battle system that was killing you, right?
It's the battle system, and it's just also the aesthetic of it too was not jiving. Like nothing was holding me there, and the same I think was true for you in Nocturne.
Yeah, it was the same for me, right? It's just too dark, and post-apocalypse doesn't appeal to me. And, so we chose the perfect games, one each to give up on. So that's good. We didn't like. We didn't just like get tired of. We didn't like do it out of laziness, is what I mean. So that's good to know. But anyway, yeah. So the daytonight.com or whatever it's called now, Sean was like going on and on about how terrible the inclusion of anything related to Chopin was in this game, and all that. But I'd say let's go ahead. I'll admit to you right now, there are lots of long-ass, dialogue-heavy cutscenes in this game. And I would say that if you like get tired of the story but still like the dungeon exploration and the battle system, that we go ahead and just accept, okay, you can skip the cutscenes if they're driving you crazy. If that's the only thing that's driving you crazy. Yeah.
I'm curious at how true that will be. So these are voiced cutscenes, right?
Yes.
They're not just text. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That does help.
I guess it helps, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the voice acting is
if you want
okay.
to tune out and stare at your phone, I suppose you could, rather than having to advance the dialogue manually.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Can you... yeah, maybe. So, yeah, we're going to decide how many sessions. Unless you're going to have lots of stuff to say about the story as it unfolds, because there is some story, of course. This game actually doesn't have a lot of... It's kind of like tactics. It's even less than tactics. Tactics, you have the whole system available to you right from the beginning, and then you just use that throughout the whole game. But in there, you unlock more classes, and so you can see a lot of different stuff. Now, in this game, it has the very common trope of you learn more abilities as your character levels up, like battle abilities. And there is also another mechanic in this game called party level, which goes up. But for the most part, the entire game is just you in the dungeons fighting the battles, and that's the whole game. And I guess I want to put you in the correct like headspace, I guess, to go into this game. Like, because I remember once you told me, the thing about JRPGs is I'm looking forward to that next thing I'm gonna get, that new thing. And like the example you gave is like, you're gonna get the airship and stuff, and then like your airship is gonna get the ability to land on whatever area or drill into the earth or whatever. This game really doesn't have any of that. It's just seriously level up, find chests, win the battles. That's the whole game. So just want you to know that ahead of time.
All right.
Yeah.
I see. Fair warning, I guess.
Yeah. It's not a game with
a lot of caveats had to come with this one.
Yeah, but I'll tell you now that I freaking love this game. So just for the solid combat, and the dungeon exploration, and the music and the visuals as well. You'll see.
All right. We'll see how this came out. So you played this when it was new.
Yeah, I did play when it was new. Yeah, I even played the demo before the game came out.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I do remember this being on store shelves. Of course, wasn't that long ago. When did this come out? Like 2010?
Maybe I should have looked that up before. I mean, early PS3. When did PS3 come out?
Right. PS3 came out in like 04. or 06.
Okay.
This is 07.
This game is 07?
So yeah, that would have been right around in that time, that my college years, right in the middle of that. I do remember this game, but the cover of it definitely at that time would not have been a thing I would have bought. Unless it was a series that I was familiar with. It's not like I was against like anti-anime, but if it was something I didn't know, I just had little chance. But these days it's different. Definitely a lot of stuff out there. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it for sure. It'll be arriving as of this recording. It will be arriving at my door tomorrow.
Awesome.
Disc copy of a PS3 game. The first time I'll be doing any of those, inserting a disc into my PS3, and God knows how long.
Yeah.
I hope it works.
I hope it works too. Yeah.
Because it's here. I'm looking at it. It's plugged in. I've used it for I forget what. Not too long ago, maybe a disc game. I don't remember why I turned it on, but it did. And it's just got to plug that old controller in and make sure I have a USB micro charging cable.
Yeah, you're going to need that.
I need that. Who has a USB micro anymore? I do. I still have it.
Okay.
And then, yeah, we'll see. I'll probably hook it into my monitor and play it here at my desk like I do most of my stuff. But
cool. Yeah. So yeah, depending on how much you want to talk about the story unfolding, that will probably be the bulk of the that will
determine
dictate the number of episodes we need.
Okay.
Because it might just be like you play through the intro, and of course we got to talk about that, and then you play through close to the end. Tell me what you think of the whole overall experience, and then just finish the game and tell me the ending might be the way if we do it, for all I know.
Roughly how long do you recall it taking?
I mean, it's like the average.
Are we talking 40 hours? Or are we talking 60 hours?
Less than 60. Within 60. It's on the long side, I'd say.
All right.
I mean, if you're going to watch all the cutscenes, then yeah. Right. So, yeah, maybe 60. The dungeons are pretty long, too. The cutscenes are also very long.
All right.
Let's just assume 60 for now.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have everything I need to know.
Okay, cool.
All right, so stay tuned, everyone, for that. That was episode 23 of Turn-Based Memories, plus a little preview of episode 24 for Eternal Sonata. And that will lead me to say, please, if you're listening on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. It's the only way that we will grow the channel, because we're really not doing any social media. We've done a little outreach to other YouTubers, which has helped. Thank you. A lot,
actually. Yeah.
Quite a lot. And but beyond that, not a lot of promoting going out there. If you are listening on YouTube and you're a new listener, thank you. But also, you should know this is all available on most podcasting services, because this is essentially a podcast.
Including Spotify and Google Play.
Google Podcasts. It's the app that I use, and it's on there, and that's where I will listen to episodes that I want to re-listen to.
And if you're on YouTube listening to this, we've got this this podcast where we go unscripted, but there are lots of scripted videos on there made by many by myself and a few by Mel as well. And a couple top 10 videos are in there and stuff. And the most recent one is my final part. It was like 3 videos long, but this is the final part 3 of 3 of the Final Fantasy VII Remake super deep ass objective critique. And
like a year and a half in the making or something.
It is, right? Yeah, like that game. I said like after the game came out that I would make it.
Yeah.
And here it is. Literally, it might be even 2 years later by now. I'm not sure.
Well, it's been about 2 years since the game came out. Has it been 2 years? Or has it been a year? It's been almost 2 years. It'll be 2022. Will mark 2 years since the game came out, roughly. And
did it come out around Christmas? Because it's around Christmas.
Came out around early 2020.
That's right.
Before the pandemic.
Okay,
I
2 years in
a pre-pandemic game.
Yeah, 2 years in the making, yo. This video.
Right.
So
yeah,
definitely check it out. So far, it's been all good feedback. I think. I mean, I can't see the dislikes until I log into the account.
They don't exist anymore. Dislike
Basically, they might as well not even exist anymore. Like,
Yeah. So
Now
yeah,
we
definitely
can put all our controversial opinions out there, and no one can
do anything.
say anything.
Nobody can do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So please check that video out, you guys.
Yes, do. They're really good. They're really nice. They're really long. They're really detailed. And they have a lot of cool stats in them. So, yeah, that'll do it. Thank you, Zoltan.
Thank you, Mel.
And thank you, everyone, once again, for listening, and have a very nice rest of your day.
Goodbye.